Sure enough, the brawny man stood up and said kindly to Li Shuihan, who was about the same height as him, "You stink, lady. Dare to knock my mother down. Do you know that her waist is not good, and it is easy to get hurt?" However, Zhou Hao noticed that after seeing Li Shuihan's stunning beauty, the brawny's expression was abrupt, and an astonishing color flashed in his eyes. But Li Shuihan just looked at him coldly. Zhou Hao was far away, and he could feel the utter coldness in Li Shuihan's eyes, let alone the brawny man who was facing her. Why are you staring at me? Obviously you are wrong." The brawny man also felt that Li Shuihan's eyes were wrong, and shouted with some guilty conscience. Li Shuihan said faintly, "I didn't hit her. She fell to the ground by herself." The old woman was still holding Li Shuihan's legs, so she didn't see her eyes, so she cried and shouted, "You girls speaking is so unreasonable. If you didn't hit me, how could I fall on my own? Oh, my waist bone hurts me so hard. Son, take me to the hospital." Seeing Li Shuihan, the brawny man didn't panic at all. His eyes were no different from looking at a little sheep, giving the brawny the illusion that he was the prey being looked at by others. However, although Li Shuihan is 1 meter 8 tall, almost the same as him, this strong man still does not believe that such a weak woman as Li Shuihan can do anything. Therefore, he said courageously, "That's right. I have to take my mother to the doctor. You will lose money." Some of the onlookers at the scene didn't know the inside story. They thought that Li Shuihan really knocked down the old woman, and they shouted that Li Shuihan was losing money. However, there were also a few discerning people who saw that this was a trick of touching porcelain. But these touching porcelain people were usually gangs. If they were exposed on the spot, they might be retaliated, so they didn't say anything. And the strong man saw that Li Shuihan was so beautiful. He laughed with a voice that only he and Li Rulin could hear. "If you don't have money, you can pay for debts." As soon as he finished speaking, a flower suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and there was a fiery pain on both sides of his face. When he opened his mouth, several teeth were spit out mixed with blood. The people around only heard a few crisp sounds of "Papa Papa," and the brawny man opened his mouth and vomited blood, not knowing what was going on. Only Zhou Hao in the drink shop here could see Li Shuihan wave his right hand, giving the brawny man 4 big slaps in succession. It took a while for the brawny man to realize that it was Li Shuihan hitting himself, and he immediately became angry. "You are so stinky. You dare to hit others." He punched Li Shuihan with his fists, but when he saw Li Shuihan lifted his right hand, he grabbed his fist and then suddenly twisted. The people around heard the sound of "gregeel" that made teeth sour. Han's muscular arm was actually twisted by Li Shuihan, hanging there like a twist. When the old woman saw this scene, she was completely shocked, stopped crying, and froze there. Even Zhou Hao gasped fiercely, thinking that Li Shuihan was really cruel. When Gao Jingyi saw this tragic scene suddenly, her face was pale with fright, and she subconsciously grabbed Zhou Hao's hand. Following the screams of the strong man, a few more men walked out of the crowd and surrounded Li Shuihan, apparently his fellows. At this time, the onlookers also saw that the brawny man and the old woman were in a gang, and neither of them were good men and women, so they left there one after another so as not to be affected by the fish. Seeing these accomplices, Li Shuihan gave a cold snort. Zhou Hao's expression here changed. Not good. Because he saw Li Shuihan's hand touching his waist, he was about to draw a gun. This lady is so impulsive. She is not afraid to reveal her identity as the First Army. Zhou Hao thought. He knew that the identity of every member of the First Army was kept secret and must not be known to ordinary people to prevent being discovered by the enemy and putting himself and his organization in danger. Zhou Hao said to Gao Jingyi, "You are waiting here. I will help." After speaking, his figure had already left the drink shop. Gao Jingyi wanted to call him, but after all he did not shout. Zhou Hao appeared next to Li Shuihan in an instant, and the person from the Porcelain Touch group didn't even see how Zhou Hao appeared. And Li Shuihan glanced at Zhou Hao calmly. "Why are you here? When shopping with friends? I happened to see that you were touched porcelain." Zhou Hao shrugged. When those people heard the word porcelain, their face changed slightly. One of them said coldly, "Brother, be careful when speaking. We didn't get used to this woman's murder in the street." Zhou Hao didn't look at them. Instead, he looked down at Li Shuihan's hand that touched his waist and said softly, You really want to draw a gun? If it causes a sensation, your identity as an army will be exposed. If the first army surfaced at the time, the impact would be great. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Shuihan raised his eyebrows and said, Then you go and help me level them. Hey, you are really welcome to provoke people. Last time I helped you arrest another tribe. You still haven't thanked me. Zhou Hao said wryly. Li Shuihan snorted softly. Just treat it as if I owe you a favor. Zhou Hao shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Forget it. Anyway, every time I meet you is not a good thing. Then, he said to the people around him, Hey, brother, it's not right for my friend to hurt your person, but the cause of the matter is that you want to play the trick of touching porcelain, or just count it like this. Got it. Seeing Zhou Hao's initiative to show weakness, the man immediately said angrily, If you say, forget it, I tell you, if you don't pay the mother and son 20,000 yuan, you don't want to leave. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. Don't be shameless. We want you to give a face. Who do you think you are? The man laughed. You may not know who I am, but you should have heard of Wen Xiangdong's name. Zhou Hao sneered. Wen Xiangdong? Do you know Dongya? The man's expression changed. Who are you scaring? Don't use Dongya's name to slander him. Zhou Hao continued with a smile. If I lied, you would be fine. But if I didn't lie, think about the consequences for yourself. These people couldn't help but sink their faces. As Zhou Hao said, if he is a lie, it's okay to say, but if he really knows Wen Xiangdong, then they will have nowhere to survive. After weighing it repeatedly, the man said to Zhou Hao, Well, I believe you this time. If you are lucky, let's go. So these people left with the old woman and the strong man whose arm was broken by Li Shuihan. Zhou Hao shook his head and muttered to himself, I still have to move out of Wen Xiangdong's reputation to settle down. Should I also fight for a reputation on the underworld? But he just talked about it. If he really wanted to make a name in the underworld, Zhao Rixin would be the first to let him go. When Zhou Hao turned around, he found that Li Shuihan had already walked far away quietly. He immediately yelled, Hey, did you leave quietly after being helped by others like this? When Li Shuihan raised his right hand, something flew towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao reached out to catch it and found a business card with only a phone number written on it. And Li Shuihan also said, If you need help, just call the phone above to find me. After all, Li Shuihan glanced at Gao Jingyi in the drink shop over there, and this time walked away. After that, Zhou Hao went to Gao Jingyi for more than an hour, then returned to Yuning Middle School and drove Gao Jingyi back. Zhou Hao, thank you. I am very happy tonight. Gao Jingyi said to Zhou Hao in the car. Zhou Hao just smiled. At this moment, there was a faint melodious music outside, but it was the very sweet music from the classic Japanese animation City in the Sky. Gao Jingyi heard it too, and said to Zhou Hao quickly, Zhou Hao, stop now, stop now. Zhou Hao parked the car on the side of the road. Gao Jingyi pushed the door out, and Zhou Hao got out of the car and walked over. It turned out that this is a small square with a round marble table in the middle and a small fountain on it. There are also a few speakers installed on street lights in the square. The music of City in the Sky is from the speakers. From the inside. Unexpectedly, there is a square here, I don't know either. Zhou Hao said. Because it was late at night, there were no other people in this small square except Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi. Gao Jingyi obviously liked the music of City in the Sky. She walked up to the marble table and slightly lifted her skirt to turn it. Although it was not a dance step, it looked as beautiful as a heavenly fairy dancing. Zhou Hao was also dumbfounded. After a long time, he walked over, made a gentleman's gift to Gao Jingyi and stretched out his right hand. My, can it? Gao Jingyi was taken aback for a while, then smiled and said, Of course, of course. Then she put her hand on Zhou Hao's palm. Thus, Zhou Hao was under the wonderful music of City in the Sky, holding Gao Jingyi's hand with one hand and her waist and dancing together. In fact, neither of them knows how to dance. They just follow the music back and forth, but no one cares about this. Gao Jingyi feels that he is more happy than dancing in the auditorium, and his heart is filled with happiness. In the end, Gao Jingyi leaned her head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and said quietly, Zhou Hao, can I borrow something from you? What? Gao Jingyi did not speak, but stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to Zhou Hao's. Lying on the bed alone, Zhou Hao was still reminiscing about the kiss he had with Gao Jingyi in the small square. Sweet, greasy, soft, and refreshing, and Gao Jingyi's words are still in my ears. I borrowed you a kiss, and when I return from the United States, I will return one to you. Gao Jingyi also agreed with Zhou Hao to let him see her at the airport at 10:30 tomorrow morning, and Zhou Hao agreed. While Zhou Hao was still thinking about Gao Jingyi, the mobile phone placed on the bedside rang untimely, and it looked unusually harsh in the dark and quiet room. Zhou Hao looked at the wall clock on the wall and saw that the pointer was indicating that it was 3:45 in the morning. Zhou Hao muttered to himself, "Who is calling at this late? Hey, this is Zhou Hao. Boss, something went wrong in the factory." Dai Zhanwang's anxious and nervous voice came over the phone. Zhou Hao's heart shuddered, and he immediately sat up from the bed. "What's the matter?" "Boss, it's you, your father, in the factory." Dai Zhanwang seemed to be hesitating about something, hesitant to talk. "Say." Dai Zhanwang gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, your father. He stole the recipe for fruit orange." "What?" Zhou Hao suddenly squeezed in his heart, and then a burst of anger came out. He suppressed his anger that was about to explode and asked in a deep voice, "Is it really him?" "The surveillance video shows him," Dai Zhengzhou whispered. After all, the offender was Zhou Hao's father. "Okay, I'll go over immediately." After that, Zhou Hao quickly put on his clothes and left home for Huayu village. Originally, for Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao really had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If Zhou Liren could really reform himself, Zhou Hao might not give him a chance to let him come back. And when Zhou Hao stayed in Huayu village, Zhou Liren did very well. He commuted to and from get off work on time every day, was devoted to his work, and often ran to Yan's house. And his relationship with Yan Mudong and others eased a lot. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao left Huayu village only a few days before such a thing happened. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered, and Zhou Hao no longer had the possibility to forgive Zhou Liren. And there is another layer. If Yin Tong is allowed to know about this, she might be sad and heartbroken, or even mentally broken, because she had just rekindled hope for Zhou Liren, and now Zhou Liren has actually extinguished her hope. This is how Yin Tong can bear it. So Zhou Hao's first reaction after learning about it from Dai Zhanwang was to let him keep the matter secret, especially not to let the Yin family know. 3 hours later, Zhou Hao drove to Huayu village. He did not let the Yin family know that he was coming, but drove directly into the factory of Tianhe and went straight to Dai Zhanwang's factory director's office. In the office, Zhou Hao saw Li Chufan and Song Buqian, as well as Dai Zhanwang. It's no wonder that Li Chufan and Song Buqian are the directors of the Technology Development Department, and the fruit orange was originally developed by the two of them, so they knew this was normal. Xiao Hao. Both Li Chufan and Song Buqian had an angry and depressed look on their faces. After all, the results of their hard research were stolen by others, but that person was Zhou Hao's father, so neither Li Chufan nor Song Buqian flew into a rage, but could not bear it. Zhou Hao said to Li Chufan and Song Buqian, "Uncle Li, Uncle Song, I'm really sorry, I couldn't think of this." It was his father who committed the crime, and Zhou Hao also had the responsibility to apologize to Li Chufan and the others. Li Chufan raised his hand. "Forget Xiao Hao. You don't have to blame yourself for this. After all, no one expected it." Zhou Hao nodded and said to Dai Zhanwang, "Let's talk about it. What happened to it?" "Boss, you can take a look at this surveillance video first." Dai Zhanwang turned a display screen to Zhou Hao. Tianhe has electronic eyes installed in factories and offices. Especially the research room of the Technology Development Department has a full range of electronic monitoring. This surveillance video was taken from different angles by the electronic eyes around the research room, and the picture was fairly clear. In the screen, there is no one in the research room. The staff has already left work, and there are 2 security guards guarding the door. When the time indicated in the upper right corner showed 3:15 in the morning, a figure appeared on the stairs, and it was Zhou Liren. I saw him walk straight to the research room and greeted the 2 security guards with a smile. But when he walked in front of the 2 security guards, he suddenly took out a bottle of pesticide-like spray and sprayed them on the faces of the 2 security guards one after another. After the 2 security guards were sprayed, they fell to the ground and passed out within a few seconds. And Zhou Liren took out the key to the research room from them, and then entered the research room unimpeded. In order to prevent the technicians in the research room from being monitored, Tianhe did not install electronic eyes in the research room. So what Zhou Liren did when he entered the research room, the surveillance video did not show it. And when he came out, his hands there was an extra briefcase on the top, leaving this floor swaggeringly, and disappeared in the surveillance video. Seeing his disappearing back, Zhou Hao had no expression on his face, but his eyes were clearly suppressed by anger. Li Chufan said at this time. The briefcase he took away contained the formula of fruit orange and our research data. He turned his head and asked Daizhan Wang, "Is there nothing wrong with the two security guards?" When Daizhan Wang heard Zhou Hao's words, he was very moved, because Zhou Hao didn't ask about the loss the first time, but first concerned about the safety of employees. He said, "They are fine. The ingredients of those sprays should be sleeping pills." Zhou Hao nodded, and then asked Li Chufan, "Uncle Li, are we only fruit orange stolen this time?" Li Chufan said, "Yes, fortunately, the formula data of iced black tea and green tea are in another place. Otherwise, we will lose a lot. This time we are only stolen from the formula of fruit orange and some related data." Song Buqian also said at this time. However, according to the current hot sales of our fruit orange, if Zhou Liren sells the formula and experimental data to Coca-Cola or other beverage companies, it will cause us a great blow. Because the Coca-Cola company wanted to acquire Tianhe before, but also for the fruit orange, if they get the formula and develop the same pulp beverage as fruit orange, they will immediately put Tianhe in the market. 2. The past. After all, in terms of reputation and management, Tianhe, which is still in the early stages of development, is much inferior to Coca-Cola. Although we have previously applied for patents for the formulation of fruit orange, both domestically and internationally, if a company really obtains the formula and develops a product, it will be difficult to win even if we sue them, because it is difficult to obtain evidence. Lawsuits regarding patent disputes have always been protracted, and Tianhe is now undergoing rapid development, and there is no time for such troubles. Zhou Hao thought for a moment and said to Daizhan Wang and the others, "Even if other companies get the formula, it doesn't matter. Anyway, our name has already started. As our flagship product, its mission is already very good. It's done. We're Tianhe. We can't rely on one product to grow old. Uncle Li and Uncle Song, you should step up research and development of our iced tea series and develop tea beverages as soon as possible. This is the trump card of our Tianhe. Also, Director Dai, you asked the people in the advertising department to make an advertisement for me. The theme is to encourage consumers to support national enterprises and support domestic products. In 2 years, it will be the 50th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. People use this to make use of it." Zhou Hao said. He did this to prevent Coca-Cola from actually getting the fruit orange formula. If both Tianhe and Coca-Cola produce pulp beverages, Zhou Hao can also use the sense of national honor to make consumers lean toward Tianhe and minimize the impact of Coca-Cola on him. However, it is not yet known which company Zhou Liren wanted to sell the formula to, or in other words, which company instructed Zhou Liren to steal the fruit orange formula. However, Zhou Hao believes that the answer will be revealed soon. Because the fruit orange produced by Tianhe has gained a firm foothold in the domestic beverage market. No matter whether that company wants to compete with Tianhe or what it does, it must act as soon as possible, and Zhou Hao will know by then who is it. He clenched his fists and sneered in his heart. "I want to see who it is. No matter who it is, I want him to regret this incident." Zhou Hao hated the people behind the scenes. If they were just to compete with Tianhe, it would be fine, but this time they made Zhou Liren betray Zhou Hao and Yin Tong again, especially to Yin Tong deeply. This is what Zhou Hao can't forgive the most. He has already decided that no matter who the opponent is, he must beat the opponent severely and let him be defeated. At the same time, he also said to Daizhan Wang, "This matter, except those who already know it, can't be known to anyone else, especially my uncles. If anyone dares to leak it out, he will be fired immediately and never hired." Before this happened, Zhou Liren often ran to Yan's house, but now they suddenly disappeared. Yin Mudong and the others would doubt it. And if Yin Tong and Zhou Liren are husband and wife, if the two suddenly lose contact, Yin Tong will soon find. Therefore, in order to keep this matter secret, Zhou Hao simply told Yin Tong and the others that he had given Zhou Liren 5 million and sent him to the northeast to do business, hoping that Zhou Liren could do something. Yin Tong was surprised when he heard the consequences, thinking that Zhou Hao had already forgiven Zhou Liren. Yin Tong believes that although Zhou Liren's age has passed the best period of entrepreneurship, with Zhou Hao's funding help, as long as he is willing to do it, he will definitely be able to do something. Wasn't she and Lu Shiping also ordinary women back then? With Zhou Hao's help, are they now the most famous female entrepreneurs in Xiangqing? And Zhou Hao also told her that Zhou Liren would not come back within 2 years after he left, and asked Yin Tong not to contact him, so as not to distract him. Yin Tong thought that Zhou Liren really started his business as Zhou Hao said, so even if he was worried about him, he endured it and promised Zhou Hao not to contact Zhou Liren within 2 years. At the same time, Zhou Hao borrowed a head to change the phone numbers of his home and Yin Tong to prevent Zhou Liren from calling back. Then his lie would be exposed immediately. As for the people who deceived Yin Tong and the Yin family here, Zhou Hao himself is not feeling well. Although he deceived Yin Tong like this out of goodwill, it is tantamount to giving Yin Tong a false hope. Once the lie is broken, Yin Tong will suffer even more damage. Zhou Hao contacted Li Shuihan after arranging work for Dai Zhanxiang and them. Li Shuihan, where are you now? Zhou Hao's voice was terrible, and Li Shuihan, who had always been cold, was also surprised. In Xiangqing, what's wrong? Okay, I'll go over immediately. After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao hurried back to Xiangqing. According to Li Shuihan's words, she was found in an ordinary residence in Xiangqing district. When Zhou Hao found Li Shuihan, he saw 2 other people there. One of them was the head of the First Army, Mr. Han Mei. The other man was a man in his 50s and 60s. The most prominent feature of his appearance was that his 2 eyebrows were very long, hanging down like willow branches, which looked a little funny. Zhou Hao had never seen this man, and expected that he should be a member of the First Army, so he nodded slightly as a greeting. Zhou Hao, why come to see us Shuihan so leisurely? You don't want to pursue her, the master said with a smile after meeting Zhou Hao. Li Shuihan frowned, and after looking at Zhou Hao, he said naturally, I don't like such a man. I don't have time to argue with you. Zhou Hao just answered Li Shuihan faintly. The Dang Jia and Li Shuihan also found that Zhou Hao's face was expressionless, without the sunny humor of the previous meeting. The head said with a serious face, Zhou Hao, is there something we need to help? Let's just say, we can capture the 2 tribes all through your help. Our First Army still owes you a favor. I saw Zhou Hao took out half of a yellowish photo and placed it on the table between Dang Jia and Li Shuihan. In that photo, there was a man with a bright smile, very young, but his costume was almost 20 years old. The previous style. This man is Zhou Liren when he was young. But this half of the photo was obviously torn off, and Zhou Liren still had a woman's hand on his waist, which meant that Zhou Liren was hugging a woman at the time. And that woman should be Zhou Hao's mother Yin Tong. Zhou Hao pointed to Zhou Liren, who was still in his 20s in the photo, and said to Li Shuihan and the master, I want to ask you to help me find this man. I don't know if he has left Guangdong now, but please be sure. Find him and give him to me. The big master glanced at Zhou Liren in the photo. Then without him speaking out, Zhou Hao knew what the master wanted to say, and he said coldly, I want to see people in life and corpses in death. The big master picked up the photo and put it in his bag and said to Zhou Hao, I understand. After we find this man, we will notify you as soon as possible. Thank you. Zhou Hao nodded. He knew that the First Army was not only the most mysterious and powerful force in China, but even the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world were very jealous. Therefore, the First Army had a very large network of connections, and its intelligence-gathering capabilities were terrifying. So Zhou Hao wanted to ask them for help and find Zhou Liren. At this moment, I heard Li Shuihan suddenly say, By the way, where was the girl who was with you last time? The girl she was talking about should be Gao Jingyi. Hearing this, Zhou Hao was stunned. It was not because he was surprised why Li Shuihan asked Gao Jingyi, but he suddenly remembered his agreement with Gao Jingyi. He is going to send Gao Jingyi a plane today. Because the incident of Zhou Liren suddenly happened, Zhou Hao's attention was completely attracted. In order to deal with the aftermath of Tianhe and to ask the First Army to help find Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao was busy for a long time. Unexpectedly took Gao Jingyi. I forgot about this. Looking at the bright sky outside the window, and then at the wall clock on the wall, Zhou Hao was surprised to find that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and Gao Jingyi's plane to the United States was about to take off at 10:30. Gao Jingyi flew to the United States by plane at Baiyun Airport in Guangzhou, and it usually takes 40 minutes to drive from Xiangqing to Baiyun Airport in Guangzhou. Zhou Hao immediately said to them, "I will leave if I have something to do. I will beg you for that matter." The master nodded. "Since you have something to be busy, then see you later. We will have a period later." So Zhou Hao left the house and drove to Guangzhou. As soon as he left the slightly congested highway in Xiangqing City and embarked on the national highway leading to Guangzhou, Zhou Hao stomped on the accelerator to increase the speed of this Mercedes-Benz to 200 kilometers per hour, regardless of the 100 kilometers on the national road. Speed limit card. At this speed, it should be possible to reach Baiyun Airport within 30 minutes. However, after 15 minutes, a traffic accident happened on the national highway more than 50 kilometers away from Guangzhou. The traffic accident was not serious. It was a minor collision between a passenger car and a small truck. No one was killed. The driver and passengers were only slightly injured. However, the traffic accident blocked the national highway, forming a train of cars that was 100 meters long. Seeing the crowded cars ahead, Zhou Hao couldn't help cursing. He didn't have much time to wait for the national highway to reopen. Looking at the electronic watch on the car, it was 10:30 in less than 15 minutes. If you delay, Zhou Hao will not be able to send Gao Jingyi. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, "It can only be this way." Then he turned the front of the car and parked it on the edge of the national road. He pushed the door and got out of the car. He jumped off the national road and walked into the nearby lychee forest. In the waiting hall of Baiyun Airport, Gao Jingyi sat in that seat, next to Gao Holu and Gao Jingyi's mother Yao Yuaning, and two suitcases in front. I saw Gao Jingyi sitting there with an anxious look on her face, and she couldn't help looking at the airport entrance over there. Yao Yuaning asked suspiciously, "Jingyi, who are you waiting for? Do you have friends to see you off?" "Yeah." Gao Jingyi gently jawed, but Gao Holu knew that Zhou Hao was the one waiting for his daughter. In fact, last night Gao Jingyi said she wanted to go out and take a look at Xiangqing. Gao Holu knew that she was going out with Zhou Hao. His wife was worried that it would be unsafe for Gao Jingyi to go out alone. Gao Holu also asked his wife to rest assured that Gao Jingyi would be fine with Zhou Hao. Although Yao Yuaning has a very close relationship with Gao Jingyi, because Gao Jingyi kept it too tight, Yao Yuaning didn't know that her daughter had a sweetheart. Gao Holu has been in officialdom for many years, and his skill in observing words and colors has long been perfect, so he can see Gao Jingyi's mind. Please note that passengers taking flight AF 5934, the flight is about to take off. Please board the flight in time. At this time, there was a pleasant tone from the airport broadcast. Yao Yuaning said to Gao Jingyi, "Jingyi, time is almost the same. Let's get on the plane. I think your friend should be too late." Gao Jingyi's expression became even more anxious, her eyes still fixed on the entrance of the airport. Gao Holu knew what was going on with her daughter, so she said to his wife, "Wait, it's been several years since my daughter has gone. Let her see her friends again." "But the plane is not waiting for people," Yao Yuaning said. Gao Holu was also very helpless. Indeed, the plane did not wait for people, and the entire flight could not be delayed just to wait for Gao Jingyi alone. Therefore, he couldn't help but complain about Zhou Hao not coming so late. Yao Yuaning and Gao Jingyi walked towards the boarding gate, but Gao Jingyi turned back while walking, her lips tightly pressed, her eyes blank. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the airport entrance, and there seemed to be a whirlwind behind it, blowing the paper at the airport counter all over the sky. Gao Jingyi exclaimed and slammed away Yao Yuaning's hand, and ran towards the figure, which was also walking quickly towards this side. This figure is naturally Zhou Hao. Using his physical speed faster than a bullet, he ran all the way from a place more than 50 kilometers away, and he really arrived in 10 minutes. Gao Jingyi rushed straight to Zhou Hao. Regardless of whether her parents were still watching over there, she threw herself into Zhou Hao's arms. The surrounding passengers all smiled kindly at the two, because they all saw that they were a pair of lovers who were reluctant to part. At the airport, this situation often happens. Gao Jingyi hugged him tightly and murmured in a crying voice, I thought you were not coming." Zhou Hao also hugged her tightly and said, "I'm sorry, because something happened and there was a car accident just now." "Car accident?" Gao Jingyi was shocked and looked at Zhou Hao nervously. "Then are you okay?" It wasn't me who had a car accident, but someone else had a car accident and blocked the road. I finally came here. Zhou Hao smiled at her, and then saw Gao Holu and a 30 or 40-year-old over there. The woman who thinks is Gao Jingyi's mother. He said softly to Gao Jingyi, "You are about to get on the plane soon." Fortunately, I arrived in time. Passengers taking AF 5934 to New York, USA, please note that the flight is about to take off. Please board the plane immediately. At this time, the female voice reminded again from the airport speaker. Zhou Hao patted Gao Jingyi on the back. "Jingyi, you are about to get on the plane." "Zhou Hao, I don't want you." Gao Jingyi finally shed tears and looked at Zhou Hao whirling. "I don't want you either." Seeing Gao Jingyi's tears, Zhou Hao felt very distressed. He gently wiped away the tear marks on her face with his thumb and said softly, "But you won't come back. We will see you again. I'm afraid that you will become more beautiful in time, and you won't be able to look down on me as a brat. You're not smelly." Gao Jingyi broke into a smile and then seriously said, "Zhou Hao, you have to wait for me to come back, okay?" Zhou Hao nodded. "Okay, I promise you." After staring at Zhou Hao deeply for a long time, Gao Jingyi turned and walked to the boarding gate. However, she almost turned her head one step at a time, and every time she looked back, Zhou Hao felt a heartbreak. Zhou Hao wanted to stop her and tell her not to go to the United States. He believed that if he did this, Gao Jingyi would definitely stay. But he finally resisted it, because it was related to Gao Jingyi's future, and Zhou Hao felt that he could not be so selfish. In the end, Gao Jingyi returned to Gao Holu and Yao Yuaning and said to them, "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving." After that, she pulled the 2 suitcases and walked to the boarding gate. Yao Yuaning had just seen Gao Jingyi and Zhou Hao hugging each other. She was shocked. She never expected that she, a daughter who had never been scornful to boys, would do the same. Seeing Gao Jingyi turn around and leave, she wanted to ask, but with a slight movement of her lips, she felt the husband next to her pull herself. Turning to look at Gao Holu, he shook his head slightly to himself, and then looked at Gao Jingyi's back slowly walking away. Yao Yuaning still didn't ask Gao Jingyi in the end, just watched her daughter leave in silence. After Gao Jingyi's back finally disappeared in the corridor of the boarding gate, Yao Yuaning turned around to look around Zhou Hao, and saw Zhou Hao, who had been over to say hello to her and Gao Holu, and then turned and left. After all, Zhou Hao didn't know how to face Gao Holu and his wife with such a wide-ranging affection with other people's daughters, so he had to resort to the escape technique. "Lao Gao, this is..." Yao Yuaning asked Gao Holu. Gao Holu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Oh, my daughter has grown up after all, and she knows she is in love. Do you know that boy too?" Yao Yuaning saw that her husband seemed to know about it, and she was a little dissatisfied with him hiding from herself. "That boy is Zhou Hao who rescued Jingyi before," Gao Holu said. Yao Yuaning was also surprised. "He is Zhou Hao? Then the Zhou Hao that you told me about making hundreds of millions from the Japanese is also him." "Yeah, this kid is not easy." The corners of Gao Holu's mouth curled up slightly. "If it were him, I would not object to it. But he and Jingyi are still young now. Although this kid is more cunning than an adult, but how could our home Jingyi be so easily taken away by him?" Fortunately, Jingyi went abroad to study this time, and it took 3 or 4 years to come back. It just made them think carefully about whether it was true. Like each other. After Gao Jingyi left, the students in class 1 and 5 of senior high still spent their school life as usual. It was originally that this world is not impossible without anyone. However, because Gao Jingyi is the monitor, now that she is gone, Li Ruolin has chosen another girl to serve as monitor, and the boys who admire Gao Jingyi are dismayed. Even Situ Jianying, who was at odds with Gao Jingyi, felt as if there was something missing without his opponents who were fighting. As for Gao Jingyi's best friend Luo Hui, she cried secretly several times, while Lu Shichao's comforting words made the relationship between the two of them greatly improved. Although Gao Jingyi went to the United States, it did not mean that he had broken contact with Zhou Hao. After arriving in the United States, Gao Jingyi immediately called Zhou Hao. Now she lives in a cousin's house, and Gao Holu helped her enroll in the preparatory school before, so she doesn't have to worry too much. When talking on the phone with Zhou Hao, Gao Jingyi's affection for Zhou Hao and his words also made Zhou Hao very worried and wanted to fly to New York to meet her. On the other hand, Polaris has made great progress in ordering broadcast satellites from Hughes. The Hughes company agreed to provide the Polaris with a newest TV broadcasting satellite for a price of $200 million. However, after some bargaining between Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei's brothers in Hughes, the TV broadcast satellite was finally priced at $150 million, or about 1.2 billion yuan. And Hughes is not responsible for the launch of this satellite. That is, Polaris needs to find another satellite launch company to launch this TV broadcast satellite into satellite orbit. However, Hughes said it could help Polaris introduce the company. After all, they have been doing satellite business for so many years, and the network in this area is still very wide. But when Zhao Rixin learned that Zhou Hao had purchased satellites from Hughes, he scolded him and asked him why he didn't buy them directly from China and why he didn't support domestic products. Of course, Zhou Hao didn't dare to talk back to Mr. Zhao, so he could only accept the blame. In fact, he also wants to buy domestically developed satellites, but the domestic satellite technology level is indeed a distance from Hughes. Even the Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, who helped Zhou Hao in charge of the Polaris, also agreed to purchase Hughes broadcasting satellites. After seeing that Zhou Hao's purchase of Hughes satellites was done, he decided to hand over the satellite launch. Doing it domestically would not allow Zhou Hao to object. However, Zhou Hao originally wanted the country to help him launch satellites, because although the domestic satellite technology is not as good as that of foreign countries, the technology for launching satellites is world-leading, and the price is much cheaper than those companies introduced by Hughes, probably tens of millions of RMB. Because a single broadcasting satellite can set up dozens of satellite channels, and with the rapid development of the domestic TV industry, many local TV stations will adopt a STAR plan to make TV stations become satellite TVs, covering a wider area. In addition to meeting his own needs for establishing satellite TV stations, Zhou Hao satellites can also lease other channels to these TV stations. It is estimated that the annual rent can bring tens of millions of income to Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao's Polaris is equivalent to squeezing the throat of these TV stations, and in the process of cooperating with them, they can also get countless benefit. With TV broadcasting satellites, Polaris officially started to establish the Star River TV station plan by Zhou Hao. According to Zhou Hao's original plan, Polaris plans to build the Star River TV station at its headquarters, which is Hengdian, Zhejiang. Because Zhou Hao owns 40% of the shares in Hengdian Film and Television City here, and it is very convenient to go to Hengdian Film and Television City to film the TV series of Star River TV. And long before it bought the satellite, Polaris was already building the office building and TV tower of Star River TV. The office building of Galaxy Satellite TV is actually the headquarters of North Star, a 26-story building, because when Zhou Hao founded North Star, he had already decided to establish Galaxy Satellite TV. The establishment of a TV station is very complicated and requires many approval procedures, because the domestic management of the media is still very strict, especially for private TV stations. If the previous Phoenix Satellite TV had good political power, it could not be broadcast in China. The Zhao family's energy is much stronger than the backing behind Phoenix Satellite TV, which also removed many obstacles for Zhou Hao's Star River TV and enabled it to be successfully established. Zhao Rixin knew that Star River TV and Asia Television were both TV stations under the Polaris, so he told Zhou Hao not to follow the example of Hong Kong media, or it would involve a major issue that endangers public safety. Can't keep Xinhua TV. Zhou Haolian said that he naturally knew that the domestic public opinion circle is different from Hong Kong. The scale is not as wide as that of Hong Kong. Many things that can be broadcast in Hong Kong cannot be broadcast in China. This scale must be mastered. Zhou Hao also specially explained Wang Zhongjuan, brother Wang Zhonglei. However, Zhou Hao still trusts them very much with their brother's abilities. To build the framework of a satellite TV station is a very complicated and huge project. However, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei are extremely rare talents in this aspect. The human network in the film and television industry is also very broad. With Zhou Hao's huge financial support, the formation of Galaxy Satellite TV is fairly smooth. At the same time, Wang Zhongjuan and the others also followed Zhou Hao's instructions and with the help of Han Shixiang, general manager of Hungyan Film and Television City, they found more than a dozen qualified and veteran production talents, including directors, photographers, editors, and makeup artists, and so on, and then recruited many young production talents from the Beijing Film Academy and the private sector, and established the production talent resources of Galaxy Satellite TV through the old and the young. Of course, as a large-scale TV station with decades of history and experience, Asia Television is now a TV station of Polaris Media Group together with Galaxy Satellite TV, so it has also provided a lot of help to the formation of Galaxy Satellite TV, such as adjusting a part of the film and television. The production talent passes. As for the talents such as actors and hosts, Zhou also gave Wang Zhongjuan a list of those who will be popular in the future but have not yet reached the peak of their careers, including Wang Han, Dong Qing, Sun Honglei, and Wang Sueki. Wait, I even dug up Chen Luyu, who is still the morning news anchor on Phoenix TV. Since Chen Luyu's brand program, Luyu You Have a Date, was only launched in 1998, Chen Luyu's greatest value has not yet been realized. Therefore, after Polaris had many negotiations with Phoenix TV finally transferred Chen Luyu to Galaxy TV for a price of 3 million yuan. However, Zhou also knows that everyone's success will always have his own fortune. If they change to another environment, they may not have the original success, but just an ordinary person. So Zhou changed the trajectory of their destiny by bringing those actors and hosts who have not yet become popular on the internet, and they may not get the original success. Therefore, Zhou also instructed Wang Zhonglei not to support them from the beginning, but to give them the opportunity to exercise, because jade is not polished and is not a weapon. Zhou believes that gold will shine everywhere. As long as they are given a chance, they will always succeed. And Zhou didn't put all his hopes on them, and asked Wang Zhonglei to find potential young artists to provide a steady stream of fresh blood for Galaxy Satellite TV. Since Galaxy Satellite TV's plan is being carried out at the same time as Polaris, the framework of Galaxy Satellite TV has been roughly built after Polaris has acquired the broadcasting satellite. And Wang Zhongjuan is also preparing for the shooting of the first TV series on Galaxy Satellite TV. This TV series is the Kangxi Dynasty, which was very popular with audiences in Zhou previous life and has an excellent reputation. When Zhou was in his previous life, his favorite domestic TV series was Kangxi Dynasty, especially the song Borrow from Heaven for 500 Years sung by Han Lei, which made Zhou excited at first. Moreover, Wang Zhonglei also invited Chen Daoming, the actor designated by Zhou, to appear in this epic TV series. According to the history of Zhou's previous life, Kangxi Dynasty was filmed in 2,000 years. Because this TV series is very large, it is not as short as The Witch's Condition that Zhou wrote specially for Li Rulan before. Zhou himself, he couldn't finish the script, so he dictated the plot himself, let the professional screenwriter of Polaris write the script, and finally finish the script. However, in the column of Kangxi Dynasty screenwriters, Zhou's Zijun pin name is written. Compared with 3 years later, Chen Daoming's acting skills are also very good now. Zhou believes that he can manage the role of Kangxi well. In addition to Kangxi Dynasty, those classic TV series produced by ATV, such as I Have a Date with Zombies and Across the World, Zhou will let Star River TV as its voice and then broadcast it, adding Star River TV repertoire resources. While preparing for Kangxi Dynasty, Galaxy Satellite TV also established a complete and excellent news production group. Regarding news and public opinion, the domestic management of private TV stations is much stricter than that of government TV stations. However, Zhou didn't mean to sing a drama with the government. So in the news, he still followed Zhao Rixin's suggestion and basically followed the domestic system. After all, domestic public opinion is not as free as Hong Kong. Compared with news, Zhou puts more emphasis on the production of Star River TV's humanities programs and talk shows. After Chen Liu was dug over, Galaxy Satellite TV had already begun preparations for a date with Liu. In addition, Zhou is also planning a lecture-style series that was popular in his previous life, which is 100 Schools of Forum. 100 Schools Forum was originally a column broadcast by CCTV in 2001. The selection of materials is very wide. involving Chinese traditional culture, literature, biology, medicine, economy, and other aspects. At the beginning, CCTV's 100 Schools of Forum did not perform well, and its ratings were even on the verge of being eliminated. Later, the directors gradually explored a set of mature operating mechanisms before they came back to life. At that time, Zhou Hao also liked to watch 100 Schools of Forum, especially the series Yizhongshenpin, Three Kingdoms. He had also seen critics' analysis of 100 Schools of Forum, so he doesn't need to go slowly like CCTV. Exploring, you can directly move out a set of mature operation mode. The key to the success of 100 Scholars Forum later was that it used narrative techniques to create suspense and controlled the main content and direction by setting and using suspense to attract the audience to the greatest extent. In addition to storytelling, another key is visual presentation, which visually and intuitively disseminates various knowledge to the audience through pictures, subtitles, and video materials. The last item is about starization. To be specific, it is a kind of star-making movement. With content that can be spoken, there is a need for an expressor. The editors and directors of 100 Forums put forward 3 criteria for the selection of speakers, that is, academic level, expressive ability, and personality charm. After intensive screening, the speakers are packaged and promoted according to the celebrity mechanism, so as to use its celebrity effect to establish aspiring psychology and program viewing awareness with the public. Among them, the most typical example of success in becoming a star due to 100 Schools Forum is Yi Zhongtian. As an interview brand program, Lu Yu, most of the interviews are celebrities. This requires that Galaxy TV, which produces the program, has a strong network and can please those celebrities. Celebrities are not so easy to accept invitations. In addition to the talents of Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, the key depends on whether Galaxy Satellite TV can have a stable ratings guarantee. That is to say, only when the name of Galaxy Satellite TV is fully launched can it attract those celebrities. Therefore, there is no need to rush to broadcast the program, a date between Liu and you. It needs to be broadcasted only after Galaxy TV becomes famous. And unlike those celebrities invited by Liu Your Covenant, those celebrities to be invited by Liu Your Covenant have the initiative and have the right to decide whether or not to accept the invitation, which means that they are the master. From 100 Forums is different. Most of its main speakers are selected from professors or lecturers in major universities. As the saying goes, businessmen have good reputations, and if they have the opportunity to become famous, the status of those professors and lecturers in their academic circles will be greatly improved. I believe no one will refuse this opportunity. Therefore, it is much easier to invite them to be the keynote speaker for 100 Schools Forum. Here, 100 Schools Forum. With the initiative, you have the right to choose whether or not to let them be the main speakers. That is to say, 100 Schools of Forum is the master and those literati are the followers. The role of hundreds of forums, in addition to being the same as Kangxi Dynasty, is to win Star River TV ratings, but also to gain reputation for Star River TV and establish an excellent corporate image. In general, the main task of Galaxy Satellite TV now is to set up an operational framework as soon as possible, enrich the talents, and then produce the 2 programs of Kangxi Dynasty and 100 Scholars Forum. As long as the ratings are increased, advertisers will find their own door, just like today's Asian TV. After winning the last copyright lawsuit against TVB, and adding to the success of Millionaire, many large companies in Hong Kong have placed advertising orders with ATV, and within a month they have given it to ATV. Brought more than 70 million Hong Kong dollars in advertising revenue. Zhou Hao is not a professional who runs a TV station or film and television industry, but he has huge funds and a lot of experience in previous lives. He only needs to formulate a general strategy. The specific things are Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei brothers, and many professional talents. Go finish it for him. After Zhou Hao proposed to Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei to produce Kangxi Dynasty and 100 Schools of Forum, the originally a little arrogant and unruly mind was completely overwhelmed, and they who had never met Zhou Hao knew about Zhou. When Hao was only a 17-year-old high school student, he also sighed from the bottom of his heart. So there are really talents in this world. Although Zhou Hao had huge funds and strong political resources, it was because of his geniuses that he was finally convinced by Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei. Time flies. While Galaxy Satellite TV is busy preparing, the time has come to mid-November, when South Korea was facing the Asian financial turmoil in history and the Korean won was greatly depreciated. This time, Zhou Hao did not go to Hong Kong to sit in Galaxy Investment Company in person. Instead, he came to the Galaxy Securities Company, Limited, that Zhao Yuqin originally opened in Xiangqing and has now become the Xiangqing branch of Galaxy Investment Company. In the past 2 days, Zhou Hao did not go to school, but stayed at Galaxy Securities and listened to the information sent back by Song Jiahao. As early as a few months ago, he had formulated the overall plan for the Japanese and South Korean stocks and foreign exchange markets. So this time Zhou Hao was just looking at it from the sidelines and left it to the financial group under him to operate it. It turned out that Jin Xiaoqiong, who helped Zhao Yuqin manage Galaxy Securities, had already gone to Zhao Yuqin to be her assistant some time ago and helped her run Zhou Hao's Tina Beverage Group together. And Galaxy Securities has now hired some professional securities talents to manage it. The current Galaxy Securities, in addition to being the Xiangqing branch of the Hong Kong Galaxy Investment Company, also invests in accordance with Zhou Hao's plan for the domestic stock market. Compared with the stock markets of other financially developed countries, the domestic stock market can bring too little benefit to Zhou Hao. Even the Hong Kong stock market that has returned has much deeper water than the domestic stock market. Shanghai, the total volume of securities transactions in Shenzhen is not as good as Hong Kong. Nevertheless, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Zhou Hao made an investment plan based on his summary and analysis of the domestic stock market in his previous life, allowing Galaxy Securities to invest in domestic stocks with potential. Compared with Zhou Hao's tens of billions of dollars in Hong Kong and Southeast Asian stock markets, Galaxy Securities only made less than 1 billion yuan in domestic stock markets this year. However, the money made by Galaxy Securities is insignificant compared with that of Galaxy Investment, but it is already a leader among many domestic securities companies. Its reputation is very large in the stock exchanges of Shanghai and Shenzhen, attracted many customers to invest. However, because Zhou Hao worried that the many retail investors attracted by Galaxy Securities, their funds would have a significant impact on the stock market, which would change the rise and fall of those stocks in Zhou Hao's memory. Therefore, nowadays Galaxy Securities is not open to every retail investor, but selectively helps some government officials to make stock investments, so as to achieve the purpose of wooing government officials and establishing a network of people. Of course, Galaxy Securities collects commissions from these officials in accordance with market management, and did not deliberately lower prices and bribe them in disguise. Those officials also made money by buying and selling stocks, and there was no violation of laws or disciplines, so Zhou Hao was not afraid that someone could catch him. At this time, Zhou Hao was sitting in the general manager's office of Galaxy Securities. In this office, there are several screens on the wall opposite Zhou Hao, showing the stock and foreign exchange trends of Hong Kong, South Korea, Thailand, Singapore, and Japan. The phone on Zhou Hao's desk was still on the phone with Song Jiahao in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao also pulled Yin Qingqing from Yintong's Tongwang Food Company to temporarily act as his secretary. Boss, the South Korean stock market has not seen a big drop, and the foreign exchange market has not fluctuated. Song Jiahao's voice came from the phone. In fact, Song Jiahao is also quite nervous. Not only has the Galaxy Investment Company invested more than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in the layout of Japan and South Korea, he and many employees in the company have invested their own money in it. Because Zhou Hao's success in the Southeast Asian stock market and foreign exchange market was as good as a godly help, they were full of confidence. But now South Korea has not seen the collapse of currency devaluation that Zhou Hao said before, so they are a little anxious. After all, it is their own money. Zhou Hao touched his chin and said with a confident expression, "Be patient. Don't I say that you are all elite traders? You don't even have this patience. How did you successfully operate stocks before?" "Boss, of course you said that with such a big family business. We are different. We are all small businesses, and we can't afford to lose." Listening to Song Jiahao's voice, Zhou Hao can imagine his suffering. Face expression. "You are still called Xiaojiaxiawai. The traders in the company now have the lowest salary of $1 million. In the United States, they are all rich and small. You dare to cry poor in front of me. Zhou Hao scolded with a smile. Indeed, Zhou Hao is very generous to his operating team, with a base salary plus dividends and a minimum annual salary of $1 million US. Two top traders like Song Jiahao and Willie Worth have millions of dollars. Song Jiahao over there was slander in his heart, compared to Zhou Hao's tens of billions of dollars in assets. Of course, their net worth is just a fraction of a fraction. While Zhou Hao was talking with Song Jiahao, Yan Qingming was also recording the data on the display for Zhou Hao. Hearing what Zhou Hao said, they couldn't help asking curiously, Xiao Hao, don't you need to buy stocks to make money if the stocks rise? Why do you expect the stock market to fall sharply? Although Yan Qingqing learned a lot from Yin Tong and Lu Shiping, including the knowledge of financial management. However, because Tongwang Catering Company did not involve financial investment, nor did it intend to raise funds for the listing, and even though Lu Shiping is a good hand in financial management, she does not understand financial matters very well, so Yan Qingming has neither studied nor no exposure to stocks. Seeing Yan Qingming sitting next to him in a professional suit, that beautiful appearance was very charming, and a whole scent of lingering fragrance came. Zhou Hao couldn't help thinking of how exciting he was in the office of Hong Kong Galaxy Investment Company with Su Lin and Hu Tianhu, who was still his secretary at that time, and Yin Qing was a different kind of beauty compared to Su Lin, so in Zhou Hao's heart was born. He inadvertently reached out and pressed the hang-up button of the phone. Song Jiahao over there found that the phone was suddenly hung up. At first he thought it was a signal failure and was about to call Zhou Hao back, but think about Zhou Hao's. Song Jiahao stopped at the sweet female voice, because he had guessed that Zhou Hao might not want to hear something that he shouldn't hear, so he hung up the phone. He is also a smart person, so he won't interrupt the good things of the boss. Thinking back to the crisp and sweet female voice just now, it must be no ordinary flowers and plants. Song Jiahao can't help but envy Zhou Hao's gorgeous blessing. Just like Su Lin, who has a lot of single male employees admiring in the company, Song Jiahao knew that she has a leg with Zhou Hao. At this moment, he even had a dark belly, wondering if he should tell Su Lin about it, but he was just thinking about it. If Zhou Hao were to blame, he couldn't bear it. And Zhou Hao here also said to Yin gently next to him, Cousin Qing, before my subordinates, don't call me Xiao Hao. This will damage my majesty. Yin lightly said, oh, and then clicked on Zhou Hao's nose and smiled. You are young. What do you mean by majesty? Isn't you a young man? Zhou Hao said dissatisfied. No matter how young I am, it is their boss. You call me one by one, so how can I raise my head in front of them in the future? Oh, I see. What should I call you in front of them from now on? Also called the boss. Yin asked gently, turning his head. Zhou Hao smiled. Just call me Mr. Zhou. Haha. After all, you are also my secretary now. After a pause, he leaned over Yin Qing. Cousin Qing, everyone says that the secretary is the intimate little quilted jacket of the leader. So do you want to be my little quilted jacket? Following his own words, his hand also touched Yin Qing's snow-white thigh that was exposed outside the skirt, and slowly stretched it toward the inside. And he felt the warm air in Yin Qing's skirt. Yin shivered gently, and immediately folded his legs and clamped Zhou Hao's hand, and said with red cheeks, Xiao Hao, no. This is not at home. It's just irritating when you are not at home. Zhou Hao leaned in front of Yin Qingqing and kissed her fragrant cheek. But Yin Qing pushed him away. After all, she was much shyer than Su Lin, and it was impossible to do anything with Zhou Hao in this office. And Zhou Hao knew her temperament, so he didn't force her, just touched a few hands on her soft and smooth thighs, fulfilling the desire of brotherhood. You haven't told me why you want those stocks to fall sharply. Yin Qingqing was afraid that Zhou Hao would continue to behave on himself, so he quickly changed the subject. Zhou Hao looked at Yin Qing, who was hiding far away, and he pulled her over and held her in his arms. At the same time, he explained, you have to wait for stocks to rise to make money. That's just common people's perception and the way to speculate stocks. Just like those retail investors, they often can only earn the difference in stock prices by buying low and selling high. What we are concerned about is the rise and fall of the entire stock market and the rise and fall of currencies in that region. People who buy high and sell high also make the difference, but our operation process is more complicated and riskier than them. Take the stock index futures we are buying in South Korea as an example. Let me give you an example. Zhou Hao said gently to Yen, "You regard the stock as a car. At the beginning, the car's price was 200,000, but I expected his price to fall, so I paid a deposit to the car dealer and then used the car on credit. After some time, the price of the car fell to 150,000, and then I used 150,000 yuan to buy another same car and return it to the dealership. In this way, did I make 50,000 yuan?" After listening to Zhou Hao's vivid explanation, Yen Qingming also understood initially and nodded and said, "So how do you know whether the stock is going up or down? I heard that there are many factors that affect the stock market. The risks are very high. Big." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Of course the risks are great, especially when we are trading futures. Although the rewards are very generous, the risks are much greater than ordinary people's stock speculation. Therefore, futures can make people rich overnight, can also make people go bankrupt overnight. As for why I know that South Korea's stock market will plummet, haha. In fact, with the current situation, many people can see that the scope of the financial turmoil will become larger and larger. South Korea as a part of Asia, it is normal to be affected. However, I know the exact date of the Korean stock market crash better than ordinary people, and this depends on the analysis and speculation of various data and information, which is very complicated, but there is also a bit of intuition. I intuitively know that the Korean stock market will plummet." He looked at the screen showing the trend of the Korean stock market on the opposite wall and said, "This time we are buying a lot of contracts for Korean stock index futures. As long as their stock market drops sharply, we will be able to make money. Money for people whose stock market will rise." Yin gently smiled and pinched Zhou Hao's nose. "You're not a girl. What's your intuition? Dare to say that to me? See how I can clean up you." Zhou Hao smiled and gently scratched Yan's armpits and waist, making Yin gently giggling, twisting and dodge on his leg, just in the process. It is very sweet and fragrant and close to Zhou Hao's body. "But, since you said that many people can see it, do they still think that the South Korean stock market will rise?" Yen Qing grabbed Zhou Hao's hand to prevent him from continuing to presume. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. "Cousin, you don't understand South Korea as a nation. How should I put it? They are arrogant and inferior. To put it better, it is the Korean national sense of honor and national self-confidence. They are very powerful. To put it harder, they are very self-righteous. Also because of their low self-esteem, they cannot afford to lose and cannot accept failure. Even if everyone knows that South Korea's stock market will fall, all the data show that South Korea's stock market will fall. They still won't admit this fact. No matter how you reason with them, they won't succeed. They just think that their country will win and that their country's stock market will rise." He squeezed Yan's chin and smiled very confidently. "So, I have never worried about whether anyone will buy a futures contract that will increase the Korean stock index. Just let them buy one. The lesson is good." Yin gently turned his head and got rid of Zhou Hao's hand and asked, "What about the foreign exchange market you were talking about? What's the matter?" "Foreign exchange market. That is, foreign exchange market," Zhou Hao explained. "Each country involves trade, investment, tourism, and other economic exchanges. There will always be currency balances and expenditures. The currency systems of various countries are different. This solves the problem of exchange between domestic currency and foreign currency. Among them, the market where domestic currency and foreign currency circulate and trade is the foreign exchange market." "Then why do you think South Korea's currency will depreciate?" Yin Qing asked. Zhou Hao explained with a smile. "In fact, it is the cause of the Asian financial turmoil, but the Asian financial turmoil is only an incentive, mainly because South Korea's economy is inherently problematic. In fact, the reason why South Korea's economy, the rapid development over the years, is due to the backing of the United States. However, now the United States economy is also having problems, and naturally there is no time to pay attention to South Korea. Even this financial turmoil was originally the United States indulging Soros and Julian. It came out. In order to maintain high-speed economic growth, South Korea will borrow foreign debt to maintain economic growth when its own conditions gradually become insufficient. However, due to the high economic growth of overdraft and the expansion of non-performing assets, South Korea has they don't have the ability to repay their debts. Their country's foreign debt structure is unreasonable. Once the outflow of foreign capital exceeds the inflow of foreign capital, and the country's foreign exchange reserves are not enough to make up for its shortfall, then their currency depreciation will be inevitable. Zhou Hao said, because it is too easy for large companies in South Korea to obtain funds from banks. Once the company is in poor condition and cannot repay the bank's loans, the bank's non-performing assets will inflate, which is the so-called bad debts, which also deepens South Korea's the currency devaluation is dangerous. Yin Qingjing was a little fascinated when she heard it. Before, she learned about financial management. On the one hand, she read and taught herself, but the most important thing was that Liu Shiping taught her hand in hand and let her learn through practice, and she still for the first time. It involves knowledge of the stock market and foreign exchange. In the past, Zhou Hao always laughed and joked in front of her. He was alive to her. He had never told her such profound knowledge. Seeing Zhou Hao's serious and confident expression, Yanqing didn't realize he was attracted to him, and said sincerely, "Xiao Hao, you know so much. Otherwise, you think that so much money came from the strong wind. It is all my hard work and relying on my own efforts to earn it back." Zhou Hao cocked his mouth and said, I know that my Xiao Hao is a talented person." Yanqing gently kissed the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth, coaxing him like he did when he was a child. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and touched Yanqing's crisp chest again, and then continued, "After knowing that the won will depreciate drastically, I asked someone to borrow a large amount of won from a Korean bank a few months ago. Yes, these are done through many leather bag companies. Otherwise, it will arouse the suspicion of Korean banks. After borrowing the Korean won, we sold it in the foreign exchange market and converted it into US dollars. When South Korea was affected by the financial turmoil, the stock market fell sharply. When South Korea's treasury stock of US dollars was insufficient to support its exchange demand due to the need to repay foreign debts, the entire exchange rate system would collapse, and the original exchange rate would no longer be able to fall. Depreciation. At that time, we will convert the US dollar into the required number of Korean won at the new exchange rate to repay the loan. The remaining price difference is the money we made," Zhou Hao said with a smile. In fact, his hand is the original method used by international speculators such as George Soros and Julian Robertson to attack the Thai baht. According to the history of previous lives, Zhou Hao knew that the exchange rate between the Korean won and the US dollar would eventually fall to an unprecedented 737.60:1, which was almost doubled. Therefore, Zhou Hao used the above technique to snipe the Korean won this time, and the profit he could obtain was also very generous, which could be called a huge profit. He also heard Zhou Hao say, "South Korea is Japan." Speaking of Japan, it was still dragged down by South Korea. Many Japanese invested a lot of money in South Korea. When South Korea collapsed, they lost their money. The bankruptcy of companies has dragged Japan into the vortex of this financial turmoil. However, the economic crisis in Japan lasted for a relatively long time, so the income was relatively slow. "Xiao Hao, how much money can you make after this time?" Yanqing asked curiously. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, "After this investment plan for South Korea, the funds that I can mobilize at any time will officially exceed the tens of billions of dollars." Yanqing Chun said in confusion, $10 billion? Then how much is that? She has no idea even if it is 100 million yuan, let alone 10 billion US dollars. Just listen to Zhou Hao smiling and saying, "The total economic output value of our Xiangqing city this year is about 10 billion yuan. And the money I have is probably equivalent to the money that the residents of Chuanxiang City can earn in 8 years. Of course, Zhou Hao knew that his statement was not very appropriate. Because Xiangqing's economy is constantly developing, especially after entering the 2000 years, its development speed can be described as amazing. He still remembers that in 2004, Xiangqing's GDP reached 100 billion renminbi, which was 10 times higher than that in 1997. However, Yanqing was stunned by Zhou Hao's words. Xiangqing's population was more than 500,000, and Zhou Hao's current money was equivalent to what these 500,000 people had earned for 8 years of work. Most people as old as Zhou Hao are still in school. They rely on their parents for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. They have never made a dollar by their own efforts. Zhou Hao, also a 17-year-old boy, has mastered it. With a wealth of tens of billions of dollars, this is simply unbelievable. Moreover, these are only the circulating funds in Zhou Hao's hands, without counting Polaris and Tianhe. You must know that nowadays, Polaris has 2 TV stations, Galaxy Satellite TV and Asia Television, and there is one worth more than 1 billion RMB's broadcasting satellite. And Tianhe has now faintly become the leader of domestic private beverage companies, and its development momentum is also very strong. The combined value of these two groups is probably tens of billions of yuan. Looking at Zhou Hao's handsome face, Yanqing really couldn't imagine that Zhou Hao, who was still her own little tale when she was a child and loved to act like a baby to herself, has now achieved such an achievement. After speaking with Yan Qingqing, Zhou Hao dialed Song Jiahao again. He knew that Song Jiahao should know what he was going to do, so he didn't call to disturb him. After the call was made, Song Jiahao was heard excitedly shouting, "Boss, it's down. It's down. The Korean stock market has fallen." As Zhou Hao had predicted before, the South Korean stock market plummeted in mid-November, even with a penetrating decline. However, Zhou Hao was right. South Korean investors have always had blind confidence in their own country, and they did not let go of their stocks even when the stock market plummeted. And those holding stock index futures contracts also did not close their positions, which allowed Zhou Hao, who was short sellers, to continuously out the money in their hands. At the same time as the stock market fell sharply, South Korea's foreign exchange market finally triggered all hidden dangers under the inducement of this financial turmoil because of its unreasonable economic structure. On November 17th, the South Korean won against the US dollar fell to a record high of 1,008 to 1, and the South Korean government had to seek assistance from the International Monetary Fund, which was regarded as temporarily controlling the crisis. Many people think that South Korea's currency crisis is under control, or at least it will not worsen. South Korean investors are also convinced that the country will regain its strength without losing its reputation as the top 4 dragons in Asia. But under the expectation of everyone, on December 13th, the Korean won completely collapsed, and the exchange rate against the US dollar plummeted to 1,737.60 to 1, which was in line with Zhou Hao's memory of history. When the exchange rate of the Korean won fell to the lowest point in history, Zhou Hao returned all the Korean won that he had lent from the Bank of Korea. Of course, the Korean won has fallen in value by half compared to when Zhou Hao first borrowed. At that time, Zhou Hao's loan from the Bank of Korea was about 8 billion Hong Kong dollars or 1 billion US dollars, which is more than 800 billion won in Korean won. Today, the Korean won has depreciated by half, and the original value of more than 800 billion won of 1 billion US dollars is now only worth 500 million US dollars, which means that Zhou Hao only needs to repay 500 million US dollars. In this action against South Korea, Zhou Hao made nearly 1 billion US dollars in the foreign exchange market alone, and Zhou Hao also made 1 billion US dollars in profit on the Korean stock market. At the beginning, Zhou Hao invested more than 12 billion Hong Kong dollars in South Korea, and now he has gained nearly 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. If it goes public, it will definitely cause shock to the entire financial world. However, Zhou Hao knew that after the Asian financial turmoil, although George Soros became more famous, he also found the hatred of almost the entire Asia. Some Thai warlords even dispatched secret troops to assassinate him. Many mafia who suffered heavy losses in this financial turmoil also dispatched killers. Had it not been for the protection of the United States, George Soros would have died long ago. Although Zhou Hao despises South Korea in his heart, rabbits will bite people when they are pressed. If they let Koreans know that they played a role in fueling their economic crisis, I really can't say what they will do. Come. The office on the first floor of the Hong Kong Landmark is the temporary headquarters of the Galaxy Investment Company. Including the owners of Landmark, no one would have thought that in this office, such a Galaxy Investment Company would have created more than 10 billion US dollars in profits within a year. Previously, because the Star River Investment Company did not serve externally or solicit investment clients, the staff inside were busy operating computers every day. The property management office of the Landmark saw such an investment company but did not engage in investment business. They thought it was a money-laundering criminal group, and even the police reported it. Later, Zheng Yingpei helped Xinhua to clarify and did not make the matter public. So I know that so far, ordinary citizens of Hong Kong and people in the financial industry do not know that there is an investment company that is well known all over the world. At this time, in the office of the Galaxy Investment Company, Song Jiahao, Willie Worth, and many other employees were celebrating, with a strong champagne smell in the air and some colored paper for celebration. Come on, for the success of this Korea Raiders, let's toast. Song Jiahao raised the champagne in his hand high. Cheers. Willie Worth and many employees also raised their glasses. Song Jiahao smiled to everyone. The boss said, the success of this operation depends on everyone's joint efforts, so he decided to use $30 million in the proceeds of this operation as a bonus for our work. Yay! Upon hearing this news, all the employees present screamed in excitement, both men and women. Because there are a total of 60 employees in the company, if they are evenly distributed, each person can get almost $500,000 in bonuses. Not only that, they also invested their money in South Korea following the company's pace before, and now they have earned 2 or 3 times the profit after the palace closed. Although they are just ordinary employees in the Galaxy Investment Company, their net worth is now greater than that of the executives of those large companies in Hong Kong, especially Song Jiahao and Willie Worth. The net worth of the two has now tasted tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, they are now determined to follow Xinhua and Zhou Hao. Where is the boss? Is he still in mainland China? A British female employee asked in her not very proficient Chinese. Zhou Hao's operation team includes many financial elites of different nationalities, and because Zhou Hao has shown so much talent over the past year, his predictions on the stock market are extremely accurate. They don't know or believe in the fact of rebirth, so they think that Zhou Hao used sophisticated analysis to predict the direction of the stock market. They are elites in this area. They naturally know how complicated and difficult it is to predict the direction of the stock market, but it requires a lot of information and data to be calculated after repeated deliberation. And Zhou Hao is only a teenager under 20 years old. Such a teenager has completed such a large amount of analysis work. In addition to genius, his efforts are also admirable. Therefore, no one in the company underestimated Zhou Hao because of his age. On the contrary, he was full of admiration for him. They all wondered what kind of culture can cultivate such a genius. Therefore, their worship of Zhou Hao also triggered their curiosity and worship of Chinese culture. Later, many people began to learn Chinese and Chinese culture. Song Jiahao smiled to the female staff member. Yes, the boss still has things to do in the country, so he won't come. But in order to reward everyone, he has asked me to book a room in the clubhouse of the Peninsula Hotel. Enjoy. All consumption will be reimbursed by the company. Everyone burst into cheers when they heard the words, and an American male employee said, "Speaking of which, the boss is really the most powerful financial genius I have ever seen. I used to be at George Soros's Quantum. I have worked for the fund, but even the scheming George has never been able to predict the stock market so accurately as his boss. You know, in order to gather British pounds, George had all the analysts in the company work day and night. It took more than a month to basically figure out the financial situation in the UK. That is the top analyst that George has recruited heavily from all over the world. However, it is incredible that the boss can do it alone. Yes, the boss is better than any speculator I have ever seen." Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Willie Worth took a sip from his wine glass. Even Zhu, who is called the tiger of the financial world. Lean Robertson, I'm afraid it can't be compared. Willie Worth is a German man in his 30s, and although he has pure German descent, his nationality is American. Willie Worth was found through a foreign headhunting company when Zhao Yuqin set up the Star River Investment Company for Zhou Hao. According to the introduction of a well-known international headhunting company, Willie Worth is a rising star on Wall Street in New York. And Willie Worth's ability in finance is as the headhunting company said. He and Song Jiahao are the two best traders in Galaxy. But unlike Song Jiahao, Willie Worth is still single now, and he is very handsome, so he is the most popular Diamond King in the company besides Zhou Hao. By the way, have you read the local news in South Korea? Suddenly, a French female employee said, Many people who lost their fortunes in the stock market have committed suicide, including some executives of large companies. Although we did not cause this the main cause of this financial turmoil, but it also played a role in fueling the flames. I always feel a little uneasy. But Williworth sneered and said lightly, I advise you to put away your useless compassion. In terms of financial operations, there is no morality or no morality. This is just a kind of operation. The financial market does not belong to the category of morality. Morality does not exist here, because the financial market has its own rules of the game. He looked at many employees in the company. We are participants in the financial market. We will play this game according to the established rules. We will not violate these rules, so we don't need to feel guilty or be responsible. From this, in terms of the next financial turmoil, even if we do nothing, it will still happen. If Zhou Hao were there, he would definitely be surprised, because Williworth's words are exactly the same as what George Soros said to the media in his previous life after the Asian financial crisis. I heard Williworth say, moreover, as the boss said, if those Koreans are not because of their ridiculous so-called national self-confidence, if they are not clinging to the stocks in their hands, how can they end up like this? Using the words of the boss, that is, those Korean sticks are not worthy of pity at all. While Song Jiahao, Williworth, and others played the crown to celebrate, Zhou Hao was also excitedly talking on the phone with Zhao Yuqin in the general manager's office of Galaxy Securities. Sister, have you decided where to travel? Zhou Hao asked with a smile as soon as he dialed Zhao Yuqin's phone. Zhao Yuqin was stunned, and then remembered that Zhou Hao had told her before that after he made $10 billion, he would go on a trip with her. Now hearing Zhou Hao's question, Zhao Yuqin knew it, and couldn't help banging twice in his heart. She bit her lip and asked Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao, have you made $10 billion? Yeah, Zhou Hao said excitedly, and I'm afraid you say I'm shameless. I haven't counted the fixed assets and shares of Tianhe and Polaris. Now it's just funds that I can transfer at any time. $10.9 billion. Ha 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 ha, sister, I finally did it. Since Zhao Yuqin was the daughter of Elder Zhao, her identity was too special, and she was 7 or 8 years older than Zhou Hao. Faced with these obstacles, Zhou Hao knew that as an ordinary person, it would be difficult for him to return the beauty of Zhao Yuqin. But he had no intentions of official career, and politics would not work, so he increased his strength through business. Moreover, he sold precious prescriptions to the Guangzhou military region and the Nanjing military region, represented by Zhao Dingzhou and Zhu Yongquan, in order to draw closer his relationship with the military. Until later, Father Zhao accepted Zhou Hao as his godson, which brought Zhou Hao and the Zhao family closer. Although he was close to the Zhao family, Zhou Hao also knew that if he did not have enough strength, it would be difficult for Mr. Zhao to hand over his beloved daughter to him by relying solely on favor. With the status of the Zhao family, those wealthy domestic businessmen with assets of more than tens of billions of yuan may not look down on it. So Zhou Hao set himself a goal, $10 billion. In China, the concept of official status is very important, and even so, the strength represented by money is also very important. When a person's wealth increases to a certain extent, the power that comes with it will also increase. This is the so-called privileged, and this power based on money is particularly prominent in the United States. Of course, if you really commit an offense or cause dissatisfaction from the upper echelons, then no matter how rich you are, it won't work in China. However, dealing with a person with a net worth of tens of billions is ultimately more difficult than dealing with an ordinary person. From this, Zhou Hao made the promise that he would never eat Zhao Yuqin before earning less than $10 billion. In fact, even if Zhou Hao didn't make so much money, Zhao Yuqin was very willing to give him his innocent body. After all, Zhao Yuqin liked Zhou Hao's people, not his money. But since Zhou Hao made the promise of tens of billions of dollars, Zhao Yuqin was also happy to let him work hard. After all, no one wants the man he likes to be mediocre. Seeing Zhao Yuqin not speaking, Zhou Hao smiled and urged, Sister, just tell me, where do you want to go to so many countries in the world? No matter where you go, Xiao Hao will always be by your side. Or, you decide, wherever you go, sister will go wherever you go. Zhao Yuqin said shyly, with a sense of marrying chickens and dogs. Although he didn't meet, Zhou Hao could fully imagine Zhao Yuqin's charming attitude. He said, well, Let's go to Venice, okay? I heard that the scenery there is beautiful. Zhao Yuqin's soft, voice came from the phone. And just as Zhou Hao was about to discuss with Zhao Yuqin when to leave, the phone on the desk rang untimely. Zhou Hao frowned immediately, wondering who was so annoying to call when he was chatting with Zhao Yuqin. I want to unplug the fixed telephone line, but I am worried that I have something important to tell myself. In desperation, Zhou Hao had no choice but to say to Zhao Yuqin on the phone, "Sister, wait a moment, I will answer the call first." Then he put down the mobile phone and picked up the receiver of the fixed phone. The ninja said with dissatisfaction, "Hello, this is Zhou Hao. Boss, something has happened." It was Dai Zhengzhou again, and it was exactly the same as the opening remarks Zhou Liren said last time when he stole the fruit orange formula. What happened again? Zhou Hao sighed. Dai Zhanwang said anxiously, "Boss, is there something wrong with you? Hurry up and watch the TV." TV. Zhou Hao picked up the remote control and turned on the TV in the office. At first glance, it is a TV commercial selling a fruit drink. Advertising content: a female high school student wanted to buy a bottle of drink for her favorite boy when he finished a basketball game. When she came to the school canteen, she saw the fruit orange in the transparent refrigerator at a glance. "I want to buy fruit orange, but the price of fruit orange is 3 yuan and 50 cents, and she only has 3 yuan. The owner of the commissary saw that the girl was embarrassed, so he took out another fruit orange juice from the refrigerator, named fresh orange juice. Then the boss smiled brilliantly at the girl. "Buy this. It only costs 3 yuan, which is cheaper than fruit orange." The final ad slogan is, "More pulp, lower price." After watching this advertisement, Zhou Hao's face changed suddenly, not only because Fresh Orange Duo, a well-known fruit drink in his previous life, shocked him, but also because this advertisement was also very direct besides promoting Fresh Orange Duo. The price of fresh orange is lower than fruit orange. This Fresh Orange's advertisement is like a war book against fruit oranges. Moreover, although this Fresh Orange Duo has the same name as the drink produced by the Uni-President Group in Zhou Hao's previous life, it is the same fleshy orange juice as fruit orange. So the matter is very clear. The fruit orange formula that Zhou Liren stolen from Tianhe before was sold to this group that produces fresh oranges. Therefore, Zhou Hao paid close attention to the companies that produce more fresh oranges, as described in the advertisement. Humph! Zhou Hao snorted fiercely, because it was not the unified group in his previous life who introduced the fresh orange, but the Fengshan Group. Fengshan Group, Zhou Hao had known from Zhao Yuqin a long time ago. This group was run by Liang Fengshan. From this point of view, Fengshan Group should have instructed Zhou Liren to steal the fruit orange formula. Even if Zhou Liren took the initiative to approach them instead of instructing them, Zhou Hao could not forgive him. Looking at the much fresh orange commercial on TV, Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Liang Fengshan. Boss, there are more fresh oranges. We bought some back. The taste and texture are very similar to our fruit oranges," Dai Zhanwang said on the phone. "Moreover, their prices are lower than ours. 50 cents. Zhou Hao took a deep breath and had to say that the Fengshan Group's advertisement was very good. Like the fruit orange advertisement made by Tianhe before, the fresh orange advertisement of Fengshan Group has been broadcast on TV stations across the country, covering a very wide range. Although there are no celebrities in the entire advertisement of Fresh Orange Duo, both the male and female high school students and the owner of the commissary are all unknown little people. However, this coincides with their theme, which is low prices. Because big celebrities often represent big prices, and this advertisement without any celebrities takes the low-cost route that is close to the people. Although the fruit orange is promoted by the two kings of Guo Fuqing and Andy Lau, it has been sought after by many star fans. Although the price of Fresh Orange Duo is only 50 cents lower than fruit orange, many people are still willing to choose the cheaper Fresh Orange Duo when the taste is similar. Damn it! Zhou Hao patted on the desk. Under his power, a crack suddenly appeared on the desk. What Zhou Hao hates most is not that Fengshan Group competes with its own Tianhe in the domestic beverage market, but that they let Zhou Liren steal the fruit orange formula. Even if someone else stole the fruit orange formula, Zhou Hao would not be so angry. But Zhou Liren, not only let the last glimmer of hope in his heart for his father dashed, but also made Yin Tong suffer a huge amount in the future. Hurt. Boss, look, do we need to lower the enhancement a bit? Daijian Wang didn't know how angry Zhou Hao was, or he made his own suggestions pertinently, because they have also investigated Fengshan Group before and know that its strength is stronger than that of Tianhe, and Daijian Wang knows very well that once the fresh orange is launched, it doesn't matter what the fruit orange is, who the formula belongs to, but it is bound to take a big chunk of the beverage market developed by the fruit orange. No, Zhou Hao flatly refused. I won't fight a price war with anyone. This way of losing both ends is not suitable for me. He knows the many drawbacks of the price war, which will not only reduce the income of Tianhe, but also make outside consumers mistakenly believe that there is something wrong with Tianhe, which causes the corporate strength of Tianhe to be questioned. Fresh oranges and more use low prices as a gimmick from the beginning. But if the price of fruit oranges is lowered, according to the Chinese people's general mentality of buy a lot of oranges, not buy them, they will only be more inclined to fresh oranges. At this time, Zhao Yuqin's voice came from Zhou Hao's mobile phone. Xiao Hao, our Tianhe headquarters has received a letter from a lawyer and a subpoena from the court saying that we have violated the assets of Fengshan Group. Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Group is headquartered in the mineral water production base in Jingyu County, and the plant in Huayu Village that specializes in the production of fruit orange and other juice beverages is only a branch of the Tianhe Beverage Group. Therefore, some official documents of the nature of official letters are all sent to the headquarters in Jingyu County. When Zhao Yuqin said that he received the letter from the lawyers of Fengshan Group, he asked doubtfully, "Encroach on their assets? When did we encroach on their assets?" Zhao Yuqin said, according to the lawyer's letter, they said that the formula of fruit orange originally belonged to Yangzhou Juice Factory, but now Yangzhou Juice Factory has been acquired by Fengshan Group, so the formula of fruit orange is also Fengshan Mountain Group. Moreover, Fengshan Group sued not only our Tianhe, but also Li Chufan and Song Buqian, the original developers of the fruit orange formula, saying that they had taken the fruit from the Yangzhou Juice Factory without authorization. Orange's formula. After listening to Zhao Yuqin's words, Zhou Hao didn't get angry but laughed. This Liang Fengshan has done a great job. This is clearly a thief calling for a thief. Zhao Yuqin knows Zhou Hao's temperament very well, so he knows that he is actually very angry now, so he comforted him. In fact, we don't need to be afraid of them. Good. They never thought of really winning this lawsuit. Zhou Hao said, Liang Fengshan did this to defile our Tianhe name and promote his Fengshan Group by the way. As for this lawsuit, he doesn't care if he wins or loses. Originally, it was difficult for him to succeed, but now he has the formula of fruit orange and developed it into fresh orange, which will make the general public confused. True or false? Thus questioning our image of Tianhe. Zhao Yuqin was stunned, and then said strangely, but, with Liang Fengshan, he shouldn't be able to come up with such a vicious plan. Could it be that someone has helped me? Although Liang Fengshan has no talents himself, he has a father who is a governor who is both powerful and rich. Under the so-called reward, there must be a brave man. As long as he does it, I believe many capable people are willing to serve him. Zhou Hao said, just like those large family businesses that have passed on for several generations at home and abroad, in order to avoid ruining family property due to the incompetence of offspring, many of these large family businesses have used the model of professional managers to manage the business. Using talented managers or the entire management group helps their family manage their wealth. In this case, the family members only need to enjoy wealth and wealth. Now Liang Fengshan is the same. As long as he has money, he is not afraid of not being able to find talents who can manage Fengshan Group for himself. Zhou Hao asked Zhao Yuqin, by the way, my sister, which court issued that court summons? It is the People's Court of Yangzhou City. They have officially accepted this case. Zhao Yuqin replied, Xiao Hao, shall we fight this lawsuit? Of course we have to fight. Zhou Hao said, this is related to the corporate image of Tianhe. It won't work if you don't fight. Moreover, Uncle Li and Uncle Song have also been affected. We can't stand by. However, this time we have fallen into passiveness. Whether we win or lose, the Fengshan Group's name will be spread across the country, which is equivalent to helping Fengshan Group achieve their goals. What we can do now is try our best to protect the reputation of Tianhe, Zhao Yuqin said. The subpoena was issued by the People's Court of Yangzhou City, so we have to go to Yangzhou City to go to court. Xiao, how shall we go? We don't need to go there in person, just send representatives and lawyers, Zhou Hao said. However, even if we have formal patent documents, this lawsuit will not end so easily. Liang Fengshan should know that we have long been involved. Fruit Orange has applied for a patent. If he is not sure, he would not use a rock like this to hit himself in the foot. After that, he called Li Shuihan again, and she and the head of the First Army had left Xiangqing. Of course, their First Army wanted to be mysterious and would not tell Zhou Hao their whereabouts. So Zhou Hao didn't know where they were now and did not deliberately ask. Is there any news about the man I asked you to find last time? Zhou Hao asked straightforwardly. I haven't found it yet. Li Shuihan's words were very brief and his tone was very blunt. But Zhou Hao didn't mean to talk back to her, so he said, he may be in Yangzhou now. You can look for it over there. I see, Li Shuihan replied, and then hung up. Zhou Hao shook his head secretly, feeling helpless for Li Shuihan's indifferent attitude. However, since the masters have promised to help themselves find Zhou Liren, they will not regret it. As for Zhou Liren's whereabouts, Zhou Hao thought to himself that since he sold the Fruit Orange formula to Fengshan Group, he might be in Yangzhou. In the general manager's office of the headquarters of Yangzhou Fengshan Group, Liang Fengshan was biting a cigar, and wisps of smoke spewed from his mouth. Standing opposite him was Shangguan Zongzi, the deputy general manager of Fengshan Group. What's the matter with your advertisement? Liang Fengshan looked at Shangguan Zongzi. Isn't our group without money? Didn't I tell you before? I want to ask a big star to speak for our Xianqing duo. The best thing is to dig over both Aaron Kwok and Andy Lau. But look at it for yourself, let alone a big star like Andy Lau in the entire advertisement. But there are no people with a bit of celebrity. You are taking my words as your ears, right? Shangguan Zongzi said. Young Master Liang, Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok signed an agreement with Tianhe and cannot endorse other beverage products within 3 years. As for the fact that we did not invite celebrities to shoot commercials, it was to highlight the price of our fresh orange, a lower and more affordable theme than Fruit Orange. In fact, this advertisement was thought of by Shangguan Zongzi. He also advocated directly highlighting the theme that more fresh oranges is cheaper than fruit oranges, and officially pushed more fresh oranges to the opposite of fruit oranges. He presented a document to Liang Fengshan and explained, Young Master Liang, this is the statistics of our sales of fresh oranges in the past few days. After the advertisement was broadcast, our fresh oranges were just nearly half of the stock has been sold. Moreover, the fruit juice beverage market that was originally occupied by Fruit Orange has also been robbed of 20% by our fresh orange. Waiting for Tianhe to fight our lawsuit. Then we will deliberately publicize, after the name of our Fengshan Group starts. I believe we will be able to occupy more market share. Looking at the statistics, Liang Fengshan's expression eased a little. Although he has no business talents, he also knows that selling nearly half of his inventory within a few days is a good result. He raised his eyes and looked at Shangguan Zongzi and slowly said, If it's not for the good sales, I will send you back to prison if you don't listen to my instructions. After a while, he said again, Now we are playing the gimmick of low prices and affordable prices. Will Zhou Hao and others also cut prices and fight with us? If they really have the ability and vision, they won't fight a price war with us. It will not do them any good. Shangguan Zongzi said without humility. Even if they follow the price reduction, I don't agree with them. Because the production cost of Fresh Orange Duo and Fruit Orange are about the same. Each bottle is about $2 to $5. Now we deliberately lower the price in order to seize their market. But overall, every bottle they sell makes 50 cents more than us. If we lower the price, the profit will be minimal, which is not good for the company. Liang Fengshan sneered. If Zhou Hao dared to fight a price war with me, I would be happy to accompany him. Shangguan Zongzi frowned slightly, and then said, Young Master Liang, since our sales of fresh orange are good, are we going to pay back part of the bank loan first? Why? Liang Fengshan glanced at Shangguan Zongzi. Because our sales are good, we have to expand production and completely grab Zhou Hao's market back. Repay the loan. Let's put it aside. I plan to borrow a few more $1 billion to expand production. But Mr. Liang, Our company has already owed more than 3 billion yuan to China Construction Bank and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Shangguan Zhongzi said, "These loans, if we can pay off these loans within 2 years, it will be great. If you borrow, the company will fall into a situation of insolvency." But seeing Liang Fengshan waved his hand, "Is there anything to worry about? Do you think that China Construction Bank and the Commercial Bank will come to us to collect debts?" It turned out that when Liang Fengshan purchased these more than 10 large beverage companies in Jiangsu province, the money used was borrowed from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and the Construction Bank. Because of Liang Xuantong, the two banks quickly approved this large loan. Moreover, with Liang Fengshan's energy, it is entirely possible for the government to sell it to itself at a low price if it wants to acquire those state-owned beverage companies. However, Liang Xuantong didn't want people to grab the handle, so he didn't allow Liang Fengshan to do that. But since it is the governor's son who wants to buy, the state-owned beverage companies dare not open their mouths. The purchase price is 20 to 30% lower than their corporate value, which is considered a big advantage to Liang Fengshan. Therefore, if it were not for the purchase price of those beverage companies that were lower than the original value, the loan owed by the Fengshan Group to the bank would be far more than that of more than 3 billion. On this day, Zhou Hao came to the Guangzhou office of Tianhe Beverage Group. This office is the office location of Tianhe Sales Department and Advertising Department. It is mainly responsible for the sales and publicity of various products produced by Tianhe. Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Group consists of 3 parts. The first part is the mineral water production base in Jingyu County. The second part is the branch factory in Huayu Village. And the third part is the sales department and advertising department. Because the mineral water produced by Tianhe was mainly aimed at the markets of the 2 big cities of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, Zhao Yuqin set up the sales department and advertising department here for convenience. At that time, the production base in Jingyu County had not yet started, and the plant in Huayu Village was still under construction, so this office was considered to be the headquarters of Tianhe at that time. Until later, the factory in Huayu Village was built and put into use, but Zhao Yuqin was going to Jingyu County to take care of the progress of the production base. And since the commander, Zhao Yuqin, went to Jingyu County, the headquarters of Tianhe naturally fell asleep with Zhao Yuqin's transfer. As for the sales department and advertising department in Guangzhou, they have not been withdrawn. According to Zhou Hao's plan, he wanted to set up another headquarters after the Tianhe Beverage Group was fully on track to take charge of the affairs of the Tianhe Beverage Group. This office in Guangzhou is located in an arcade with a history of over 100 years. At the beginning, Zhao Yuqin liked the arcade culture in Guangzhou, so he bought one, and after a brief decoration, it became an office. Therefore, this office is not as modern as an ordinary office building, but has a quiet and simple atmosphere, which makes the people working inside feel more comfortable. In addition to Zhou Hao, Dai Zhengzhou, the director of the Huayuan branch, and Li Chufan, the director of the Technology Development Department, also came. The sales manager is a married man in his 40s called Yu Youguang, and the advertising manager is a single woman in his 30s called Yuan Shuai. These two were dug from outside by Zhao Yuqin at that time. Yu Youguang was originally the owner of a canned food company, but later closed down due to a run by a competitor. Because Zhao Yuqin had a relationship with him before and knew his business talents, so I hired him back as the manager of the sales department. As for Yuan Shuai, she studied advertising design in the United States. After 2 years in New York, she returned to China and was invited back by Zhao Yuqin. Seeing Zhou Hao in plain clothes, Yu Youguang and Yuan Shuai both said hello, boss. Zhou Hao nodded. Zhou Hao met them when he made the commercial for Fruit Orange. Yuan Shuai, who came from the Department of Advertising Design, admired Zhou Hao's advertising design very much. Zhou Hao's talent in junior high school, coupled with Yuan Shuai, knows that he has hundreds of millions of fortunes at a young age. So after living in the United States for many years, Yuan Shuai, who has an open personality, took advantage of the opportunity to make commercials with Zhou Hao to wipe his oil from time to time. It's just that Zhou Hao didn't make many calls to the leftover girl of the returnees and never responded to her. This time, several directors of Tianhe gathered together to discuss the Fengshan Group. The meeting room was a small alley in the arcade, surrounded by a few grandmaster chairs. Zhou Hao was not hypocritical. He sat directly on the main seat and asked, "How is the lawsuit against the Fengshan Group?" Dai Zhonwang said, "We have already found a lawyer team to represent our company in Yangzhou. Director Song has also passed, and Fengshan Group has also sent a lawyer, and the lawsuit is still ongoing." Director Song in his mouth is Song Buqian, Deputy Director of the Tianhe Technology Development Department. "Didn't we have formal patent documents? How could it last so long?" Li Chufan asked in a loud voice. Dai Zhonwang looked at Zhou Hao and said, "Because Fengshan Group also has official certification documents." Zhou Hao was slightly confused and asked Dai Zhonwang, "They also have official documents? What are they?" Yangzhou Juice Factory took out a document to prove that the formula of fruit orange was approved by the factory before Director Li and Director Song left the Yangzhou Juice Factory. The Yangzhou Juice Factory has passed the approval. As it was about to start production, Director Li and Director Song left with the formula and most of the technical staff. Therefore, the formula of fruit orange should belong to the Yangzhou Juice Factory, and the Yangzhou Notary Office also produced a certificate saying the formula is the property of Yangzhou Juice Factory. Fart. Li Chufan became angry when he heard the words. At that time, the factory approved, and those guys threw our proposal aside without even looking at it. There is also that notary office. They all fart. Zhou Hao raised his hand. "Uncle Li, don't worry. Yangzhou is full of people from Liang Fengshan. It is not difficult for him to produce these so-called evidences. However, our patent documents are also officially issued by the state. Don't be afraid." "What methods do they use?" The few people present nodded, and Yu Yoguang said at this time, "Boss, you had a good estimate before. The media is now publishing articles about our lawsuit against Fengshan Group. In the past few days, the name of Fengshan Group can be said to be reverberating all over the country. The media in other places are okay, they only reported the matter objectively. However, the TV station on the Jiangsu side is obviously biased towards the Fengshan Group, and implicitly said that our group has invaded the assets of the Fengshan Group and has no integrity at all. Why do they talk like this?" Yuan Shuang said angrily. "Let's not say that the Fengshan Group is slandering us, but now the court hasn't judged. How can they say that we invaded the assets of the Fengshan Group? News reporters shouldn't it be fair and just to tell the public the truth?" Zhou Hao knew that Yuan Shuang was influenced by the American ethos, so he smiled and shook his head. The situation in China is different from that in the United States. The domestic media is almost the mouthpiece of the government, thinking about what they say and not wanting what they say. It's up to the government to decide. Jiangsu can be said to be the site of Liang Fengshan, and the media there naturally cater to his intentions and speak. Moreover, Zhou Hao thought more deeply. The Jiangsu media's efforts to cheer for the Fengshan Group should not be entirely to please Liang Fengshan. I am afraid that even the Jiangsu provincial government intends to support the Fengshan Group to fight Tianhe. Like Guangdong, a relatively developed province, Jiangsu has always had the idea of competing with Guangdong. And Tianhe is really an enterprise in Guangdong, and its previous rise is also very eye-catching. Now that Fengshan Group has come out to compete with Tianhe, this is not just a competition between enterprises. The Jiangsu side obviously also wants to give Guangdong a blow by the competition between Fengshan Group and Tianhe. Zhou Hao wondered, if the Jiangsu provincial government really intervened in secret, the Guangdong government should not stand idly by. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. In China, the struggle between companies, especially those large companies with billions of assets, is often mixed with the wrestling of different local governments. Because a large-scale enterprise not only affects the local economy and the face of the local government, but also involves the interests of the local government. In this kind of competition between provinces, the Zhao family is not easy to intervene, at least not clearly intervening. This is because the most taboo of the central government is the collusion between the central government and the local governments. Although this is not a lot of cases, no one dares to take the stage blatantly. But even if the Zhao family didn't intervene, Zhou Hao wouldn't worry, because he had now initially figured out a plan to deal with the Fengshan Group. Moreover, since the Guangdong government will not stand idly by, Zhou Hao is happy to use the power of the provincial government. Zhao Dingzhou was originally the commander of the Guangzhou military region, and his relationship with Zhou Hao, needless to say. Fan Li's father, Fan Yiming, is the mayor of Guangzhou. Although Fan Yiming has no cooperative relationship with Zhou Hao and Fan Li have cooperated several times, and the relationship is not bad. The military of Guangdong province and the mayors of the provincial capital cities all have a relationship with him. Zhou Hao intends to go to the next level and build a good relationship with the people of the provincial government. After all, he is also a Cantonese and has many opportunities to develop in Guangdong in the future. And this time, it happened to provide an opportunity for Zhou Hao to build relations with the provincial government. Sure enough, one of Yuan Shuang's female assistants came in and said to Yuan Shuang and Yu Youguang, "Manager Yuan, Manager Yu, a Mr. Peng called just now. He said it was from the Provincial Administration of Industry and Commerce and wanted to talk to the person in charge of our company." Talk. Daijian Wang and others all looked at Zhou Hao upon hearing this. Zhou Hao's heart came, and he smiled at the female assistant, then let him make an appointment. "I see, Mr. Zhou." The female assistant turned and left. However, looking at the female assistant's back, Zhou Hao frowned because he had a slight feeling. Since coming in just now, he has a feeling of being watched by others, which makes him very uncomfortable. After the female assistant came in, Zhou Hao's feeling became even stronger. Today, Zhou Hao has long been convinced of his instincts. What's more, since the last time he met the leader of the First Army and the Wind Demon Kotaro, Zhou Hao, who felt the pressure, rose to practice and continued to strengthen his body. Infuriating. Now, his internal strength is getting deeper and deeper, and his sixth senses are becoming more acute. Even if he doesn't rely on intuition, he can detect subtle things. He secretly paid attention to this conference room, wondering if someone installed an eavesdropper or a pinhole camera. In the evening, Wei Yuding was still working in the office of the advertising department of Tianhe. She is the female assistant of Yuan Shuang, who was hired by Yuan Shuang through a headhunting company a month ago. At this time, a young man who also worked in the advertising department came over and said to Wei Yuding shyly, "Yu Ting, me? My friend gave me 2 movie tickets, and I can't find anyone else to accompany me. Go see. Can you come with me?" Looking at the man's flushed face, Wei Yuding was amused, but there was a polite smile on her face. "I don't want it anymore. I have an appointment with a friend tonight, or maybe next time." Hearing Wei Yuding's tactful refusal, the man left dejectedly. Looking at the back of him leaving, Wei Yuding smiled bitterly and shook her head. It was already past 6 o'clock, and everyone else in the office went home in the second half, and only Wei Yuding remained here. She looked at the wall clock on the wall and then at the empty office. He stood up, opened the door, and walked into Yuan Shuang's office. The managers of several companies, including Yuan Shuang and Yu Youguang, left the office very early because they wanted to discuss the Fengshan Group. Wei Yuding closed the door gently and quickly came to Yuan Shuang's desk, rummaging through the documents in the drawer on the desktop. After a while, she found an advertising plan for several Tianhe juice drinks. She was overjoyed and immediately took the planning document to make a copy. After putting the original back in place, she took the copy and left the office. After taking Wei Yuding away, there was a silent voice in the corner of the office, which turned out to be Zhou Hao. Just listen to Zhou Hao sneer. There really is a problem. Wei Yuding soon returned to her residence, a small apartment temporarily rented out. At this time, she was sorting out some documents in the house, the ones she had stolen from the office of the Tianhe advertising department. Suddenly, the door of the room was knocked. Wei Yuding quickly collected the papers on the table, then walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Don't do anything. Please open the door." A male voice came outside. Wei Yuding snorted and opened the door. I saw 3 men standing outside, all of whom were not amazing. After Wei Yuding opened the door, the 3 men were not polite and walked directly into the house and sat down casually. "Black Widow, what have you gained these past few days?" One of the men with long hair smiled. "Today, except for Zhao Yuqin, who is in Beijing, all the senior officials of Tianhe have come to our side for a meeting. Hey, this is the first time I saw Zhou Hao today. I didn't expect him to be so young." Wei Yuding, known as the Black Widow, said to the man, "Flies, have you recorded all their meetings?" Fly took out a disc and laughed. "Of course it's recorded. You can get the money from the boss." Wei Yuding looked at the tall and thin man on the other side. "Mouse, what about you? how is the situation in Huayu village? The mouse shook his head. They are guarding very tightly. Since the last time the formula of fruit orange was stolen, they have directly transferred soldiers from the nearby military camp to guard the laboratory, and we security guards are no longer equipped with a laboratory. Only Li Chufan and Dai Zhengzhou have the key. Moreover, they are also equipped with fingerprint readers. People who are not preset cannot enter the laboratory. Speaking of this, he patted below his thigh. Damn, I knew this. We should have stolen the formula early in the morning, and we don't have to be in such a dilemma now. It's all to blame for the guy who stole the formula. But don't let me find him, or I will have to beat him up. Moreover, Coca-Cola doesn't have much money for us. The last man in his 30s said, I pretended to be a dealer in Guangdong province to place an order with Tianhe, but they stipulated that 10 million yuan. The following orders require 3 levels of review. Damn, my identity was almost exposed. It's useless for me to run around all the time. Wei Yuding gave him a white look. Don't complain when I say spiders. I'd rather change with you. You don't know how annoying the guy in the office is. If you want to invite me to dinner tomorrow, I'm so annoyed. The man named Spider smiled and said, Why do we Black Widows look beautiful? But that guy doesn't know if Black Widows have the habit of killing husbands. I don't know what is good or bad. If you want to kill me, kill you first. The black spider picked up an ashtray and threw it over. The mouse said, Okay, stop making trouble. Black Widow, how is your side? I have gotten some advertising planning books in the past few days, and I can probably speculate about what new products Tianhe has. The Black Widow said, Since these days, the people of Tianhe have been busy with the Fengshan group. It's slackened a lot. The fly said, I saw that the guy who stole the fruit orange formula last time must have been sent by the Fengshan group. FCK, I didn't expect this Fengshan group to move so fast and rush ahead of us. Stole the formula. That is, according to the reward that Coca-Cola gives us. If we can get the formula, we can have at least $3 million. The Black Widow also said angrily, It is because of that guy. Now the reward has been reduced by half to only $110,000. At this time, the spider said, I have checked that the Fengshan group is controlled by a Hong Kong company. The Hong Kong company is followed by a Canadian company, followed by a Panamanian trading company. However, after going around, finally that person is Liang Fengshan. And this Liang Fengshan is the son of Liang Xuantong, the governor of Jiangsu. The mouse touched his chin and muttered, The Fengshan group is just like Tianhe, with an official background. In terms of background, I don't think Fengshan group can compare to Tianhe. The Black Widow said that Liang Xuantong is only a governor, and the administrative level is at the top. But the Zhao family behind Tianhe doesn't count that. Zhao Rixin, Zhao Dingzhou is also the commander of the Guangzhou military region, closely to Zhao Dingzhou, whose status and energy are even better than Liang Xuantong. The flies spread their hands. Regardless of whether they are the governor or the commander of the province, they are fighting. Don't hurt our little fish and shrimps. Don't be so calm. The mouse glanced at him. The relationship between Zhou Hao and the Zhao family is so close, and Zhao Dingzhou is the commander of the Guangzhou military region. If we let them know that we are lurking in Tianhe to steal news for Coca-Cola, we just can't eat it and walk around. As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud noise, and the door of Black Widow's residence suddenly fell down, and a group of soldiers in military uniforms rushed in and immediately surrounded the private in the hall. The fly originally wanted to escape, but as soon as he saw the slight thrust of these soldiers aiming at him, he couldn't move anymore and raised his hands obediently. Among the 4 people present, the mouse was the most calm. He raised his hands and said to the cold-looking soldiers around him, Excuse me, brother soldiers, what have we done that has disturbed you? A gathering of friends shouldn't be considered illegal, right? It's certainly not illegal to party with friends, but stealing trade secrets will never be legal, right? A male voice came from outside. As soon as the Black Widow and the fly heard this sound, their expressions changed drastically. I saw that the soldiers gave way, and then a man came in from outside, smiling and looking at the 4 Black Widows. It was Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao, the Black Widow and the fly were even more ashamed. The Black Widow pretended to be Yuan Shuang's help, and she also met Zhou Hao during a meeting with Zhou Hao today. And the fly installed a pinhole camera in the conference room. And naturally, he has also seen Zhou Hao. The fly said in disbelief. You? How can you? You want to ask me, how did you find out about you? Zhou Hao looked at this man called Mouse and smiled and said, you can install eavesdroppers and pinholes in my company's meeting room. Camera, can't we install electronic eyes in Yuan Shuang's office? The Black Widow was shocked when she heard Zhou Hao's words, because according to Zhou Hao's words, didn't all the files she stole in Yuan Shuang's office during this period of time fall into the eyes of others? In fact, Zhou Hao didn't install electronic eyes in Yuan Shuang's office. This was just to lie to the Black Widow in them. Do you want to tell them that he is a master of martial arts, and the six senses will feel when he is peeped? Only Zhou Hao sneered. I didn't expect that my Tianhe had just developed and brought back commercial espionage. You really value me. In fact, Zhou Hao's knowledge of commercial espionage was derived from some TV series or movies. Compared with the spies of the national intelligence agencies, the risk of commercial espionage is relatively low, and the economic benefits are much greater. But compared to the government spies, Zhou Hao looked down on those commercial spies very much. Because government spies are still loyal to the country, while commercial spies are all motivated by money. Zhou Hao knew that commercial espionage belonged to highly intelligent criminals. That is, their technical content was extremely high, which was very different from those robbers who used swords and guns. However, the economic losses caused by commercial espionage to a company are far greater than those of robbers, with hundreds of millions at every turn, which is hated by all businessmen. However, there is no specific law on sanctions against commercial espionage in China. Unlike the United States, a Special Economic Espionage Act was enacted in 1996. Zhou Hao asked the soldiers to bring all the 4 Black Widows back to the base of the military region. Because the domestic laws against commercial espionage were extremely imperfect and it was very difficult to obtain evidence, it would be unwise to use the police to deal with them. So Zhou Hao simply borrowed Zhao Dingzhou's power to these commercial spies to the military base. In Zhao Dingzhou's office, Zhao Dingzhou smiled at Zhou Hao. I didn't expect there would be commercial spies in your company. Ha ha ha. These guys are more difficult to detect than real spies. You are lucky to find this time. Brother, don't gloat over there. Zhou Hao glared at Zhao Dingzhou. Fortunately, they didn't have time to steal our product formula this time. Otherwise, my loss would be great. Zhao Dingzhou took a sip of tea and asked Zhou Hao. Right, do you know who sent these spies? They are also from the Fengshan Group. Zhao Dingzhou also heard a little about the competition between Tianhe and Fengshan Group. It's not Fengshan Group. If there is no accident, I think they should be sent by Coca-Cola. Zhou Hao said. It happened that an officer knocked on the door and walked in, first paid a military salute to Zhao Dingzhou, and then handed him a document. The report chief, after interrogation, the confessions of those people are here. Zhao Dingzhou turned it over and gave it to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took a look and found that the 4 commercial spies, the Black Widow, the Fly, and the Spider were all Chinese, and the Mouse turned out to be a Korean. He listened to him before. Zhou Hao really didn't expect that he would be Korean. From the confession, Zhou Hao knew that the 4 of them did not belong to any company, and that they would act for them whoever gave them money. They were a spy group similar to mercenaries. Moreover, these 4 people have their own functions, with a clear division of labor. The Mouse is the leader, responsible for receiving tasks and organizing tasks. The Black Widow is responsible for sneaking into the target company, stealing the target company's internal information, and acting for the other 3. What Zhou Hao didn't expect was that Black Widow was still a serious Harvard graduate, and she knew 7 or 8 languages. The Spider is responsible for disguising the roles of various vendors and pawns to match the actions of the Black Widow. Finally, Fly is responsible for the use of various high-tech equipment. He installed the eavesdroppers and cameras in the Tianhe office. Zhou Hao said in surprise. Unexpectedly, these 4 people are young, but they are habitual offenders. Even the high-tech companies in Silicon Valley have been victimized by them. TSK. This time they really work for Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, and they said, if they can steal our formula, they will be given a bonus of $1.5 million. Coca-Cola wants to get your product formula? Zhao Dingzhou said, the bonus is so high, or I will be a commercial spy in the future. Yes, when we launched Fruit Orange, Coca-Cola wanted to buy Tianhe, but I refused. Zhou Hao said. I think they were not reconciled after that time. So they look for these commercial spies have come to steal the trade secrets of Tian'an. Zhao Dingzhou asked. Then how do you want to deal with them? If you want to use legal channels, there is no relevant law in China, and Coca-Cola will definitely not recognize it. There was a smile on Zhou Hao's face. I didn't plan to deal with them thoroughly. They have another role. Zhao Dingzhou shrugged. Make your own decision. Anyway, your little fox will never suffer. After individual interrogation, the 4 black widows were placed together in a separate room. The 4 looked at each other for a long time, and the mouse sighed and said, This time we are completely planted. What to do? The black widow asked nervously. We have checked before, and the Zhao family has a lot of energy in the country. To deal with a few people in our area, there is no effort at all. That Zhou Hao will pinch us to death. It's easier than squeezing the ants. The spider next to him also said, This time it's over. It's really over. Didn't you see that he was shooting the army to arrest us? Zhao Dingzhou is the commander of the Guangzhou military region. We can't escape even if we want to. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the room was pushed open by the soldiers, and Zhou Hao appeared in the sight of the 4 black widows. Seeing Zhou Hao, the 4 of them immediately felt a sudden burst, especially the smile on Zhou Hao's face, which looked like a of death from hell. Zhou Hao looked at the 4 people and laughed and said, For people, don't come here unharmed. We are no better than the police station here. We will not engage in such torture to extract confessions, so you can rest assured. The 4 dared not reply. It is true that when the soldiers interrogated them just now, they did not use any means of torture to extract a confession. But they all knew that it was because they took the initiative to confess. Otherwise, this is a military base, and its methods of torture to extract confessions are much more powerful than police stations. The mouse took a deep breath, then looked at Zhou Hao and said, Mr. Zhou, this time we accept the plant. How can you let us go? This. Zhou Hao sat down and looked at the 4 of them. Let's do the calculations first. Assuming that you successfully steal our fruit orange formula and hand it to Coca-Cola, how much will we lose? The expressions of the 4 mice changed, and Zhou Hao said, After the launch of fruit orange, in the past month or so, the profit of fruit orange has reached 380 million yuan, which means that there can be 3 in a year. 1.8 billion. Assuming that fruit orange can sell in the market for 3 years, that would be 11.4 billion. Well, I heard that in the black market, hire an ordinary killer and kill one person for about 40 to 50,000. The 4 of you should be 200,000. That is to say, even if the 4 of you die hundreds of times, it will not make up for the loss of Tian'an. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the 4 of them were shocked. The black widow with the pseudonym Wei Yuding couldn't help but said, You don't want to abuse the lynching. We didn't steal your fruit orange formula at all. Some documents were stolen. At best, you can only accuse us of the theft, plus a fake ID card. Even if you are convicted, you can't die. But seeing Zhou Hao looking at the black widow with a smile on his face made the black widow a chill from the bottom of her heart. Then Zhou Hao said, I never thought of using the law to deal with you. You should also know that there are too many ways to kill people. However, the mouse became calm at this time, staring at Zhou Hao and said, If you really want to kill us, you don't have to use any method. Just treat us as spies and let those soldiers shoot us. Mr. Zhou, don't tell lies in front of real people. I know we are still valuable to you, so you will tell us so much. Come on, what do you want us to do before you are willing to let us go? Zhou Hao squinted, and these commercial spies are indeed highly intelligent criminals who make a living on their heads. Under such high pressure, the mouse can still be so calm and analyze his plans. No wonder he can become the leader of this spy team. He didn't play mystery with the mouse and them, and said with a smile, You are very smart, so good. As long as you can help me do something, I will not pursue what you did before, and I can give you a sum of money. What's the matter? The mouse did not rush to agree, because he knew what Zhou Hao asked them to do was definitely not easy. Zhou Hao smiled. I think you have seen Mission Impossible. Fly's face changed. Do you want us to be a double agent for you against Coca-Cola? Zhou Hao stretched out his index finger and shook. Not a double agent, but a 3-sided agent. I want you to help me deal with the Fengshan group. At the same time, I will continue to contact Coca-Cola. Don't let them know that you have been seen through. So Zhou Hao told them his plan. After the rats and others listened, they all felt chills in their feet for Zhou Hao's plan. Moreover, since Zhou Hao had told them the plan in detail, they had no choice. Because if they refused to do anything for Zhou Hao, I'm afraid Zhou Hao will kill them immediately. The mouse looked at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, are you not afraid that we will leave? Hee, you reminded me. Zhou Hao smiled and snapped his fingers. I saw a few soldiers pushing the door and entering, still holding that kind of first aid kit. They came to the mouse four and took out the syringe from the first aid kit. The Black Widow asked immediately, what do you want to do? Zhou Hao didn't answer. The soldiers grabbed the four of them, pulled their right arm out, and injected the transparent medicine in the syringe into their bodies. The spider looked at Zhou Hao in horror. What did you hit us? Zhou Hao smiled softly. It's nothing, it's just a poison. The rats all got shocked when they heard the words. Zhou Hao said again. But don't be afraid, this poison will not happen in a short time. But, Zhou Hao's smile constricted. If you don't take it in time, if the antidote is there will be life in danger. This is a chronic poison made by Zhou Hao based on the poisonous prescriptions in Shun known by Chao. It will not attack within 3 months, but after 3 months without taking the antidote, the poisoned person will die. For heart failure, Zhou Hao said to the mice. You will have a fever tonight, but tomorrow you will get better. You can also go to major hospitals to see if you can get rid of the poison, then you can just get out. Seeing Zhou Hao smile so confidently, Mouse and Black Widow's hearts sank, because they knew that they were completely controlled by Zhou Hao. Macau, located on the west side of China's Pearl River Delta, has an area of only over 30 square kilometers. After walking through this city, it is equivalent to visiting 1/20th of Beijing, 1/5 of Hong Kong, or 2 Disneyland. However, it is also officially such a small place. Every year, more than tens of millions of gamblers come here with hundreds of billions of bets. An extended Lincoln sedan slowly drove to the front door of the hotel. The clever doorman immediately stepped forward to open the back door for the VIP, but was stopped by a man who just got out of the passenger seat. He whispered, "Go away." This man's tall stature, coupled with his murderous aura, immediately made the doorman back again and again in fright. And hearing this man speak Mandarin with a local accent, the doorboy thought with contempt, "Mainlander?" I saw the man open the rear door of Lincoln, bending over and saying to the opposite person, "My son, I'm at the Lisboa Hotel." This hotel, which looks like a birdcage, turned out to be the most famous Lisboa hotel in Macau and the most famous casino in Macau and even Asia. The man in Lincoln got out of the car and looked up at the lobby inside the main entrance of the Lisboa Hotel. He smiled and said, Hotel Lisboa, it's been a long time since I've been here. I've been so busy recently. It must be a good time." When the doorman saw this young man in a luxurious suit and heard him speak the same Mandarin, he guessed in his heart that this must be a nouveau riche from the mainland. Because of the rapid development of the domestic economy, more and more upstarts come to Macau Lisboa Hotel for gambling. And the young man who came down from Lincoln was really Liang Fengshan. There was also a strong man who got off the same car. Like the man before, he should be Liang Fengshan's bodyguard. Walking into the lobby of the Lisboa Hotel, there was a man wearing a hotel uniform, about 40 years old, and he walked over quickly and said to Liang Fengshan with a smile, "Oh, son of Liang, it's been a long time since I saw you. What have you been up to these days?" Seeing this manager who is familiar with him, Liang Fengshan smiled and said, I recently started a company and I was very busy. I only have time to rest today. No, I will come to join you right away. You are polite." The manager flattered Liang Fengshan. With Mr. Liang's talents, that company must be a source of money. I don't see it for long. Among the top 10 richest people in China, Mr. Liang must have your place. For this flattery, Liang Fengshan is very useful. His mouth grinned, and he never closed it. Then, Liang Fengshan went directly to the VIP room of the Lisboa Casino as usual. The VIP room is different from the midfield where ordinary people concentrate. It is much quieter and the environment is much more luxurious. In fact, Liang Fengshan has never been to those public halls. Liang Fengshan likes to play blackjack, so he walked straight to the blackjack table in the VIP room. The human figures at this gambling table are from everyone, either serious businessmen, domestic high-ranking officials, or leading gangs from Hong Kong and Macau. Many people don't know each other, but weave their fate on such a small gaming table. As soon as Liang Fengshan sat down, he saw his left side, and a short and chubby middle-aged man was sitting on the other side with a beautiful young woman wearing a short jumpsuit and a high updo, all of outstanding appearance and body. Seeing such a young woman, Liang Fengshan's gaze was immediately attracted. Although this young woman was much inferior to the Li Ruolin he had seen, she was still outstanding. Especially Liang Fengshan felt a kind of turbulent aura on her body. This kind of woman is also very lethal to men. When she noticed Liang Fengshan's gaze, the lady was not only not angry, but the corners of her mouth rose up, looking charmingly at Liang Fengshan. Liang Fengshan, who has never lacked women, can naturally see the teasing and invitation in the eyes of the woman, and he immediately feels ready to move. However, the gambling began at this time. Liang Fengshan deliberately acted in front of the pornographic woman and smiled and pushed out the 1 million Hong Kong dollar chip. Sure enough, when the lady saw Liang Fengshan's eyes and threw 1 million chips without blinking, the surprise and charm in her eyes became even stronger. The dealer wins. The croupier said at this time. Since Liang Fengshan bought the player in this round, the 1 million lost to the casino. But he didn't regret it at all. He didn't even glance at the bargaining chip taken away by the dealer, just smiled and looked at the pornographic woman over there. Next, the pornographic woman also put out 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, buying a player. Liang Fengshan smiled, then put out another 1 million, which was bought by the dealer. The player wins. The croupier said without joy or anger, and then took away Liang Fengshan's chips. In this way, Liang Fengshan followed her to buy what the pornographic woman bought. After a few games, there were losses and losses, and a total of more than 3 million lost, while the pornographic woman won more than 200,000. At this moment, the lady looked at Liang Fengshan deeply, and then stood up from the chair, as if she was about to leave. Liang Fengshan also had no intention of gambling, and quickly stood up, followed the lady and left the VIP room, and Liang Fengshan's 2 bodyguards immediately took back the chips and followed them. The lady seemed to be waiting for Liang Fengshan deliberately, and after leaving the VIP room, she stood in the corridor outside. Liang Fengshan, who opened the door, saw the pornographic woman. His face was suddenly happy. Before he could speak, the lady came over in a swaying manner and looked at Liang Fengshan teasingly with a smile. "Little handsome guy, what are you trying to do with me on purpose?" The short one-piece dress on this lady is low-cut, which makes her plump and straight, very eye-catching. Looking at the deep cleavage on her chest, Liang Fengshan secretly swallowed his saliva and smiled at the same time. "Miss, I just got gambling. Why are you leaving? It's so early, or I'll accompany you to drink something. Chuck chuck." The lady laughed tremblingly, and the trembling made Liang Fengshan very excited. He only heard the lady say, "You handsome guy, you want to kidnap me so soon? Drink something. It's okay, but you don't have to go anywhere else. Just go to me. How about it?" Liang Fengshan nodded hurriedly, thinking that this Hong Kong and Macau woman was really open and she brought people home directly. So, this lady took Liang Fengshan away from the Lisboa Hotel and came to a nearby 5-star hotel. It turned out that she came from Hong Kong and stayed in the hotel. Following the beautiful woman to the hotel, one of Liang Fengshan's bodyguards said worriedly, "My son, that woman is of unknown origin, if you just follow her in." Liang Fengshan was already thinking about how he would be upset with that pornographic woman when he waited. He couldn't hear it and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, what can she do to me as a woman? My dad sent you here. It's not a good thing to protect me." At this time, the lady had walked to the door of a room over there and opened the door. Seeing that Liang Fengshan was still on the elevator side, she smiled and said, "Why? I'm afraid I will eat you, so I dare not come in." Liang Fengshan said to his 2 bodyguards, "You are guarding outside. You can come in immediately if I have something to do, so don't worry." After that, he could not wait to rush towards the lady. His 2 bodyguards looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They knew Liang Fengshan's temperament, and it didn't work to persuade him at this time, so they had to do what he said and stay outside the room. In the room, the lady poured a glass of wine for Liang Fengshan, but saw Liang Fengshan grabbed it and put it on the table next to her and hugged it. In harmony, suddenly there was a noise from outside, and the two bodyguards shouted at themselves. Liang Fengshan, who was in the mood, said angrily, "What the is going on? I don't know if I am doing business." As soon as the voice fell, I saw that the door was kicked open, and a strong man with a hideous face came in aggressively and said viciously, "What the are you doing?" When the lady saw the brawny man, her face changed drastically. She retreated to the head of the bed in horror and covered herself with a cup. Liang Fengshan also saw it at this time. His two bodyguards were being pushed down in the corridor outside the door with a pistol on the back of their head. The brawny man saw Liang Fengshan naked on the bed. His face flushed even more, and he pointed at the lady and shouted, "Okay, you stinky itch, I will fight and kill you outside so that you can wear gold. Silver, I didn't expect you. Steal from me?" Liang Fengshan was shocked by this sudden change, especially when two of his bodyguards were pressed to the ground, and the other had guns. Liang Fengshan knew that the two bodyguards had been specially selected by his father from the army to protect himself. However, due to the stricter border inspections in Macau, they did not bring guns, which resulted in being controlled by others. Hearing this brawny man's tone didn't sound like a policeman, so Liang Fengshan guessed that these people might be local triads in Macau. He himself also understands that as the most famous gambling venue in Asia, Macau is a mixture of dragons and snakes, and the underworld forces are much more rampant than Hong Kong and the mainland. And the lady seemed to be very afraid of this brawny man, and even her face turned blue. She pointed to Liang Fengshan, who was also naked on the bed, and said, "Husband, no? It's not me. It's him. He forced me. He wants to me." After all, tears flowed from her eyes. Liang Fengshan's eyes widened. He didn't expect this woman to turn the facts so upside down. It was obviously she who seduced herself to come to the hotel, but now she said that she raped her instead. Just listen to the brawny man snorting coldly. "You stinky itch, don't I know your virtue? If it weren't for your fuss, people would get on your bed for no reason." Liang Fengshan heard the words of the brawny man, who was obviously the head of the underworld, and wanted to shout, "Elder brother, you are so wise." But before he could show joy on his face, he felt that his eyes were dark, and at the same time there was a crisp sound of pop in the room. But this big man slapped Liang Fengshan severely and said, "Although it is that he makes a fuss, but no one has ever dared to touch the woman of King Biao. You bastard, I appreciate your courage." Then, the king of Biao shouted to his men outside, "Bring me this pair of dogs and men back." "Big brother, no?" Liang Fengshan still wanted to speak, and Wang Biao's men directly knocked him out with a pistol. When Liang Fengshan regained consciousness again, he found himself in a dimly lit room, surrounded by some messy debris. There was an unpleasant smell of musty in the air, and the light bulb hanging on the ceiling was still shaking, so that the light and dark in the room give people a very restless feeling. Moreover, Liang Fengshan found that he was still naked and his feet were chained. A strong sense of fear arose spontaneously, and he couldn't help shouting, "Help! Help! Find someone to help me." After shouting twice, I saw that the door of the room was opened, and the one who caught Liang Fengshan's sight was the Biao king, the husband of the former pornographic woman. I saw Wang Biao looking at Liang Fengshan with a smile on his face, and sneered, "Why? Now I know to call for help. I thought you really didn't even want your life. Dare to move my wife. Brother Biao, I really didn't know it was your wife." Liang Fengshan was crying. Even though his father was the governor of Jiangsu province, no one in Jiangsu dared to touch him. But this is Macau, especially Macau is now a Portuguese colony. It doesn't pay for those in the country at all. So Liang Fengshan knows that taking the status of the governor's son is not easy here. King Biao ignored his argument, just smiled, and said, "Since you dare to touch my wife, naturally you have to pay a price." As soon as the voice fell, several people walked into the room and pressed Liang Fengshan to the ground. One of them was holding an unusually sharp knife in his hand. King Biao's voice became gloomy. "Gun me this guy, and see if he dare to touch women casually in the future." When Liang Fengshan heard this, his whole heart was picked up, and he hissed, "Brother Biao, no. I will give you money. I will give you as much money as you want. Don't castrate me." Born in the family of officials, Liang Fengshan is a typical dude, with good wealth, color, and wine, and especially obsessed with female sex. If he was castrated and he could no longer enjoy the desire of female sex, it would be more serious than killing him. And a man holding Liang Fengshan also said to King Biao, "Boss, if he castrates him, he may die because of excessive blood loss." King Biao immediately walked over and kicked the man who was speaking for Liang Fengshan fiercely. He kicked him to the ground immediately. "Go to your mother. You eat mine and use mine. Now you help outsiders." "Coming." No, boss. I think he is carrying 2 bodyguards. He may not be ordinary people. We will be in trouble if he dies," the man explained. After hearing this, King Biao touched his chin and hesitated. Liang Fengshan also took the opportunity to say, "Yes, Brother Biao, my dad is the governor of Jiangsu. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Moreover, Macau will return in 2 years. What about the return? What I hate most is being threatened by others. Not to say that your father is the governor of the province. Even if he is the president of the country, I am not afraid." King Biao said fiercely, "You can do it, but you must be taught by blood. Come and chop off his finger for me." Liang Fengshan breathed a sigh of relief. At least, his descendants' roots are more important than fingers. If he really wants to choose, he will really choose fingers without hesitation. As soon as I thought of this, I saw a flash of cold light in front of me, and immediately came a cold pain on my right hand. Turning his head to look, he saw that the index finger of his right hand had gone away, and he immediately screamed. At this time, King Biao brought a mobile suit and asked Liang Fengshan, who was convulsing in pain, "How much does your dad call?" Although Liang Fengshan was in unbearable pain, he would definitely suffer more torture until he disobeyed King Biao. So he obediently told the phone number of his father Liang Xuantong. Biao Wang dialed the number and heard a calm male voice over there. "Hello, this is Liang Xuantong." King Biao didn't speak either, just put the phone in Liang Fengshan's ear, and at the same time said to him, "Let your dad call 10 million to this account." And set an account. Liang Fengshan understood that this 10 million might be his own life money, so he didn't dare to hesitate. So he told Liang Xuantong immediately. Liang Xuantong was also very anxious after hearing that his son was arrested by the underworld, and under the threat of King Biao, Liang Fengshan did not dare to say which underworld he was. He only asked Liang Xuantong to transfer the money to the designated account. Liang Fengshan is the only child of the Liang family. No matter how bad it is, Liang Xuantong cannot let his son die, so he immediately promised to pay, but 10 million is not a small amount. Liang Xuantong's identity is very sensitive and cannot be blatantly transferred, so the fastest it will be done tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, King Biao said to Liang Fengshan, "If you give me money obediently, then I will let you go. Otherwise, I will chop your finger one day later. He Xiong, you are here to look at him." He Xiong is the man who spoke for Liang Fengshan just now. After King Biao and his men left the room, Liang Fengshan breathed a long sigh of relief, but the pain in his hand became more intense, and the blood spurted. Seeing him like this, He Xiong hurriedly found gauze and potion, and simply bandaged him to stop the blood. Although Liang Fengshan is not a good person, he knows that he can't offend He Xiong now, and said weakly, "Thank you." He Xiong glanced at him, then sighed. "It's really unlucky for you to run into our sister-in-law. That's a real disaster. Whoever runs into it will die." There was a little white face who didn't know what to do before. Afterwards, our boss found out and chopped it directly to feed the dog, without any bones left. Liang Fengshan couldn't help but shiver after hearing this. He originally thought it was a beautiful blessing, but he didn't expect it to be a disaster. He comforted himself and said, "After my father gave the money, your boss should let me go." But seeing He Xiong laugh tauntingly, Liang Fengshan knew what was wrong and quickly asked, "Brother He Xiong, what's wrong?" He Xiong said, "If you say that your dad is just an ordinary rich man, that's nothing. Biao Wang might let you go. But you just told him that your dad is the governor, so he would not let you go." After a pause, he continued, "As you said, Macau will return in 2 years, and then Macau will be taken over by the mainland. Your dad's official position at that time may be higher. Then will you retaliate against King Biao? Although King Biao's power in Macau is not small, it can't match the real high-level personnel, and he just didn't let you mention his name on the phone, so your dad wouldn't know it. Which club caught you? Hearing this, Liang Fengshan fully understood that in order to prevent others from knowing who arrested him, King Biao would definitely kill himself. Liang Fengshan wanted to slap himself twice, regretting telling King Biao that his father was the governor. At this time, I heard Black Xiong say, as long as the 10 million yuan arrives tomorrow, King Biao will immediately kill you, and no one will know that he did it, so that he can rest assured. Liang Fengshan was so scared that his heartbeat almost stopped, and he didn't care about the embarrassment of his nakedness. He immediately knelt down to Heixiong. Brother Heixiong, you have to save me. If you save me, I will definitely not forget you. I will ask my dad to give you an official. You don't know. Officials in China are not as closely watched as in Hong Kong and Macau. They have many opportunities to make a fortune. Heixiong laughed twice. You don't need to introduce. I know the advantages of being an official in China, because I came from the country. Hearing Heixiong said that he was from China, Liang Fengshan was also surprised, because he heard that Heixiong and Wang Biao spoke Cantonese very authentically. So he asked, Brother Heixiong, are you a Cantonese? Heixiong shook his head. I'm from Jiangsu. I fled here because I committed something a few years ago. I'm still a black household now, so I followed King Biao. He glanced at Liang Fengshan and said in a very authentic Jiangsu accent, but King Biao is very difficult to serve. He punches and kicks at every turn, and he is very suspicious. He often suspects that his people will betray him. Several people he suspected were killed. If this continues, I am afraid it will be hard to escape. Although Liang Fengshan is not an authentic Jiangsu native, but after living with Liang Xuantong in Jiangsu for so many years, he can hear Heixiong's Jiangsu accent, so he knows what he said is true. So he said even more forcefully, Brother Heixiong, that's it. If you are here, you will be harmed by King Biao sooner or later. Or you can go back to Jiangsu with me. Even if you can't be an official, follow me. There is no need to be as precarious as it is now. He knows that many people who are involved in the underworld are forced by life, but in fact many people don't want to be involved in the underworld. However, I accidentally killed a traffic policeman in Xiangshui County, Yinqing, and I am still wanted. If I go back. Heixiong didn't say anything, but looked at Liang Fengshan. Liang Fengshan immediately said, it's just a small matter. I said that my dad is the governor. If I can't even do this, do I still have the face to come out to meet people? Brother Heixiong, you can rest assured to go back with me. I will keep you spicy and delicious. Heixiong bowed his head and groaned, then gritted his teeth and said, well, anyway, I'm tired of the days here. You don't know, after I came to Macau, I also learned to gamble with King Biao and owed some club gaming tables. Hundreds of thousands. If I don't go with you, I will be hacked to death sooner or later. Liang, boss, I will follow you in the future. Okay. Liang Fengshan said 3 good words in succession, and then said, but Brother Heixiong, the most important thing now is to leave here first. As long as we can return to Zhuhai, we don't have to be afraid. The black bear nodded, seeing Liang Fengshan still squatting there in embarrassment, and quickly took off his coat to him, barely covering his ugliness. He said, boss, King Biao's people should still be guarding outside. I will take you out when I have another chance later. Liang Fengshan knew that all his hopes now lay in Heixiong, and nodded busy. And what he said before was not just to perfuse Heixiong. If Heixiong can really save himself, then he will also let Heixiong go back to Jiangsu with himself. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and through the small window of the utility room, Liang Fengshan could see the crescent moon hanging high in the night sky. He was the only one left in the utility room, because just now, after King Biao left, Heixiong took the opportunity to drink with the guards outside, intending to take Liang Fengshan away after getting drunk by the men of King Biao. Liang Fengshan had the final say in his heart. It has been at least 2 hours now, and the laughter and clinking glasses of Biao Wang's subordinates are heard from time to time. He was secretly anxious, annoyed that those people weren't drunk for so long. I don't know how long it took. The outside sound slowly fell silent, and the door of the utility room was gently pushed open. Liang Fengshan was pleasantly surprised to see Heixiong coming in with a set of clothes in his hand, so he said with joy, Heixiong, are they all drunk? Heixiong nodded, came over and opened the iron shackles at the foot of Liang Fengshan, and let him wear that suit again. Quietly out of the sundries room, Liang Fengshan saw that King Biao's men were all lying on the table, and the air was filled with a strong smell of wine. He turned his head and said to He Xiong, "He Xiong, you drink so well. You actually got them all drunk." He Xiong shook his head. "I go to the toilet to spit out the wine from time to time. Otherwise, I won't be drunk." Hearing He Xiong's very hoarse voice, Liang Fengshan also knew that it was not easy for him, and he was secretly grateful. After leaving this building, Liang Fengshan knew that it was an ordinary residential house. No wonder, no one would expect that someone would be kidnapped here. When they got off the stairs, they got into an old Toyota sedan. He Xiong intends to drive directly to Zhuhai. Only when he returns to China is he truly safe. Macau is not big. Liang Fengshan is estimated to be able to return to Zhuhai in half an hour. In the car, his originally nervous mood slowly relaxed and said to He Xiong, "He Xiong, this time I was able to escape because of you. Don't worry, after returning to Jiangsu, I will not treat you badly." He Xiong nodded gratefully. "Thank you, boss." After talking, Liang Fengshan knew that He Xiong's original name was Ding Guangxiong. Because he was darker, he was nicknamed He Xiong. He was originally a truck driver in Xiangshui County, Yinqing City, Jiangsu Province. He was later intercepted by a traffic policeman when he was overloaded and accidentally killed the traffic policeman. Ding Guangxiong knew that he would not be able to get out if he was caught, and he had no father and no mother and was not yet married, so he immediately fled to Macau and later became a subordinate of King Biao. "Don't worry, I will have someone cancel your case immediately after I go back, so you don't have to worry about it," Liang Fengshan said. At this moment, Kuroshio saw in the mirror that a Honda sedan was chasing quickly, and he said, "Ked, King Biao is chasing you. Boss, sit down." After all, Kuroshio stepped on the accelerator, and the car suddenly went faster. At this moment, Liang Fengshan also saw the Honda car behind, and vaguely saw that the car was the King Biao, and he was suddenly shocked. Now that they have gradually moved away from the city, they saw a man in the car of King Biao sticking out his upper body from the window, holding a pistol in his hand and aiming at Liang Fengshan's car and firing several shots. "Boss, get down," He Xiong shouted, and Liang Fengshan quickly bent down and got down. It's also thanks to Kuroshio's very good car skills, and he has been able to avoid those bullets several times. Boom! The good times didn't last long. The rear wheel of He Xiong's car was hit and punctured. The car immediately swayed and was very unstable. The speed of the car also slowed down quickly and was overtaken by King Biao. Liang Fengshan was shocked. He finally got out of the tiger's mouth. If he was caught by King Biao again, he would have to suffer more and his life would not be guaranteed. However, after the car had a puncture, it was difficult to go far and finally stopped on the side of the road. King Biao's car immediately blocked He Xiong's car and got out of the car with two of his men. He pointed his guns at He Xiong and Liang Fengshan in the car and signaled them to get out of the car. In desperation, Liang Fengshan and He Xiong could only come down obediently. King Biao kicked Haixeo down, cursing, "FCK your mother. I have raised you for so long. This is how you repay me." He put the gun on his head. Black Xiong knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Boss, let me go. I dare not." King Biao turned his head and looked at Liang Fengshan, who was grabbed by his own subordinates over there. "You are such a terrific little white face. Not only did you trick my woman into bed, but you also abducted all of my subordinates. Amazing, amazing." But just as he was distracted, the black male who had been kneeling on the ground suddenly violent, punched King Biao's abdomen, and at the same time took the pistol from his hand and pointed it at King Biao's temple. Two of King Biao's men immediately drew out their guns, and Haixin shouted loudly, "Don't move, or I will kill him with one shot. Don't move, don't move. I hear you." King Biao also shouted to his men. As soon as he was about to talk to He Xiong punched him directly. "Don't give me nonsense. I have had enough of you for the past few years." Liang Fengshan was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect such a reversal of the situation, and quickly broke free of the two and came behind He Xiong. He Xiong didn't say much, and immediately fired a few shots at the two men of King Biao. Poorly, they were still going to negotiate with He Xiong about the conditions to let him let go of King Biao, but they didn't expect He Xiong to be so cruel and cruel. Don't even negotiate directly. King Biao was also taken aback. Before he could react, He Xiong kicked him away and said bitterly, "Boss, goodbye." He Xiong, don't. King Biao was about to speak. Boom, boom. 3 gunshots and 3 bullets all hit King Biao's chest. King Biao fell to the ground before he could finish saying that. Liang Fengshan was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that He Xiong would kill 3 people in a row without blinking his eyelids. He suddenly fell to sit down. His forehead was full of sweat, and his gun hand was trembling constantly, obviously uncomfortable. He Xiong, let's go quickly. Liang Fengshan was worried that King Biao's other men would catch up, so he reminded. The black bear nodded and got into King Biao's car with Liang Fengshan and drove straight to Haizhou. In the car, He Xiong said to Liang Fengshan, "Boss, now I have killed King Biao and the others, and it is impossible to return to Macau in the future." Liang Fengshan understood what he meant and said, "Don't worry, I will never treat you badly when I return to Jiangsu." This is Liang Fengshan's sincere words. After all, after experiencing this incident, he survived a catastrophe, and he and He Xiong were also in trouble. He didn't know, just after their car was far away, lying on the ground, the 3 people of King Biao, who should have died, sat up strangely. King Biao pulled off his clothes and saw that there was a bulletproof vest under his shirt. He sighed, then took the mobile phone from his subordinates and dialed a number. "Mr. Zhou, it's done." "Really? Is it all done?" Zhou Hao held the mobile phone. A smile came out of his mouth. Over the phone came the respectful voice of Biao Wang. "Mr. Zhou, the 10 million has already been paid. Look." Zhou Hao naturally knew what King Biao meant, so he smiled and said, "The 10 million will be treated as your reward. However, you can't stay in Macau for a short time. Know that, we will definitely not ruin your good deeds, Mr. Zhou." King Biao's attitude is completely different from the ferocious and cruel attitude he used to treat Liang Fengshan before. Instead, he is a kind of thorough servitude. "Mr. Zhou, then Liang Fengshan is still there are 2 bodyguards with us. Do you want us?" A cold light flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. "I don't want them to affect my plan." Okay, I know what to do," King Biao said hurriedly. After finishing the call, Zhou Hao smashed the mobile phone as soon as he tightened his hand, especially the phone card. There was no possibility of recovery at all. "Zhou Hao, what are you doing? Come here soon." Liang Xiaobing's voice came over there. "Oh, good." Zhou Hao responded and threw the fragments of the mobile phone into the trash can, then turned around and walked towards Liang Xiaobing and the others. There is a big banquet hall. In addition to Liang Xiaobing, there are many people, including many employees of the Neptune Records, under the Polaris responsible for the distribution of records in Hong Kong and Taiwan, as well as representatives of those famous record companies in Hong Kong. Even N.I. Yongxiao and Liao Shufan and his wife also came. This is a celebration banquet specially held for Liang Xiaobing, because the first solo album, Notepad, created by Neptune Records for Liang Xiaobing, got very good results. The title song of this solo album of the same name is Zhou Hao's Notepad, specially created for Liang Xiaobing, as well as her female version of Love Me Don't Go, and Zhou Hao's recording under the name Z June. The original version of Love Me Don't Go, coupled with the English song Tonight I Feel Close to You that she sang with Su Lin, are very popular. In Hong Kong alone, Liang Xiaobing's Notepad album sold 500,000 copies. According to the Hong Kong standard of 50,000 platinum records, Liang Xiaobing's score is a total of 10 platinum records. The sales volume in Taiwan is even higher, with nearly 700,000 copies sold so far. This achievement caused an uproar in the declining music scene of Hong Kong, and Liang Xiaobing also transformed from a TV drama artist to a blockbuster singer. Notepad, Love Me Don't Go, and Tonight I Feel Close to You are songs with a clear rhythm and a very high sing rate. Liang Xiaobing's voice is no worse than any other female singer, and her singing talent is high, so they have created such a good one. The results. With major radio stations competing for on-demand broadcasts, in addition to Liang Xiaobing's rising popularity, Zhou Hao, Mr. Z, also received a lot of attention. For one thing, Zhou Hao's ability to create songs has convinced all the songwriters in the Hong Kong music scene. Secondly, Zhou Hao deliberately did not appear in public. The mystery of Zhou Hao also made the citizens very curious. Some people even referred to Zhou Hao. Junzi is hailed as the successor of Huang Zhan and Gu Jiahui. Liang Xiaobing's success made Neptune Records a hit. After that, Neptune Records recruited many new singers with its huge financial backing and the strong network of United British News Agency and Xian Gong, and due to Zhou Hao's instructions, the company must strive for excellence in the albums released by every singer in the company, and strive to make every album released by the company a boutique. Because at this initial stage of development, Zhou Hao does not require Neptune Records to be profitable, but tries to establish a good image of Neptune's products must be boutique. Therefore, the employees in the company are very strict with each singer and each album. Coupled with some songs created by Zhou Hao from time to time, Neptune Records has become more and more famous in Hong Kong and Taiwan, faintly approaching Sony and Universal trends in record companies. I saw Liang Xiaobing at the celebration banquet wearing a black long skirt and flat-shoulder evening gown, and her slender hair was also drawn to the left chest. She looked noble and charming, especially under the bright light. It was more like a pearl, generally eye-catching. Oh, I have only been to France for a while, and you have changed so much. The power of love is so great. Beside Liang Xiaobing, her confidant and friend Wang Weiwen sighed. After returning from France, Wang Weiwen continued to serve as Liang Xiaobing's manager, but now he is no longer an employee of TVB, but an employee of Neptune Records. He leaned in Liang Xiaobing's ear and whispered, "Xiaobing, tell me honestly, do Zhou Hao often moisturize you? TSK, you are so much more beautiful. When I first came back, I almost couldn't recognize you." Liang Xiaobing naturally knew what Wang Weiwen meant by moisturizing. His face was slightly red, and he said, "Really? Of course it is true. You can tell from the eyes of those men, just like the weasel who sees the hen." Wang Weiwen satirically looked at the eyes of those people around who looked at Liang Xiaobing. In fact, Liang Xiaobing's appearance and temperament have indeed changed significantly since Zhou Hao's moisturizing. The most notable thing is that her figure has become plump, and her breath also reveals a charming style, which is much more charming than before I met Zhou Hao. Looking at Zhou Hao, who was chatting with Ni Yongxiao over there, Liang Xiaobing's eyes were filled with happiness. After a while, Zhou Hao returned to Liang Xiaobing's side. Liang Xiaobing hugged Zhou Hao's hand. The two looked like talented men and women, which made everyone around them very envious. "Hao, what are you talking about with Mr. and I? I think you talk so seriously," Liang Xiaobing asked. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Haha, it's nothing. It's just some business matters." Wang Weiwen handed a glass of champagne to Zhou Hao and smiled at him. "Zhou Hao, you took me to the door of Uncle Lu's house and said that you would sink the radio and television aircraft carrier. I thought you were impulsive, but now it seems that you really want to achieve this goal." "Of course, I must do what I say." Zhou Hao smiled. "I read the news about the lawsuit between ATV and Wireless. Ha ha ha, it is really pleasing," Wang Weiwen said. "By the way, Miss Su, why didn't I see her today?" Zhou Hao said, "ATV still has things to do. She can't walk away, so she won't come." In addition to the impressive achievements of Neptune Records, the Asian TV, led by Su Lin and Xian Zhuwei, are not inferior at all. I Have a Date with a Zombie has been filmed and officially aired. As Zhou Hao had expected, Yin Tianzhao, Wan Qiwen and others are indeed the most suitable people to play this TV series. Moreover, unlike Zhou Hao's Zombie in his previous life, this time, ATV has allocated sufficient funds to this zombie crew. The special effects in the play are also completed by more than a dozen young people who have just returned from majoring in the United States. The effect is much better than Zhou Hao's Zombie. Because of the previous lawsuit with TVB, ATV came in to show off. So many citizens are looking forward to the Zombie that ATV has promoted for a long time. And Zombies did not disappoint Zhou Hao. In the first week, it gained an average ratings of 30 points, which made the Wireless who wanted to see ATV embarrassed. In the previous life, the broadcast of Zombies set off a zombie boom in Hong Kong. At this time, Zhou Hao also intends to let Zombie drive the sales of peripheral products like Japanese anime. As early as when filming Zombies, ATV had followed Zhou Hao's instructions to find manufacturers to produce prototypes of various characters in Zombies. In order to cope with the rapid rise of ATV, Wireless has also taken many measures accordingly, such as broadcasting the major drama in advance to fight against zombie. Although under the influence of inertial ratings, wireless ratings are still slightly higher than ATV. However, Zhou is confident that it will not take long for ATV to catch up with wireless, and not temporarily, but completely leave wireless behind. Come on, cheers to you about sinking the wireless aircraft carrier. Wang Weiwen raised his cup to Zhou. Okay, cheers. Zhou also raised his glass. Many people from other record companies were the people who played Love Me Don't Go live before Zhou, so they also know that Zhou is the Z King who knows the streets during this time. For talents with good looks and temperament, and such strong creative ability, they all want to bring Zhou to their company. However, even though they did not know that Zhou was the boss of Polaris, they also knew that he was closely related to Cineon and the United British Press. Even if record companies such as Sony and Universal are all transnational conglomerates, they don't dare to offend the two big gangs that have huge influence in Hong Kong, so they dare not use threats against Zhou. After the celebration banquet was over, because many reporters outside wanted to interview Liang Xiaobing, a popular singer who had recently emerged, it was not convenient for Zhou to personally send her home to avoid being caught by the paparazzi. After instructing Wang Weiwen to send Liang Xiaobing back to his villa, Zhou avoided the reporters at the front door and left through the back door of the hotel. I thought that Su Lin should have gone back now. Zhou was going to buy some sweet soup to go back to her, but when passing by a bar, he saw several men and women surrounding a woman in front of the bar, and the surrounded woman was walking. Somewhat frivolous, obviously drunk. When he saw that woman, Zhou was taken aback, because that woman was Su Jinxing's wife, He Shuiyun. He Shuiyun obviously drank a lot of wine, and there was a hint of pink on his snow-white cheeks, which was as gorgeous as a plum in the snow. The men and women who surrounded her all had gloating gazes in their eyes. One of the short-haired girls who seemed to be in their early 20s pointed at He Shuiyun and sneered. He Shuiyun, look at you. Don't you always pretend to be a pretty girl? Look at what you look like now, like the prostitutes outside. What a difference. She held her hands and looked high up. You are just like your mother. You are a pretending. Itch, you are born as an obscene. Who likes to seduce men? The woman's mouth was very vicious. After He Shuiyun heard her unbearable words, her face flushed from drunkenness became even more glamorous. He stared at the woman and said, You are not allowed to insult my mother. My mother was not what you said. That way, isn't that kind of person? The woman snorted coldly. Isn't that kind of person? What kind of person is that? I know that my dad has a husband and still come here. Your mother is not an adulteress. Slut? Just like those three. Itches, they are all shameless. Itches. Humph. Isn't your mother just coveting our family's money? But it's a pity that even if she died, she didn't get us it's a penny from the He family. Let me tell you the truth. If you didn't marry that surname Su, it would be of some use to the He family. My dad would have driven you out a long time ago. My mother didn't covet the He family's money. My mother is not like that. I don't allow you to insult her. He Shuiyun staggered towards the woman, seeming to want to grab her arm. But the woman pushed He Shuiyun out with a wave of her hand before He Shuiyun touched her. He Shuiyun staggered and almost fell, but she managed to stabilize her figure. Don't pretend to me. The woman stared at He Shuiyun coldly and said, She's obviously a lewd woman who makes a fuss from the bottom of her heart, but she has to pretend to be like everybody's ladies and ladies. Do you know that you are hypocritical? Woman, I'm going to be disgusting. Don't think I don't know. You have been following the rules since you were a child, and you went to Cambridge to learn business management, and what you said you want to help my dad share the pressure, huh? You just want to invade us. He family's industry. The woman didn't know whether it was hate or jealousy, and she said coldly to He Shuiyun, Fortunately, my dad knew of your plan and didn't let you touch the company. Let me tell you, you will never get a share of our He family. Nothing, your mother can't, and neither can you. He Shuiyun was drunk, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he could only reach out and hold the lamp post beside him. Just listen to the woman saying to the other male companions, Hey, you too. Didn't you just say that this woman is beautiful? Right now, while she is drunk, you will take good care of her. I will take some pictures. I'll show it to those gossip magazines tomorrow to see how she, the good wife of the Su family, will meet people in the future. A tall man hesitated and said, Hey, this. It's not good. She is also your sister anyway. This woman turned out to be He Shuiyun's younger sister. Bah! I have more than a dozen brothers and sisters. Even without her, she is not from our He family. The woman said with disdain. Another man said, although you said that, if the gambling king knew that we had his daughter, our 9 lives would not be enough. The woman said again, what are you afraid of? I won't take photos of you. Don't you say who knows you will do it. The 2 men listened to her and looked at He Shuyun at the same time. They only realized that He Shuyun had blushing cheeks and was drunk and sultry. They couldn't help but swallowed their saliva viciously. They were also very impressed by what Sister He Shuyun said. He Shuyun also heard them clearly. His face changed immediately and said to the woman, no, it is illegal for you to do this. What about breaking the law? I just want you, itch, to taste what a man can do, the woman said viciously. Dad, he won't let you go. He Shuyun said. Who is your father? The woman walked over immediately. You are not from our family, nor are you my father's daughter. Who knows if you were born from your mother that, and other wild men. I don't allow you to say that to her. He Shuyun wanted to reach out and grab the woman's arm in grief. But seeing the woman sideways, she avoided it, and at the same time she raised her right hand to slap He Shuyun. However, before she hit He Shuyun with her right hand, she was grabbed by one hand. She was taken aback for a moment, only to see a young, handsome man appeared in front of her at some point, and the 2 men next to her were also startled because they couldn't see how this guy appeared. The man who appeared to protect He Shuyun suddenly was Zhou Hao. Are you her sister? Such a vicious sister. This is the first time I have seen you. Zhou Hao snorted as he looked at the woman. This woman looks good, and is 2 points similar to He Shuyun. However, He Shuyun's sister has a typical narrow forehead and a sharp chin, belonging to the kind of acrimonious woman. I don't know how other people think of her, but as far as Zhou Hao is concerned, even if he didn't hear her vicious words just now, he didn't have the slightest affection for such a woman. Moreover, as He Shuyun's younger sister, this woman even instigated others too. He Shuyun, while drunk, and even took photos to the magazine. Judging from her manner, Zhou Hao didn't think she was joking at all. He Shuyun saw the back figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, and she felt a sense of familiarity. After hearing Zhou Hao's voice, she was surprised and delighted. Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao turned his head to look at her and said a little blame. Why are you drinking again? He Shuyun's face was dark when he heard the words, and he lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Her sister saw Zhou Hao's caring gaze towards He Shuyun and sneered. He Shuyun, which adulterer is this? I didn't say you wrong, right? You are a born, and you don't go anywhere. Lack of men. Do you still dare to say that it is my sister? It's all shame on our He family. Enough is enough. You can be considered the best among women. I think it is an insult to Shuyun to become sisters with you. Zhou Hao said unceremoniously. The He family pretends to be a nobleman. I originally saw Shuyun. Yun also feels that the He family's family style is well-deserved, and now it seems that the He family can produce a woman like you. It can be regarded as uneducated, but a nouveau riche. You, the woman glared at Zhou Hao. Do you dare to insult our He family? Do you know what you are doing? Zhou Hao sighed slightly. I don't bother to care about a woman like you, so let's take your 2 men away. After that, he let go of the woman's hand. The woman couldn't stand Zhou Hao's strength and took a few steps to stabilize her figure. She rubbed her painful wrist and shouted to the 2 male companions around her. What are you looking at? Don't help me teach him. The 2 men looked at each other and then flanked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao knew that these 2 men were just ordinary people who didn't know how to martial arts, and they couldn't even compare to those little bastards. He didn't see any movements, but he helped He Shuyun behind and walked towards his car. The 2 men did not know what they were hit and fell back to the ground for no apparent reason, curled up all over the body with pain in their abdomen, like dried shrimps. And Zhou Hao didn't even look at them and continued to help He Shuyun walk there. He Shuyun's younger sister looked at her 2 male companions who fell on the ground and groaned constantly, and she didn't dare to chase Zhou Hao. She just gritted her teeth and looked at the very close back. After helping He Shuyun to sit in the passenger seat, Zhou Hao drove away from here. In the car, Zhou Hao looked at the road ahead, while Yu Guang was paying attention to He Shuyun beside him. He Shuyun sat there with her head resting on the pillow and turned her head slightly to look out of the window. His eyes were slightly squinted, and only a line was exposed. That dim posture that seemed to be drunk and awake was very thrilling. Moreover, on the white chiffon shirt on her body, the first button was loosened, revealing the slender neck and the looming, beautiful collarbone inside. He Shiyun, who is so drunk and charming, gave Zhou Hao the feeling that it was as clear as a snow plum. Zhou Hao felt that He Shiyun seemed to be aware that she was watching her secretly, but she didn't say anything, nor did she button up the buttons on her shirt. In the end, Zhou Hao took the initiative to withdraw his gaze and refocused on the road ahead. After all, it was very impolite for him to look at others like this. The one just now was my sister, He Chaoying. He Shiyun suddenly spoke, with an erratic sadness in her voice. I know, Zhou Hao replied lightly. However, it was the first time Zhou Hao saw him to murder his sister's sister in this way. He Shiyun said, her mother is not my mother, and her mother is a woman officially registered with my father, and is my father's legal wife. My mother is one of my father's mistresses, or a concubine. I don't know if it was an illusion. Zhou Hao heard He Shiyun faintly cried when he said the word concubine. It turned out that He Chaoying and He Shiyun were half-sisters just now. No wonder she was so cold and vicious towards He Shiyun. Zhou Hao knew that since ancient times, the rich and powerful are like the sea. Brothers and sisters of the same generation will often fight for family wealth. The intrigue is not inferior to the plot of those palace dramas. In order to make the air in the car fresher, Zhou Hao lowered the car windows slightly. As the car galloped fast, the cool night breeze also blew in from the cracks in the car window, gently lifting He Shiyun's hair. In this way, He Shiyun, who was already very charming, is even more thrilling. Moreover, Zhou Hao also smelled He Shiyun's faint plum scent from the wind, as well as the smell of wine, which made Zhou Hao a slightly intoxicating feeling. My mother was originally my father's caregiver. He Shiyun's eyes were still floating outside the car window, and her voice sounded a bit like a dream. When my mother first met my father, she was just 23 years old, and my father, it was already 50 by then. Zhou Hao has also heard of He Hongsun's romantic deeds and knows that so far, he has a right wife, that is, He Chaoying's biological mother. In addition, He Hongsun has 3 concubines, and these 4 women are public, that is, He Hongsun officially married into the door. However, it is rumored that He Hongsun still has more than 20 lovers who have never made it public. It is not known whether the matter is true or not. However, Zhou Hao still admired He Hongsun, because he knew that in the 2,000 years after 3 years, He Hongsun would add another girl at the age of 78. Zhou Hao didn't know about He Hongsun's other circumstances, but his superhuman fertility still admired Zhou Hao. And Zhou Hao also heard that He Hongsun often eats big tonic like tiger whip and deer whip to maintain his vigor, but this is also a rumor, and I don't know whether it is true or false. Although my mother followed my father and became one of his women, my father never disclosed my mother's identity, so my mother is not even a concubine, but one of my father's mistresses. He Shiyun said to himself. Listening to He Shiyun's words, Zhou Hao thought of himself, because there were many women around him. However, Zhou Hao asked himself that he was sincere to every woman around him, and he had absolutely no intention of playing with emotions. At this moment, He Shiyun turned his head to look at Xiang Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao also keenly noticed that her misty eyes were shining with tears. Just listen to her whispering. Although everyone knows that I am my father's daughter, in fact, I am just his illegitimate daughter. Seeing the helplessness and sadness on her face, Zhou Hao felt uncomfortable. He could completely imagine that He Shiyun living in his family as an illegitimate daughter would suffer from cold words, and her mother died early and was not favored by He Hongsun, so the suffering of life can be imagined. As for why He Shiyun is not loved by He Hongsun, it can be seen from the fact that He Hongsun forced her to marry into the Su family. Actually, my mother doesn't want to fight for something, nor is she greedy for He family's money like He Chaoying said. She just likes my father, just likes him. Is it wrong to like it? She opened her squinted eyes looking at Zhou Hao. You said, is it wrong to like someone? Zhou Hao shook his head, no. He Shiyun shrugged and leaned on the back of the chair, but a drop of tears gushed from his eye sockets and dripped across his face. My mother died of illness, lung cancer, and only 3 months old when she was discovered. Taking a deep breath, she said, I have been by my mother's side during those 3 months. My father, he has never been here. nor has he ever visited my mother. But my mother tell me she didn't let my father come because my mother didn't want him to see her after chemotherapy. Tears were like falling pearls, falling from her face one after another. She looked at the dim yellow light outside with tears in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a heartbroken smile. I know my mother lied to me, but my mother liked my father so much and was still defending my father when she died. When she was dying, she told me that my father was a good man, so I don't want to blame him. Listening to what He Shuyan said, Zhou Hao felt that she had both fear and resentment towards He Hongsan's father. He took out the tissue and handed it to He Shuyan. He knew that all he could do was to be a quiet listener, listen to her quietly, and hand her a tissue when appropriate. After speaking out the distress in his heart, He Shuyan seemed to have calmed down a lot, but the tears on his face always made Zhou Hao feel very uncomfortable. Sorry, I told you so many boring things. After He Shuyan wiped away the tears from his face, he smiled apologetically to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao gently shook his head. You are tired, I will take you home. He Shuyan lowered his head and said sadly, I don't want to go home. Why don't you take me for a drive? Undeniably, Zhou Hao jumped quickly when He Shuyan said that, I don't want to go home. But after hearing the loss, Zhou Hao was also a little bit self-blame when people believed you so much, but you had bad intentions, you really underestimated the trust of others, and, by looking at He Shuyan's sad face, you knew what she was in her heart. Very depressed, I really shouldn't have the idea of taking advantage of others. So Zhou Hao drove his car on the roads extending in all directions in Hong Kong. Why did you go drinking again today? Zhou Hao asked He Shuyan, because he knew that He Shuyan was a very self-controlling person, and the last time he asked himself out for a drink was also caused by Su Jinxing's heartbreak. I'm too bored alone, so I went to drink and relax. He Shuyan said, but when she saw Zhou Hao's frowning brows, she sighed and said, I had another fight with Su Jinxing. He unreasonably made trouble saying that I was stealing people outside, and also said that I was a lut. When talking about the latter, He Shuyan's face was red again, but this part was wronged and half angry. Just listen to her. Since these days, every time he comes home, he treats me with a cold face. When he opens his mouth, it is very unpleasant. I ignored him, and he said that I was guilty, and now he said that I am not obedient. Xing is out of the wall. I really have enough of him. When Zhou Hao heard this, he was also secretly sighing. If He Shuyan really had that heart, Su Jinxing would not be able to stop it. From another perspective, if He Hongsan hadn't insisted that He Shuyan marry into the Su family, with He Shuyan's conditions, it would have been impossible for Su Jinxing's dudes to get involved. It is precisely because Su Jinxing also knows that he is not worthy of the talented He Shuyan, so the deep inferiority in the subconscious makes him unable to be a man in front of He Shuyan, which is a kind of retribution. After quarreling with Su Jinxing, He Shuyan went out alone to drink and relax. Who knew he ran into He Chaoying, who was drinking with two men in the bar? Because He Chaoying has always seen He Shuyan's half-sister as unpleasant from childhood to most. She used to use her mother's, right wife, status to insult He Shuyan's mother and daughter. Therefore, she would definitely not give up this opportunity and would taunt He Shuyan. He Shuyan didn't want to be familiar with her, so he left the bar, but unexpectedly He Chaoying followed out reluctantly, and the scene that Zhou Hao had seen before happened. After He Shuyan confided all the words to Zhou Hao, he realized that the two had arrived on Fei Mountain in the car. Through the windshield, they could see the bright night view of Hong Kong below the mountain. Zhou Hao, thank you. After talking with you, my whole person is much easier. He Shuyan smiled. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter, we are friends. Then he saw him smile, and said to He Shuyan formally, since you don't like Su Jinxing and are so unhappy with him, why not divorce him? No way. He Shuyan shook his head melancholy. My father would never agree. You are you, He Hongsan is He Hongsan. If he likes Su Jinxing so much, let him marry Su Jinxing. He Shuyan was taken aback when Zhou Hao said so, and then couldn't help laughing. Zhou Hao sighed. He also knew that even though He Shuyan had resentment towards He Hongsan, he did not dare to defy He Hongsan. For some reason, Zhou Hao thought of his mother Yentong. She was like He Shuyan. Even if her husband was not good, she would not want a divorce. Actually, I am very satisfied to meet a friend like you. He Shuyan suddenly said quietly. Zhou Hao sighed again. No matter what, if you need help in the future, just ask me. Thank you, He Shuiyun said sincerely. Seeing Zhou Hao's dim but resolute and handsome face in the night, He Shuiyun didn't realize that his heartbeat was also a little faster. With the drunkenness, he couldn't help but said, Zhou Hao, can you lend me your shoulders? After speaking, red clouds rose on her face, and she was secretly shy in her heart. How could she say such a thing? Zhou Hao was stunned, but when he saw He Shuiyun's expectant pleading eyes, he nodded. He Shuiyun didn't expect Zhou Hao to agree, and remembered that he rescued himself from the hands of several murderous criminals that day. She had never felt the sense of security. Slowly, He Shuiyun leaned towards Zhou Hao. She put her hands on her lap and held her skirt tightly, feeling very nervous. Zhou Hao could feel her tender body tremble slightly when her first leaned on Zhou Hao's tough shoulder. At the same time, the fragrance in her hair floated into Zhou Hao's nose. Uncontrollably, Zhou Hao looked at He Shuiyun and found that she was also peeking at herself. With this gaze, both of them immediately avoided. Zhou Hao thought to himself that his attitude with He Shuiyun was too ambiguous. In the faint night, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun were sitting in the car. He Shuiyun's was resting on Zhou Hao's shoulder, feeling a calm thought lingering in his heart. Compared with the initial nervousness, He Shuiyun has slowly relaxed now, but his face is still flushing, and even his neck is pink. This is the first time she has been so close to the opposite apart from her husband Su Jinsheng. In fact, because Su Jinsheng is inferior and embarrassed in front of her, she has never been so close to her. So strictly speaking, He Shuiyun was the first time in her life to get close to the opposite sex, and it was her own initiative. As for Zhou Hao, he was sitting right now, with his hands resting on his knees, not daring to go beyond the slightest. However, the two of them did not speak, and the atmosphere between each other seemed a bit stagnant. Zhou Hao felt a little embarrassed, so he turned on the radio in the car and listened to a melodious song floating in the air, which turned out to be Tonight to Feel Close Said. Hearing this song sung by Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin, Zhou Hao thought to himself, it's really suitable. He Shuiyun studied in the UK in his early years, and his English level is very high, so he can naturally understand the lyrics of this English song. Therefore, her face became even hotter and red. With her gaze floating again, she quietly looked at Zhou Hao's face, and happened to see Zhou Hao looking at herself. But this time, the eyes of the two did not avoid them with the touch as before, but attracted each other like two magnets. He Shuiyun felt an unspeakable urge in her heart suddenly. She really wanted to get closer to Zhou Hao. And Zhou Hao also smelled the refreshing fragrance of He Shuiyun, who was close at hand, and his heart was rippling. Slowly, the two approached each other, and each other's breath was getting closer and closer. Zhou Hao could also feel He Shuiyun's fragrant breath, and He Shuiyun also felt that his heartbeat was getting faster and faster, something that could not be suppressed. Trent. In the end, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun's lips stuck together. Zhou Hao feels his lips in harmony. However, just when Zhou Hao was about to go one step further, He Shuiyun pushed Zhou Hao away with no one's strength. Seeing Zhou Hao's stunned look, He Shuiyun's face flushed, and he lowered his head quickly and said like a gnat, Yes, I'm sorry, but we can't do this, I'm sorry. She put her hands on her chest, and tears came out of her eyes again, appearing very weak. Zhou Hao immediately felt guilty, and in his heart suddenly retreated. It should be me who said I'm sorry, but I shouldn't treat you like that, I'm sorry. After calming down, Zhou Hao thought about it. He Shuiyun was overwhelmed by the depressing life. In addition, he drank alcohol before, and his soul was at its most vulnerable. This led to the deviant behavior just now. Zhou Hao felt that he really shouldn't take advantage of others in this way. However, even though He Shuiyun felt aggrieved, he didn't blame Zhou Hao much. On the contrary, he was ashamed that he was so shameless just now, and even offered to kiss Zhou Hao. But thinking back to the situation just now, under that environment, He Shuiyun felt that Zhou Hao's attraction to her was indeed beyond her reach, and she had never been so emotional. Zhou Hao naturally didn't know what He Shuiyun was thinking. Seeing that she didn't speak, he thought she was angry, so he said quickly, Su. Shun, I didn't mean it just now, but you are so beautiful, I will bear it. I can't help but, just like that. He originally wanted to call He Shuiyun Mrs. Su, but he thought that He Shuiyun and Su Jinsheng were only husbands and wives, and they had no real relationship. Moreover, He Shuiyun also rejected his identity as Mrs. Su. Zhou Hao wanted to change his name to Miss He, but now the two of them had such an ambiguous thing, it seemed inappropriate to call her Miss He. Therefore, he finally had to call it Shuiyun. When He Shuiyun heard Zhou Hao calling herself Xin affectionately, her face turned red, and when she heard Zhou Hao praise her for being beautiful, a sweetness suddenly appeared in her heart, and she asked involuntarily, is it really beautiful? I'm telling the truth. Zhou Hao said sternly. Seeing Zhou Hao's serious expression, He Shuiyun was secretly happy, but nothing showed on her face. In fact, since childhood, many people have praised her for being beautiful and moving, but He Shuiyun always feels that those people have a certain purpose to please herself, perhaps for the identity of her daughter He Hongshun, or for other reasons. Now, she can deeply feel that Zhou Hao praised herself sincerely. What's more, Zhou Hao's attraction to her was so great, it was very happy for He Shuiyun to be praised by him. Zhou Hao saw that although He Shuiyun hadn't spoken for a long time, but the expression on his face obviously didn't mean to blame himself, he tentatively asked, "Or, I'll take you home." But seeing He Shuiyun shook her head, "It's just another quarrel with Su Jinxing when I go back. By the way, is the last lady named Su Lin still at your house?" Seeing Zhou Hao nodded, she said again, "Then, if you don't mind, can I spend the night with you? Don't worry, I will go back early tomorrow morning." If Zhou Hao was the only one in his family, He Shuiyun would really not dare to go to his house, because she was afraid that a lone and widow would happen again. The most important thing is that if that happens again, she doesn't know if she can be as ruthless as before and reject Zhou Hao. After that, Zhou Hao carried He Shuiyun back to his home. Su Lin had indeed returned, and even Liang Xiaobing got rid of the entanglement of the reporters and returned. Seeing Zhou Hao bringing He Shuiyun back, He Shuiyun still smelled of wine. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing looked at each other suspiciously. I ran into Miss He on the road just now. Seeing that she was drunk, she didn't want to go home, so I could only let her spend the night with us." Zhou Hao quickly explained to the two girls, and He Shuiyun nodded slightly to the two women. I'm sorry. Su Lin met He Shuiyun last time, but Liang Xiaobing had only heard of Zhou Hao and Su Lin, but had never met her. Both of them knew Zhou Hao's temperament. Don't say that he took the initiative to provoke others. Even if he was indifferent, he could attract many women, so he suddenly became suspicious. Naturally, they would not show anything in front of He Shuiyun, but rather smile and nod her head friendly, because they all know that a man's face is very important, and no matter what happens, they can't let their men lose face in front of others. And when He Shuiyun saw Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's eyebrows with Zhou Hao, he naturally guessed that their relationship is not simple, and there was a sense of sorrow in his heart. Early in the morning, Zhou Hao, who was still asleep, suddenly felt itchy in his chest. He slowly opened his eyes and saw two scorpions lying on his chest, gently licking his chest. It was Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. The two women leaned naked in Zhou Hao's arms, and the three bodies pressed close to each other. Recalling the intestinal battle with the two women last night, Zhou Hao's heart couldn't help but feel passionate. Last night, after setting up He Shuiyun, Zhou Hao immediately became entangled with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. On the one hand, he and the two girls hadn't seen each other for more than a month, and he missed so much. The provoked by He Shuiyun was released. He put his arms around the two women and smiled on his mouth. "Why? You didn't clean enough last night." When Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing saw Zhou Hao wake up, they screamed and retracted their heads into the quilt, like two frightened little white rabbits. It was morning, and the quilt on Zhou Hao's lower body was bulging high, but it was Zhou Hao's morning erection. Suddenly, Zhou Hao felt that the thing on his lower body was tight, and he was held by two jade hands, and it became harder. "Okay, you two guys, you will go to the house without fighting for 3 days." Zhou Hao suddenly opened the quilt so that he could get in too, and then there were bursts of screams from Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. For a time, the big bed was rolled by waves, and the two women screamed from time to time. After packing up the two women, Zhou Hao put on the clothes and came out. If he and Su Lin were the only two daughters at home, he would often walk around the house naked. But now that there is still a guest like He Shuiyun at home, Zhou Hao would naturally have to wear good clothes before coming out. When he arrived on the first floor, Zhou Hao smelled a tempting aroma of appetite, but it came from the kitchen. When I looked at the kitchen in the past, I saw He Shuiyun was making breakfast there. I saw that she was wearing a casual suit that Su Lin prepared for her yesterday. Although the clothes were loose, she couldn't hide her wonderful posture. Smelling the aroma, Zhou Hao knew that He Shuiyun was not bad at cooking, and she was not the kind of Jiao lady who didn't touch Yang Chunshui with her fingers. However, Zhou Hao thought that it would be a pity that He Shuiyun had to commit himself to marry someone like Su Jinsheng with such outstanding conditions. At this moment, he remembered the uncontrollable kiss on Fei Mountain last night, and his thoughts became more complicated. It seemed that he felt something. He Shuiyun turned around and saw Zhou Hao standing in front of the kitchen. Slightly startled, she said, "I'm sorry, you just occupied your kitchen without asking. However, I want to thank you for lending me the night, so I want to make breakfast for you." Zhou Hao quickly said, "You are a guest. How can you do this? Let me do it." "No need, Zhou Hao, it's me. I want to thank you," He Shuiyun whispered. Zhou Hao also found that he had nothing to do, because He Shuiyun had already prepared those breakfasts. Then, Zhou Hao asked Su Lin to get up with Liang Xiaobing for breakfast. Because Zhou Hao was so tortured, both of them walked softly, and the skin on their bodies was still pink. Although He Shuiyun has been married to Su Jinsheng for many years, they are still unemployed, so it is impossible to see that the two women have been moistened by rain and dew. Because Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were present, He Shuiyun and Zhou Hao didn't have the ambiguity of being alone last night, as if everything had happened. In order to prevent others from misunderstanding, Su Lin finally drove He Shuiyun back. Seeing He Shuiyun's back left, Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling a little sad. Liang Xiaobing next to Zhou Hao looked at Zhou Hao's expression and smiled. "Don't look, they are not unmarried girls. They are not so easy to be deceived by you. How can they fall into you like me and Su Lin? In the trap. Umph, so many words. It seems you still have a lot of strength." Zhou Hao looked at Liang Xiaobing viciously. Reaching Zhou Hao's hungry wolf-like gaze, Liang Xiaobing shivered and was about to flee, but was grabbed by the sharp-eyed Zhou Hao and pressed it against the wall next to him. He was cold, and he just put it on. Zhou Hao took off the underwear again. "No, Hao, I know I was wrong." Liang Xiaobing begged for mercy. "I dare not. Don't. Lighten. Yangzhou, Liang Fengshan is sitting in the office of the general manager of the Fengshan Group headquarters building, with a thick bandage on his right hand. After leaving Macau, the frightened Liang Fengshan immediately returned to Jiangsu. Liang Xuantong was very worried about his son, and he was greatly relieved when he saw that he came back. The 10 million ransom that had already been transferred did not care much anymore. However, he was also very annoyed that his son had lost an index finger. He was only slightly relieved when Liang Fengshan said that the Biao King had been killed by Ding Guangxiong. At this time, Liang Fengshan was in the general manager's office, calling the director of the Xiangshui County Public Security Bureau, Yinxing. "Director Jiang, how is it? Did you do the thing I asked you to do?" Liang Fengshan, who returned to his site, returned to his previous high-pitched tone. Director Jiang knew Liang Fengshan's identity, and naturally he was polite. "Young Master Liang, it's already done, and I have found out Ding Guangxiong's file. 4 years ago, the truck he drove was overloaded and was overloaded by our county. The traffic police intercepted him and didn't know what he was going crazy. Not only did he stop the car, he stepped on the accelerator to accelerate and hit a traffic policeman to death. Later, our County Public Security Bureau opened a case for investigation, but we have not found him. Now we are still wanted. What about him?" After a pause, he said again, "However, since Mr. Liang, you have spoken, how can I help this?" "Mr. Liang, I have suppressed the case of Ding Guangxiong. As for this file, do I need to delete it together?" Liang Fengshan thought for a while and said, "You keep that file first, maybe you will need it later." Although he was very grateful to Ding Guangxiong for saving his life, he still wanted to grasp Ding Guangxiong's handle so that he could control him more easily. "Mr. Liang, Mr. Ding, and Mr. Shangwan are looking for you," the secretary outside said to Liang Fengshan over the phone. "Let them in." Seeing Shangwan Zongzi and Ding Guangxiong walking into this office, Liang Fengshan smiled at them. "You came just right. I just wanted to introduce you to each other. Shangwan Zongzi, this is Ding Guangxiong, and I will be my assistant from now on. Hey Xiong, this is the deputy general manager of our Fengshan group, called Shangwan Zongzi." Ding Guangxiong and Shangwan Zongzi looked at each other, and then shook hands to show their friendship. Zongzi, what do you want me for? Liang Fengshan touched the bandage on his right hand and asked Shangwan Zongzi. I heard Shangwan Zongzi calmly said. We lost the lawsuit against Tianhe Group. Huh? Liang Fengshan raised his eyebrows and cursed. Then how did the court do? Didn't you tell them? In fact, Liang Fengshan knew that he would lose the lawsuit a long time ago, because the evidence provided by the Fengshan Group seemed very inadequate compared to the patent documents of Tianhe. Moreover, as Shangwan Zongzi planned earlier, the ultimate goal of the Fengshan Group in this lawsuit is not to win the lawsuit, but to use it to gain a reputation. And knowing that so far, many consumers have known Fengshan Group from the news related to this lawsuit, so Liang Fengshan's goal has been achieved. But having said that, Liang Fengshan was always upset at the thought of losing to Zhou Hao in the lawsuit. At this time, Shangwan Zongzi said, actually, the court can't be blamed for this matter. I received news that the Guangdong government pressured the Supreme Court and stated that this lawsuit must be played fairly. Besides, there is Zhao behind the Tianhe home. Although the court is local to Yangzhou, it dare not turn to our side. Liang Fengshan waved his hand. Forget it. Don't talk about these unlucky things. How are our fresh oranges selling? Sales are very good. I have counted that we have already accounted for 25% of the orange juice beverage market across the country. Shangwan Zongzi said, and fruit orange accounts for 43% so far. It is 8 percentage points lower than before the launch of fresh orange. That is to say, we grabbed 8% of the market from them. FCK, then our current market share is nearly 20% lower than that of Zhou Hao. Liang Fengshan gave Shangwan Zongzi a vicious look. Then you still say we sell well? What do you, the deputy general manager, do for food? Ding Guangxiong over there heard Liang Fengshan's words, but he secretly sighed that Liang Fengshan really didn't understand business at all. Fengshan Group has been able to grab more than 20% of the market in such a short period of time, which is already a very remarkable result. And Ding Guangxiong also knew that this achievement was due to Shangwan Zongzi, the deputy general manager. And Liang Fengshan still blames Shangwan Zongzi for this. He really doesn't know how valuable talents are. Shangwan Zongzi didn't mean to talk back to Liang Fengshan's scolding. He stood there silently and waited for Liang Fengshan's scolding to let him leave before turning around and walking out of the office. At this time, Ding Guangxiong said to Liang Fengshan, Boss, I have heard of the Zhou Hao you mentioned just now, but I don't know if the one I've heard of is the one you mentioned. Do you know Zhou Hao? Liang Fengshan asked in confusion. Ding Guangxiong nodded. Because King Biao also has a close relationship with the gangs in Hong Kong. I heard that Zhou Hao opened an investment company in Hong Kong. Investment company? Liang Fengshan was very puzzled. If the Zhou Hao that Ding Guangxiong said was really the one he knew, then it would be really unexpected for him to open an investment company in Hong Kong. Ding Guangxiong shrugged and said, Actually, I am not very clear, but it is quite what Biao Wang said. However, I heard Biao Wang say that because of the Asian financial turmoil during this period, Zhou Hao's investment company suffered heavy losses and owed a total of several billion Hong Kong dollars to several organizations such as Sinian and Dongxing. Without noticing the strange light flashing in Liang Fengshan's eyes, Ding Guangxiong said to himself, Xian and Dongxing are the two most powerful gangs in Hong Kong. It would be terrible if Zhou Hao couldn't pay back the money. At this time, I heard Liang Fengshan ask him, Hey Xiong, do you know anyone in Hong Kong? Or do you know someone on the underworld over there? How many people know? Boss, what do you want me to do? Ding Guangxiong knew that Liang Fengshan had something to do by himself. I saw Liang Fengshan took out a few photos, and it was Zhou Hao taken from different angles. Just listen to Liang Fengshan said. You immediately contact a friend you know in Hong Kong to confirm if it is this Zhou Hao, and whether his investment company really suffered heavy losses and owed huge debts. I want the exact information. Ding Guangxiong nodded. I know the boss. I will do it as soon as possible. After leaving Liang Fengshan's general manager's office, Ding Guangxiong did not immediately do what Liang Fengshan explained, but went to the lower floor, Shangwan Zongzi's office. As the deputy general manager of Fengshan Group, Shangwan Zongzi's office is much smaller than Liang Fengshan's, and its layout is much more stable than Liang Fengshan's office. Shangwan Zongzi is processing documents in his office. As far as Ding Guangxiong and Yu Guang are concerned, most of the documents on Shang Wanzhong's desk are statistics. Compared with Liang Fengshan's famous general manager, Shang Wanzhong's deputy general manager is much more competent. Ding Guangxiong knew that the entire Fengshan group was almost supported by Shang Wanzhong's. Of course, the funds that Liang Fengshan dug up and his deep political power are also indispensable, but apart from these, Liang Fengshan really has nothing to do. Shang Wanzhong's was sitting at the desk. Seeing Ding Guangxiong came in, he only slightly raised his eyelids to look at him, and then continued to cast his eyes on the documents on the desk, without even saying a word. Ding Guangxiong was not angry at all, and he smiled and said, "Manager Shang Wan, we will be members of a company in the future, and we will all work under the boss's hands. Please give me some advice." Shang Wanzhong's was silent for a while, and then said, "I am in charge of different affairs from you, and there is no opportunity for cooperation. As long as you perform your duties in the future, you don't need to have a relationship with me. Besides, you saved young Master Liang Ming. Now he is the assistant to the general manager of the company, and he is directly subordinate to young Master Liang. It can be said that one person is less than 10,000 people. If you really want to set up a relationship, I should be the one who sets you up. Manager Shang Wan, you're too rewarding. I'm just a rough guy who didn't graduate from junior high school. I can only have 2 bites of food here because of the boss's light. How can I compare with a real person like you, Manager Shang Wan?" Ding Guangxiong smiled and said, "By the way, Manager Shang Wan, are you free tonight? I booked a room at Jinling Hotel, the manager of the sales department, technical department, and personnel department, as well as several branch factories. Long will go." But seeing Shang Wanzhong's brows frowned slightly, he looked at Ding Guangxiong with a deep meaning and said, "Unexpectedly, you have only been here for a few days, and you have already established a good relationship with the company's management. Hee. In fact, everyone is just looking at the boss." Ding Guangxiong is still smiling pretty. Shang Wanzhong's naturally knew that those people were for the sake of Liang Fengshan to indulge Ding Guangxiong, but Ding Guangxiong was able to establish relationships with the management within a few days, which is also an incredible talent. Except for the management personnel that Ding Guangxiong invited, the people in the finance department were not invited. Because the finance department is the most important department of the Fengshan group, it is directly responsible to Liang Fengshan, who is in charge of a cousin of Liang Fengshan. With this relationship, there is no need for the finance department to make any extra effort to curry favor with Ding Guangxiong. "Sorry, I still have an appointment tonight, so I won't go." Shang Wanzhong's tactfully declined Ding Guangxiong's invitation. Ding Guangxiong smiled unchanged. It's okay. I'll invite Shang Wan Manager to dinner when I have time. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first and see you later." After Ding Guangxiong went out, Shang Wanzhong's frowned again, but after a while, he lowered his head to look at the documents, and the expression on his face returned to calm. Here, Zhou Hao arrived in Shanghai by plane from Hong Kong, accompanied by Liang Xiaobing, Wang Weiwen, and related staff from Neptune Records. Because Liang Xiaobing's album Notepad is not only popular in Hong Kong and Taiwan, but also very popular in China. Neptune Records knows that the music scene in Hong Kong is declining and the market is getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, the northward expansion is necessary. The domestic market has the broadest market, and Hong Kong superstars such as Andy Lau, Aaron Kwok, Liming, and Fei Wong are also very popular in China. Therefore, Neptune Records wanted to take advantage of the popularity of Liang Xiaobing's album to expand the domestic market. After asking Zhou Hao's opinion, Neptune Records decided to let Liang Xiaobing hold a small concert here in Shanghai as a test of the water. If the effect is good, let Liang Xiaobing do a national tour, try to earn domestic popularity. In fact, the Polaris, headed by Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, also has a subdepartment in charge of singing business in China. He also took advantage of this opportunity to cooperate with Neptune Records to form a subsidiary company mainly engaged in record distribution and other businesses. Hearing that Zhou Hao was coming to Shanghai, Wang Zhongjuan, who happened to be talking about the Polaris in Shanghai, came to pick him up in person. Wang Zhongjuan is now 37 years old and looks very ordinary. However, Zhou Hao knows that he is the kind of low-key, steady, and capable talent. and with Wang Zhongjuan was his initiator Liu Xiaomei, a mature and intellectual woman. "Boss, I met again." Wang Zhongjuan smiled and shook hands with Zhou Hao. He looked at Liang Xiaobing next to him and said with a heartfelt smile, "Miss Liang, you are so much more beautiful than photogenic, and my wife and I are your fans." "Well, your notepad is so good." Liang Xiaobing quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, you are too polite." Because I decided to expand to the country at a very early time, and I had to sing notepad, well before, so Liang Xiaobing has been practicing Mandarin in the past few months, and now he has a certain level, at least better than that. Boiled winter melon, with a strong Cantonese accent, is much better. After getting in the company's car, Zhou Hao asked Wang Zhongjuan, who was in the same car, "Where is big brother Zhonglei?" Wang Zhongjuan smiled and said, "Also, it's not that your boss is too mean. Me and Zhonglei were so busy with the Kangxi dynasty in Hengdian. Zhonglei is still there now, and I am taking advantage of it. When I came to Shanghai to do errands, I took the opportunity to be lazy. Zhonglei knew that you were coming to Shanghai, so I specifically asked me to tell you that you could give our brothers an extra payment." Zhou Hao smiled without showing weakness. "Come on, now your two brothers each hold 5% of the shares in Polaris. Although the company has not yet achieved profitability, it cannot give you dividends. However, each of you the minimum annual salary is 30 million yuan, which is a lot. Look at the diamond ring in my sister-in-law's hand. It's obviously just showing off." Liu Xiaomei also showed pride on her face when she heard this. I heard Wang Zhongjuan say, "I have to thank you, boss, for speaking of it. I think Zhonglei and I became the Huai advertising company at the beginning, but there were bumps everywhere. Later, even the employees' wages were not paid. Lei has to give up. Thanks to your boss, we brothers have today." When Zhou Hao heard this, he felt awkward, because according to the development of the previous life, although Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei's Huai advertising company encountered many setbacks in the early stages of development, the two brothers united and finally made Huai strong, rise, and become the leader of the domestic entertainment industry. And Zhou Hao also took advantage of the low tide of their careers and dug them over to Polaris to act as the manager. Speaking of which, Zhou Hao should have cut off their future. Now Wang Zhongjuan is sincerely thanking Zhou Hao. Support. By the way, in addition to Kangxi Dynasty, the company should also invest in some movies. Zhou Hao changed the subject and said to Wang Zhongjuan, "The specific affairs are left to you and brother Zhonglei, as long as there is potential. You can invest in any of your films, and I still trust your perspective very much." Before that, Wang Zhongjuan and the others had only made some TV series and had not tried to invest in movies. So when I heard Zhou Hao's words of trusting their eyes, I couldn't help but feel moved. It was the feeling of a man who died for a confidant of the ancient strong man. Liang Xiaobing looked at the Shanghai landscape outside the car window at this time and said to Zhou Hao, "Shanghai is developing so fast. When I came 2 years ago, it was not as prosperous as it is now. Shanghai is the largest city in China, and its development speed can be described as changing with each passing day." Zhou Hao's eyes drifted away. After more than a year of rebirth, he finally came to this metropolis once again known as the Pearl of the Orient. In his previous life, he came here to study at university, worked here, and kept his youth and love in this metropolis, and finally, even his life here. Shanghai, one of the 4 municipalities directly under the central government, is also the largest city in mainland China. As early as the Republic of China, Shanghai was established as a concession by various powers because of the role of a commercial port. Although there is no lack of shame, it also made Shanghai the most prosperous city in mainland China at that time. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, Shanghai has always been the largest city in China thanks to the financial and trade foundation accumulated from the Republic of China period. To this day, this Pearl of the Orient still exudes a bright light. In his previous life, Zhou Hao was admitted to Fudan University here in Shanghai, and then joined the Huangshe group through a friend's introduction. Until he died in the hands of Huang Wank and Zhong Ying, he has been living in Shanghai for a total of 10 years. Looking at the fast-growing city outside the car window, Zhou Hao felt a little emotional. Many buildings in his memory have not yet appeared. Whether it is in the past or in this life, the The city of Shanghai is familiar and unfamiliar to me. Although he lived in Shanghai for more than 10 years in his previous life, Zhou Hao still felt that he had not been able to fully integrate into the city. How? I heard that Shanghai people are very vain and snobbish. Is that really the case? Liang Xiaobing beside him suddenly asked. Are you vain and snob? Zhou Hao smiled. There is indeed one thing, and this is undeniable. Zhou Hao also knows that in general discussions, it is difficult for Shanghainese to be likable. In all likelihood, they will become the object of ridicule. Shanghainese are caressed, and Shanghainese despise the foreign population. They are all criticized places. There is also Shanghai, the timidity of men and the vanity of Shanghai women. According to Zhou Hao's experience, he knows that it is difficult for others to make Shanghainese suffer, but Shanghainese will not take advantage of others casually. This is not to say that Shanghainese have better virtues than people in other places, but it is precisely because Shanghainese have long developed the habit of speaking out for self-interest. They are not too secretive in personal self-interest. In terms of self-interest, my and your is clearly divided. This makes them less likely to suffer losses, and taking advantage of others is also more difficult to use. Over time, people in Shanghai are more disciplined and effective in doing things. Just listen to Wang Zhongjuan, who was in front of him, said with a smile. I think Shanghainese are more carefree, but they are more honest in business. Once a contract is signed, it is basically difficult to change. For such a person, making friends is not necessarily good. In business, they are very good partners. Zhou Hao smiled at Liang Xiaobing. Didn't you say that you have been to Shanghai 2 years ago? You have no idea about Shanghainese. Liang Xiaobing narrowed his mouth. At that time, I just stayed for 2 days and left in a hurry. How can I get to know Shanghainese? It was Wei Wen who told me that Shanghainese were annoying. He said that Hong Kong people are better off coming to Shanghai. But when he was shopping in Shanghai, he witnessed a shop owner taunting migrant workers, so he had a very bad impression of Shanghainese. Hearing this, Zhou Hao also shrugged. Since Shanghai has long been the #1 city in China, and at this time, Shenzhen, which is still in the early stages of development, does not have the strength to compete with Shanghai. So Shanghainese are often very conceited and proud of being a Shanghainese, thinking that only Shanghai can be regarded as a city and other places are countryside. This can be said to be a bad habit of Shanghai people. Zhou Hao also suffered from this aspect when he first came to Shanghai in his previous life. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai. Wang Zhongjuan has already booked a room here under the name Polaris for Zhou Hao and the employees of Neptune Records. Although not many people at Neptune Records know that Zhou Hao is related to Liang Xiaobing. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Liang Xiaobing to transform from an ordinary TV show artist into a popular music star, and even so, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing were not blatant. Share a room. But I don't know if Wang Zhongjuan deliberately arranged that Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing's rooms are opposite each other. Wang Zhongjuan also booked a business meeting room in the hotel as a place for company employees to discuss and work. After a short break, people from Polaris and Neptune Records staff came to this business meeting room to discuss the merger of Polaris Records Division and Neptune Records and Liang Xiaobing's concert. In fact, it is not difficult to merge the Polaris Record Business Division with Neptune Records, because after the merger of the two divisions, Neptune Records is still responsible for the company's singers' music distribution in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the Asia-Pacific region, while the Polaris Record Business Division it is responsible for the distribution of records in the domestic region. To say a change, it is just to make the Polaris Record Business Division named Neptune. Of course, after the merger, although the two departments will separate China and Hong Kong, their cooperation and exchanges will continue to deepen. After discussing this matter, it was Liang Xiaobing's turn to Shanghai concert. As for Xiaobing's concert this time, the company's decision is to hold it on the big stage in Shanghai, and I have reached a preliminary agreement with the relevant departments. Wang Zhongjuan said that one of the important things he came to Shanghai this time was to help Liang Xiaobing takes care of the concert. Then, a manager of Neptune Records also said to Zhou Hao, "For this concert, we are scheduled to sell 16,000 tickets." Although the manager's expression was calm, the expression in his eyes was a bit of excitement that could not be suppressed. Because the location of the Shanghai stage is more than that of the Hong Kong Hungham Stadium, which is also known as the Red Hall. You know, in Hong Kong, every singer's dream is to hold a concert in the Red Hall. And Liang Xiaobing did not hold a concert in the Red Pavilion this time, but first held it on the Shanghai stage. If this is done, Liang Xiaobing will be even more successful than the concert in the Red Pavilion, able to become famous in the country. Originally, Xiaobing has only released a Mandarin album, and there are only 12 songs in it, which is not enough for a concert. The manager of Neptune Records said, "However, this time we follow Mr. Zhou's instructions. I intend to let Xiaobing sing new songs at the concert, and by the way, use the concert to promote it. After the concert, the company will release 2 new albums for Xiaobing in a row." As early as after Liang Xiaobing released her first solo album, Notepad, Neptune Records had already started planning for her 2 new albums in the future. The songwriters in the company have worked hard to write songs for Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao also wrote several lead songs for Liang Xiaobing, including the famous song, The Most Familiar Stranger, by Xiao Yaxuan in the previous life, and the famous song Courage by Jingru Liang. In the past 2 months, Liang Xiaobing has worked hard to practice a total of more than 20 songs in the 2 new albums, and his hard work have greatly admired the people in Neptune Records. Wang Zhongjuan said to Zhou Hao, "Boss, if there is no problem, we can officially sell tickets tomorrow." After Zhou Hao nodded, Wang Zhongjuan said to Liang Xiaobing again, "The concert will be held 2 weeks later. 3 concerts will be held the next day. During this period of time before the event, Xiaobing, please go to the big stage to rehearse." Just listen to Liang Xiaobing asked a little nervously, "Do you need a line dance?" Wang Zhongjuan and the managers of Neptunus Records both looked at Zhou Hao, because although they were responsible for this matter, Zhou Hao still had the final decision-making power. Besides, they knew the relationship between Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao said, "Dancing is not necessary. Anyway, there are dancers to accompany you. It is already very hard for you to sing. Plus dancing, how can you stand it?" In fact, Zhou Hao is not cold to those singers who sing and dance on the stage. In his opinion, a successful singer only needs to sing well. Although competition in the entertainment industry has become increasingly fierce, many singers have begun to highlight themselves through dancing, and some even increase exposure through exposure. Moreover, when watching those concerts in his previous life, Zhou Hao saw the singers on stage dancing and singing, knowing that they must be fake singing. Otherwise, with such a large amount of exercise, unless they are masters of internal qigong, or still have the strength to sing. A true singer does not need to express himself in this way. Liang Xiaobing is Zhou Hao's woman, so naturally he will not let Liang Xiaobing do those grandstanding things. At the same time, with Zhou Hao's support, Liang Xiaobing does not need to change his style in the later stage like many other singers, and maintain his popularity by taking the route. As for the concert tickets, the lowest is 220 yuan, and the highest infield ticket is 1,200 yuan. If this Shanghai concert is successful, Liang Xiaobing will sing on a tour across the country. After discussing these matters, Zhou Hao called Song Jiahao of the Star River Investment Company in Hong Kong and asked him, "Jiahao, have you done the company's accounting?" "Boss, it's done. According to your request, that account shows that our company's investment in the past 6 months has lost a total of 4.877 billion Hong Kong dollars. Song Jiahao said. Zhou Hao nodded. "Well, you are doing a good job. Then, as I said before, find an opportunity to leak this account." After talking to Song Jiahao, Zhou Hao dialed another number. "Hello, this is Dai Jiashuan from the China headquarters of Coca-Cola Company. Who are you?" A male voice came over the phone. Just listen to Zhou Hao with a smile. "Hello, President Dai. This is Zhou Hao. People from my company have asked you before." In the evening, Zhou Hao took Liang Xiaobing to the Hongqiao Sheraton Shanghai Hotel. Zhou Hao is still dressed in a casual suit, while Liang Xiaobing is wearing a light green chiffon shirt with a pair of collars and a sky blue skirt, which looks very dignified. Following the waiter to the pre-booked box, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing saw that there was already a man in a light gray suit waiting in the box. It was Dai Jiashuan who had come at Zhou Hao's invitation. "President Dai, hello. Hello, we are late." Zhou Hao greeted him with a smile. "It's okay. It's just that I came early." Dai Jiashuan also immediately stood up and shook hands with Zhou Hao. Dai Jiaxuan was appointed as the president of Coca-Cola Company in China 2 years ago, and now he is only 40 years old. He is a very successful person. Thanks to Dai Jiaxuan's efforts, Coca-Cola sales in the Chinese market have increased by 10% in the past 2 years. In many places, the state-owned beverage industry cannot compete with Coca-Cola because of its own shortcomings, and its share in the Chinese beverage market is getting smaller and smaller. And Dai Jiaxuan did not regard the state-owned beverage companies as real competitors at the beginning. In his eyes, the only thing that can compete with Coca-Cola is Pepsi. In fact, in recent years, China's beverage market has also become the battlefield of the two most prestigious beverage groups in the world. The two sides are fighting vigorously, setting off a storm in the beverage market mentioned by Zhongshan. If the Coca-Cola Company can unify the beverage market in China, Dai Jiaxuan will become the most powerful candidate to compete for the president of Coca-Cola's headquarters. So from the day when he became the president of China, Dai Jiaxuan has spared no effort to do his best. It is also the main reason why Coca-Cola has occupied an increasing market share in the past 2 years. However, just as Coca-Cola and Pepsi were fighting in full swing, the rise of Tianhe attracted the attention of both companies. In fact, before the launch of Fruit Orange, the two companies had heard of the name Tianhe. Because before the Fruit Orange, Zhao Yuqin had already made the mineral water produced by Tianhe the designated drinking water for various domestic sports events as planned by Zhou Hao. Originally, both Coca-Cola and Pepsi were interested in promoting their products through sports events in China. However, both companies failed to implement this plan in time because of other publicity plans. On the other hand, publicity through sports events is not something that can be achieved with money, and a strong network is needed. In this regard, although both Coca-Cola and PepsiCo's spokespersons in China have great political strength, they are still far behind the Zhao family. In this way, Zhao Yuqin has already taken over most of the domestic sports events this year, making the Tianhe mineral water first famous in the sports world. It was also at this time that Coca-Cola and Pepsi heard the name Tianhe for the first time. Then, Fruit Orange was like a group of orange whirlwinds sweeping across China, and even the Tianhe brand suddenly hit the country. Although fruit juice drinks are different from carbonated drinks, Coca-Cola and Pepsi have long been interested in the market for fruit juice drinks, so they both attach great importance to the rise of Tianhe. Fruit Orange successfully occupied most of the juice beverage market in China. Coca-Cola made a decisive decision and quickly sent people to discuss with the people of Tianhe and proposed to buy Tianhe. But even if Dai Jiaxuan offered a very high price that he thought was very high, Tianhe still rejected their purchase intention. So later, when Dai Jiaxuan heard that Fengshan Group had launched Fresh Orange Duo, which was similar to Fruit Orange, and sued Tianhe to accuse them of embezzling assets, he was still a little gloat. However, even though Fresh Orange Duo has occupied many markets that originally belonged to Fruit Orange, with the same taste, and low price, Fruit Orange is still the most popular beverage in the Chinese juice beverage market today. Make Coca-Cola and Pepsi coveted. Mr. Zhou, this is the Moët and Chandon champagne that just arrived by air from France. You can try it, Dai Jiaxuan said. A waiter immediately poured champagne into the glasses of Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing, and the sweetness of champagne was immediately floating in the air. The taste of Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing both held up their glasses. Zhou Hao smiled at Dai Jiaxuan and said, "President Dai, you are too kind." After tasting the world-famous Moët and Chandon champagne, Dai Jiaxuan smiled to Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, your Tianhe has already rejected our acquisition proposal before. I don't know why you asked me to come this time. Could you change it? Got an idea?" In fact, when Dai Jiaxuan knew that the owner of Tianhe was a young man under 20 years old, he was really surprised for a long time. However, he was relieved after inquiring about Zhou Hao as the godson of Zhao Rixin, because in China, some of the children of high-level leaders are doing business. After all, with a strong political force as a backing, they must be in business. Achievement is much easier than ordinary people. However, Zhou Hao shook his head and said with a smile, "I have no intention of selling Tianhe, at least not at this stage." "Mr. Zhou, you invited me over this time." Dai Jiaxuan was puzzled. "Do you want to cooperate with our company?" "The same can be said," Zhou Hao said. "Although I don't plan to sell Tianhe, I plan to sell the formula of fruit orange. Zhou Hao's words shocked Dai Jiaxuan and frowned. Mr. Zhou, do you want to sell the recipe for fruit orange? Yes, Zhou Hao said. To be honest, the reason why you wanted to buy my Tianha before Coca-Cola was just because of the fruit orange. Now I simply put the fruit orange formula, isn't it, just as you wish to sell it to you? Zhou Hao's decision really made Dai Jiaxuan a little tempted, because after Tianha rejected their purchase intention, they deliberately sent a commercial espionage organization to sneak into Tianha in order to obtain the formula for fruit orange. Take the fruit orange formula, that is, Black Widow and Mouse. But until now, the Black Widows have not stolen the fruit orange formula, making Coca-Cola very anxious. President Dai, what do you mean? Zhou Hao urged. Dai Jiaxuan considered it for a while and said, then if you want to sell the fruit orange formula, what price do you plan to charge? Zhou Hao stretched out 4 fingers and said faintly, 4 billion. Dai Jiaxuan's expression changed, and he immediately shook his head and said, impossible. President Dai, don't refuse. I'm not talking about US dollars, but RMB. Zhou Hao smiled. Dai Jiaxuan glanced at Zhou Hao, thinking that of course it wasn't US dollars. 4 billion US dollars would be able to buy 4 or 5 Tianha enterprises. Then Zhou Hao laughed and said, the so-called wild asking price to pay back on the spot. If President Dai is not satisfied with the price, you can say what you think is appropriate, so that we also have room for discussion. At most 1 billion. Dai Jia thought for a moment and said, President Dai, you are too insincere. The smile on Zhou Hao's face narrowed. Our fruit orange makes more than that in a year. Dai Jiaxuan smiled bitterly. Mr. Zhou, you have to understand the difficulties of our company. Although the Coca-Cola Company is a large global group, the turnover of every capital is very rigorous. What's more, now in Feng, Jiangsu Shan Group also launched the same pulpy orange juice as fruit orange. Although you have won this lawsuit, even if we buy the formula of fruit orange, we still have to compete with Fengshan Group. Need to invest more money. Zhou Hao was silent for a while, and Liang Xiaobing beside him thoughtfully helped him refill his drink. President Dai, you are also Chinese. Do you know what Chinese people have the strongest concept? Zhou Hao asked suddenly. Dai Jia was stunned for a moment, thinking of Zhou Hao's purpose of making an appointment with himself this time. He tentatively said, you mean preconceived notions? Zhou Hao also admired Dai Jiaxuan's agility. He smiled and said, President Dai, you are right. Chinese people have very strong preconceived notions, especially in consumption. Even though fresh oranges follow us, fruit orange is the same type of product, but because our fruit orange has a strong publicity when it is launched on the market and has seized most of the juice beverage market in a short time, we know that so far, fruit orange is still the leading product in the domestic juice beverage market. Without waiting for Dai Jiaxuan to speak, Zhou Hao said again, do you know why the TVB in Hong Kong has been able to put ATV below under for so many years? It is because of inertial viewing that Hong Kong TV audiences are already used to watching TVB. This is something that ATV cannot match. If it were not for the wrong decision made by TVB, I believe it would not be so easy for ATV to rise. Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Dai Jiaxuan nodded involuntarily, still agreeing with Zhou Hao's opinion. However, if Dai Jiaxuan knew that Asia Television was also an industry under Zhou Hao, he would not know how he would react. At this time, Dai Jiaxuan thought of another question and asked Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, since your fruit orange is still so competitive, why sell it to us? This. Zhou Hao looked at Liang Xiaobing beside him. When Dai Jia saw that he seemed to be unspeakable, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, although we are not friends, we should have a lot of opportunities for cooperation in the future. If you have any difficulties, just say it. As long as if I can help, I will certainly not stand by. With a grateful expression on Zhou Hao's face, he said to Dai Jiaxuan, President Dai, thank you so much. Alas, I won't hide it from you. In fact, it's the other business I invested in that caused some problems. The funds on hand can't be turned around, so I have to sell the fruit orange formula as an emergency. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Dai Jiaxuan was surprised. No wonder Zhou Hao was so anxious to sell the fruit orange formula for cash. But he also thought that Zhou Hao had the support of the Zhao family. If the investment fails, a capital turnover is needed. With the energy of the Zhao family, the problem should be easily solved. However, the secrets of Zhou Hao and Zhao's family may be involved in this, so Dai Jiaxuan couldn't keep on asking. He could only suppress the curiosity in his heart. Moreover, now that he knew that Zhou Hao was eager to cash out, even if Dai Jiaxuan had mastered the initiative, he would have taken a favorable position in the negotiation of buying and selling the fruit orange formula. Sure enough, I only heard Zhou Hao say, "President Dai, now that you know my difficulties in terms of price, can you?" Mr. Zhou, it's not that I don't want to help you. However, although I am the company's director in China, I have no power to decide when it involves an investment of more than 1 billion yuan. Hearing Dai Jiaxuan's words, Zhou Hao sneered secretly in his heart. As the president of Dai Jiaxuan Coca-Cola in China, he can definitely decide more than 1 billion yuan, but $1 billion is about the same. But Zhou Hao didn't show anything on his face. Instead, he said in a pleading tone, "President Dai, in terms of price, can you help? If this is done, I will definitely thank you, President Dai." Yes. He deliberately increased his tone on the word thanks, obviously in return for Dai Jiaxuan. I saw Dai Jiaxuan thinking about it. How about 1.5 billion? Mr. Zhou, this is already a very high price. Zhou Hao shook his head again and again. No, President Dai, I won't make any mistakes. My final bottom line is 2.5 billion. Seeing Dai Jiaxuan wanted to refuse, he said again, "President Dai, if you don't accept the price if it does, then forget it. I have to talk to PepsiCo. I believe they must also be interested in the fruit orange formula." Dai Jiaxuan's expression changed when he heard that Zhou Hao wanted to find Pepsi Cola. Pepsi is Coca-Cola's biggest competitor. If they buy the fruit orange formula this time, it will definitely overwhelm Coca-Cola in market competition. Moreover, even if fruit orange has competitors such as fresh oranges, according to Dai Jiaxuan's estimation, fruit orange still has a selling period of at least 3 to 4 years. At 15 to 2 billion per year calculated by the profit, then the Coca-Cola company can make at least 4.5 billion yuan from the fruit orange. No matter how it is calculated, this is not a losing trade. Moreover, if Pepsi were to get the fruit orange formula, not to mention the market profit, at least Coca-Cola would lose to Pepsi in terms of momentum and face. This is something the headquarters does not want to see, and Dai Jiaxuan's position will also drop a lot. Therefore, after repeated weighing, Dai Jiaxuan said to Zhou Hao, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, at a price of 2.5 billion yuan, I can accept it, but I need you to sign a contract." "What contract?" Zhou Hao asked. Dai Jiaxuan solemnly said, "That means you can no longer produce pulp drinks in the future." When Zhou Hao heard the words, he knew that Dai Jiaxuan wanted to completely control the pulp beverage market. After pondering for a while, he nodded and replied, "This is no problem, but I also have one condition, that is, 2.5 billion. All accounts must be received within a week. President Dai, can you do this?" I saw Dai Jiaxuan stretched out his right hand to Zhou Hao and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, we are happy to cooperate." After the detailed discussion, Zhou Hao took Liang Xiaobing and left first. Dai Jiaxuan made this business and stayed here when he was happy and wanted to eat before leaving. But at this moment, the phone in his arms rang. He frowned when he saw the phone number on it, because it belonged to the Black Widow. "Hey, this is Dai Jiaxuan." He pressed the phone to his ear. "Mr. Dai, I am a Black Widow." There was a female voice on the phone. "Just listen to," Dai Jiaxuan said in a bad tone. "I know it's you, hum. Are you embarrassed to call me? Do you know that if you can get the fruit orange formula, our company there is no need to pay more than 2 billion. The Black Widow over there received such a scolding for no reason, and she was naturally a little angry, but she didn't dare to talk back to Dai Jiaxuan and could only say, "Mr. Dai, they are very strict with the laboratory guards. Let's try I can't get in a few times. But Mr. Dai, we have found another incident and are about to report to you." Dai Jia said lightly, "What's the matter?" "Mr. Dai, Zhou Hao, are they going to sell you the recipe of fruit orange?" "Yes." The Black Widow asked, "Did you agree?" Dai Jiaxuan said, "Yes. What's wrong? Is there something strange? We found what Zhou Hao seemed to be doing in an investment business that failed and owed a huge debt of several billion. I already know this. He sold the fruit orange formula to our company to cash out." Dai Jiaxuan said, Just listen to the Black Widow. It's not that simple. We found out that Tianhe has developed a new beverage. We don't know what it is. However, we speculate that this beverage will be available as soon as it is launched on the market. It will definitely bring huge profits, even more powerful than fruit orange. The people of Tianhe seem to have confidence in this. According to our investigation and speculation, Zhou Hao sold the formula of fruit orange not for cashing out the debts, is to raise funds to mass-produce that new type of beverage, and then repay the debt through the huge profits that the new type of beverage brings. When Dai Jia heard this, his heart was shocked, and he muttered to himself, "So, you mean that the 2 billion yuan is not enough for Zhou Hao to repay his debt? His real purpose is to produce that, a new type of beverage." According to our investigation, this is the truth, said the Black Widow. Hearing the words of the Black Widow, and remembering the scene of Zhou Hao negotiating with him, Dai Jiaxuan couldn't help but said, "Tisk, Zhou Hao, this guy, it's so intriguing. I thought he sold the fruit oranges formula is only for working capital." Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking the Black Widow, "Black Widow, is your news accurate?" Although he dared not talk back to Dai Jiaxuan, the Black Widow's voice still revealed dissatisfaction. "Mr. Dai, if you can't believe us, then we can officially terminate the cooperative relationship with your company." Dai Jiaxuan didn't dare to be hard-hearted now, because the small organization of Black Widows and their business spies had cooperated with Coca-Cola several times, and the relationship with the headquarters was also good, and he still had a place to rely on them. So he immediately explained, "Don't get me wrong, I don't distrust you, but this matter is not trivial, and I need to think about it." The expression and tone of Zhou Hao just appeared in his mind, and the more he felt Zhou Hao, although he was young, his scheming was not to be underestimated. I saw him hesitating and stopping as if there was something unspeakable, convinced Dai Jiaxuan that he was eager to cash out because of an investment failure, so he followed Zhou Hao's thinking to buy this fruit orange formula. Thinking that he was taking the initiative, now it seems that he has completely fallen into Zhou Hao's thinking, and he has been led by his nose. Although buying the fruit orange formula is beneficial and harmless to Coca-Cola, when I thought that I was also walking along the trade road, I was frustrated by a young man like Zhou Hao. If it hadn't been for Coca-Cola to plant the Black Widow in Tianhe in the morning, they would still have no idea. Black Widow, Zhou Hao, how much does it cost at least to produce that new type of beverage on a large scale? Dai Jiaxuan asked. It is estimated to be around 2 billion yuan, and he also borrowed a sum of money from the bank, enough for him to produce on a large scale. Dai Jiaxuan secretly scolded. Sure enough, it is said that the minimum bottom line is 2.5 billion. It turned out to be to raise production funds. At this time, the Black Widow lowered her voice and said, "Mr. Dai, we have found one more thing, but it is not clear whether it is true or not." "What's the matter? Say it quickly." Before going to Shanghai, Zhou Hao seemed to have met Zhu Huaxi, the president of Pepsi Cola China in Hong Kong. The Black Widow said, "We still don't know the specific content of their conversation, but we speculate that what Zhou Hao and Zhu Huaxi are talking about seems to be selling the entire Tianhe thing, because Zhou Hao brought the valuation report of Tianhe that time." What? Dai Jiaxuan couldn't sit down this time. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to actually sell the entire Tianhe. The Black Widow said, "We speculated that Zhou Hao might be afraid that the new type of beverage would not bring enough profits in a short period of time for him to repay debts and working capital, so he deliberately left a way out." Dai Jiaxuan understood what the Black Widow meant. Zhou Hao owed a huge debt. On the one hand, he planned to sell the fruit orange formula to raise funds to produce a new type of beverage developed by Tianhe, repaying debts with huge profits. However, who can guarantee that the new beverage will be welcomed by consumers? So Zhou Hao paved the way in advance and met Zhu Huaxi of PepsiCo to express his intention to sell the entire Tianhe family. If Pepsi really acquires Tianhe, then Zhou Hao will be able to raise a large amount of funds in a short period of time to pay off the huge debts he owes. According to Dai Jiaxuan's estimation, even if the fruit orange formula is sold, Tianhe still has a large mineral water production base in Jingyu County. Dai Jiaxuan knew that Jingyu County's mineral water development rights are in the hands of Tianhe. Now the market for mineral water is getting bigger and bigger. Just the mineral water resources of Jingyu County are worth billions of yuan. The total value of Tianhe plant and production equipment should be between 6 billion and 8 billion yuan. Moreover, if Pepsi really agrees to acquire Tianhe, in addition to the mineral spring resources of Jinyu County, it must also have confidence in the new type of beverage developed by Tianhe because Pepsi, like Coca-Cola, will not in a loss-making business. So Dai Jiaxuan said to the Black Widow, "Black Widow, please go and find out the situation of Zhou Hao's investment failure. Also, the new type of beverage developed by Tianhe, I want to know what it is, if you can get it. The recipe is even better." After a pause, he promised to the Black Widow, "If you can get the formula, I can pay you $20 million on behalf of the company." $20 million? US dollars? The Black Widow exclaimed. "Yes, it's $20 million US dollars, as long as you can get the formula of the new type of drink." Dai Jiaxuan said, but sneered in his heart. The drink that can make Pepsi tempting is also a mere 20 million. The dollar is comparable. After finishing the conversation with the Black Widow, Dai Jia instantly thought about it. Regardless of whether Zhou Hao really wanted to sell Tianhe to Pepsi, he had to buy the fruit orange formula before talking about it, and then deal with it. This matter. In fact, he knows that his company is also very interested in Tianhe. Even without that new type of beverage, the mineral spring resources of Jinyu County are a piece of fat, and they must not be allowed to fall into the mouth of Pepsi. Besides, after Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing left the Sheraton Hotel, Liang Xiaobing asked him, "How? Do you really owe a lot of money for your business? I still have some money in my account, which may not be of much help, but you first take it and use it." The album of Notepad is selling well, and her dividends are more than 10 million. Originally, for a new singer like her, the record company would not give too much dividends. But because she is the woman of Zhou Hao, the big boss behind the scenes, Neptune Records dare not take any deductions at all, and even secretly regards Liang Xiaobing as the boss's wife. Coupled with the money Zhou Hao transferred to her account before, Liang Xiaobing's account now has a total of 70 to 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Because everything she eats and uses is reimbursed by Neptune Records, there is also a nanny car provided by Neptune Records, and she lives with Su Lin in Zhou Hao's half-mountain villa in Hong Kong, so she has no expenses at all in her daily life. The money in it hasn't changed much. Just now, when she heard Zhou Hao tell Dai Jiaxuan that her investment failed and the capital turnover was not working well, she was very anxious, but Dai Jiaxuan was also present at that time, so she was inconvenient to ask Zhou Hao. "Fool, who am I? I have made investments for so long, and I have never tried and failed." Zhou Hao laughed loudly. "What I said just now is not true. You don't need to take it seriously. It's just some of my business skills." I saw Liang Xiaobing cocked his mouth and slapped Zhou Hao. "Then you won't tell me in advance. It worried me for a while." "Hee hee. I'm wrong this time. I won't be like this next time," Zhou Hao said. Looking at the bustling night view of Shanghai, Liang Xiaobing smiled and said, "Last time I came to Shanghai, I just passed by in a hurry. I didn't go shopping well. Just take advantage of the free time today. You accompany me to stroll around." Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't refuse her request, so he took her hand and walked the streets of Shanghai. Although Shanghai at this time is very different from Zhou Hao's previous life, many buildings have not yet existed, but Zhou Hao is more familiar with Shanghai than the first comer, and he also knows some snacks and delicacies hidden in the streets. After a while, Liang Xiaobing was already carrying a bag of Xilong Bao and various snacks in her hand. Fortunately, the night was getting thick, and she was walking on the inside of the street again, with Zhou Hao covering it, so no one was there. Recognize her. Otherwise, the newly popular singer Liang Xiaobing's photos of gobbled up on the street regardless of manners will be published in major entertainment magazines. Zhou Hao, who is tall and handsome, has attracted the attention of many Shanghai girls and has a higher rate of return than some beautiful women. Walking around, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing suddenly saw a group of people in front of them pointing and pointing. Under curiosity, the two walked over. Entering the crowd, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing saw that this was a shop selling package. A boy of medium stature, about 18 or 19 years old, with shabby clothes, was standing in front of the store with his head down, with a card hanging around his neck with a few black words on it "I'm a thief. Me." And a fat middle-aged man shouted insults at the shameful boy next to him. It seemed that he was the owner of this shop. This fat boss spoke the Shanghai dialect, Liang. Xiaobing didn't understand it all, but looking at the muscles that twitched on his face, he knew that what he said was definitely not good. Zhou Hao had lived in Shanghai for 10 years in his previous life, and he could understand even if he could not speak the authentic Shanghai dialect. He heard the boss constantly insulting the boy. There was no shortage of wholesale, Xiaodu, and countryside Shanghai curse dialects such as Lao or 13 o'clock. I don't know that the boy did not understand the curse of the fat boss. He just bowed his head blindly. His face was full of shame and humiliation, and there were tears dangling in his eyes. But he did not let the tears stay. How? Why did that boss want him to put a sign on his chest? Even if someone stole his things, he would call the police. There is no need to insult people like this. Liang Xiaobing was blind to the fat boss. Zhou Hao couldn't bear it either, so he let go of Liang Xiaobing's hand, walked forward to the boy and the fat boss, and said to the fat boss, "He stole your things?" The fat boss saw Zhou Hao suddenly come out, as if he was going to stand out for the thief, so he couldn't help looking at Zhou Hao up and down. I heard Zhou Hao say, "Even if he stole your things, you can't insult her like this. It's illegal, do you know?" The fat boss was stunned, then replied, "Gu nong sa si ti, whatever your business." Zhou Hao ignored him and turned to the boy and asked, "You stole something from him?" The boy glanced at Zhou Hao, then hesitated for a while before he said, I took 2 buns from his shop." He explained anxiously, "My mother is sick and has not eaten anything all day. No money. I just want to borrow 2 buns. When I get rich, I will definitely pay it back." Hearing his Northeast accent, Zhou Hao knew that the boy was from the Northeast. Zhou Hao also intuitively felt that he did not lie, although he said that he only wanted to borrow 2 steamed buns to eat for his mother. No one would believe this reason, but Zhou Hao knew that his instincts could not be wrong. You believe me, what I said is true," the boy said to Zhou Hao, holding back the tears that hadn't fallen just now, and then gurgling out. Zhou Hao patted him on the shoulder, then reached out and took the card from his neck. Seeing Zhou Hao's behavior, the fat boss immediately cursed. "What are you trying to do? He took your 2 buns. How much is the total amount?" Zhou Hao glanced at him and asked. 5 yuan, the fat boss said. Zhou Hao took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Boss Fat. Boss Fatty was taken aback and wanted to find money for Zhou Hao. As Zhou Hao said, Shanghainese are not willing to suffer, but they will not take advantage of others. But Zhou Hao stopped the fat boss and said faintly, "My friend said just now that he borrowed the 2 buns from you, and the extra money is considered as interest." Hearing what Zhou Hao said, the fat boss stopped looking for money. He turned around and wanted to go back to the store, but Zhou Hao stopped him. "Wait, since I have paid you back the money for my friend with interest, then he is not a thief just now. Moreover, you just abused his lynching and violated my friend's personal dignity. This is illegal." Zhou Hao took out his mobile phone to call the police. Seeing that Zhou Hao wanted to call the police, the fat boss suddenly changed his face, reached out and grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and said, "Friend, what do you want? Let the police handle this matter." Zhou Hao said, "Of course. You have violated my friend's personal dignity. This is not allowed by law. Of course, it must be handled by the police. Friend, stay on the sidelines for everything, so I can see each other in the future." The fat boss twitched his face. "That's good." Zhou Hao squinted and laughed. "You don't need to call the police, but you can wear this brand for a while. And it says, 'I dare not insult the dignity of others anymore.'" Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the fat boss was stunned, and the people watching around also snickered, because many of these people were outsiders. Although the fat boss was scolding a boy alone, his words were the many ridicules from outsiders aroused their disgust. The fat boss stared at Zhou Hao, gritted his teeth, and said, "Friend, don't deceive people too much. Okay, then call the police. It's best to let the police handle it." Zhou Hao said nonchalantly. The fat boss has a very ugly face, but he knows the virtues of the local police. Whether he is right or not, he will be stripped of a lot of money by the police in the end, and even his business may be affected. This is too uneconomical. After several thoughts, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, I will wear it." Then he took another card and wrote, "I don't dare to insult the dignity of others anymore," on it, and put it on his neck to make the people around him amused. Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing also looked at each other and smiled. The Shandong boy who was insulted by the fat boss just now saw the fat boss look like this, but he couldn't bear it. He wanted to plead with Zhou Hao to let him go, but Zhou Hao did not speak. Pulled out of the crowd. After Zhou Hao and the others left, of course the fat boss immediately took off the sign, turned around, and went back to his store, afraid to come out to see people. Liang Xiaobing also returned to Zhou Hao's side and said to this simple and honest boy, "You are too. How can you let that guy treat you like this? You should resist." Suddenly, when the boy saw Liang Xiaobing, such a beautiful and charming woman, his cheeks immediately became red. Fortunately, his skin was darker, otherwise he would look like a big red apple. Zhou Hao asked, "By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Zhang Daniu, and my mother calls me Daniel." Zhang Daniu grinned to Zhou Hao with a thick throat. "Gong, you are also called Daniu." "Thank you just now." Zhou Hao was taken aback when he heard the boy named Zhang Daniu call himself a benefactor, while Liang Xiaobing beside him was giggling. Zhang Daniu saw Liang Xiaobing's trembling and coquettish appearance. His face became even more red, and he immediately lowered his head not to look at Liang Xiaobing. It's not that Zhang Daniu had any unreasonable thoughts about Liang Xiaobing, but his seldom contact with the opposite sex, coupled with his shy personality, caused him to be shy in front of a beautiful woman like Liang Xiaobing. You still don't call me good bearer. It sounds awkward. I said you were my friend just now. Call me Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao smiled at Zhang Daniu. "Would you like to hand me this? What about friends?" Zhang Daniu felt flattered when he heard Zhou Hao say this. This, blessed man you. Is it worthy to make friends with you? Because when he came to Shanghai, he and his mother were so stunned. They felt that this place full of high-rise buildings was far less comfortable than their hometown. At least it was easier to make friends in the country than in this city, and friends. The feelings between them are sincere, and there is no interest. After hearing Zhang Daniu's words, Zhou Hao knew that he had a bad time here in Shanghai. So he said from the bottom of his heart, "Friends are not worthy or unworthy. Do you still need to make friends?" Zhang Daniu was very moved by Zhou Hao's words, and the tears almost couldn't help falling. "By the way, you just said that your mother is sick and hasn't eaten for a day. Let's take her to the hospital as soon as possible," Zhou Hao said. Zhou Hao, thank you so much." Zhang Daniu wiped his eyes and said. So Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing got in a taxi and asked Zhang Daniu to lead the way to his residence. They soon came to a low-rise bungalow residential area, which is far inferior to the city center in terms of environment and transportation, and most of the people entering and leaving here are migrant workers. It seems that this is a slum area in Shanghai. Under the leadership of Zhang Daniu, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing walked through the dark and winding alleys, and finally came to a dark and damp bungalow. This small bungalow has 2 floors, about 150 square meters, but in the 2-story small bungalow, there are nearly 20 people. Zhang Daniu and his mother live in a room separated by wooden boards on the 1st floor. In this environment, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing, who are well-dressed, seem out of place. The other residents in the bungalow all looked at them strangely, but they did not take the initiative to pay attention to them. In the same bungalow, Zhou Hao and them were like people from 2 worlds. In the end, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing also met Zhang Daniu's mother, a thin and small middle-aged woman. Her face was sallow and haggard, and her eyes were closed and unconscious. Zhou Hao frowned and said to Zhang Daniu, "Your mother is in a very bad condition and she is still feverish." Zhang Daniu's face was gloomy, and he stroked the hair on his mother's forehead affectionately. "I was at the pharmacy outside yesterday on credit for a pill and boiled it for my mother, but she seems nothing better." Liang Xiaobing also said, "How can you let your mother take medicine indiscriminately? What should you do if you take the wrong medicine? Come on, let's take your mother to the hospital," Zhou Hao said. Zhang Daniu glanced at Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing, then nodded and lifted his mother on his back. Then, the group came to the hospital. It was an old doctor who treated Zhang's mother. After a diagnosis, he told Zhang Daniu and Zhou Hao that Zhang's mother became weak due to a cold and later malnutrition, and his condition became more and more serious. Fortunately, Mother Zhang is not life-threatening, as long as she recuperates well. After listening to this old doctor's words, Zhang Daniu breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Xiaobing went out to pay for Zhang's mother for consultation and medicine, while Zhou Hao and Zhang Daniu accompanied Zhang's unconscious mother in the ward. Zhou Hao, I really don't know how to thank you, and Ms. Liang. Zhang Daniu said inexplicably gratefully. Those medicine expenses, after I have money, I will definitely pay you back. Zhou Hao shook his head. If you treat me as a friend, don't say this. Through chatting, Zhou Hao learned that Zhang Daniu and Zhang Mu were originally farmers in a mountain village in Shandong. As for Zhang Daniu's father, when Zhang Daniu was 7 years old, he was hit and killed by a tractor on the way home from work. After that, Zhang's mother and Zhang Daniu depended on each other for life, and the mother and son worked hard to maintain the family's 10 acres of farmland. But later, the village privately sold the Zhang family's land to a real estate developer, and only symbolically gave the Zhang family 2,000 yuan in compensation. Unable to live in the village, Zhang Daniu heard people say that gold is everywhere in big cities, and it is easy to make a fortune. In order to support his mother, Zhang Daniu brought her mother to Shanghai. However, Shanghai is not as gold everywhere as he had imagined. Moreover, even if Zhang Daniu wanted to work, he was refused employment by the factory many times because he did not have a temporary residence permit or other documents. It didn't take long before Zhang Daniu ran out of the money he had brought, and Zhang's mother became ill again. There was no other way. Zhang Daniu would go to the fat boss's shop just now to pick up steamed buns to fill Zhang's hunger. After listening to Zhang Daniu's experience, Zhou Hao was very moved. Not to mention that at this time, even more than 10 years later, the contradictions and conflicts between migrant workers and the city are very sharp. The migrant workers want to find a place in the city and win a place for themselves. On the one hand, the city needs the labor of migrant workers. On the other hand, they always visibly and invisibly resist and reject these migrant workers who have contributed to urban construction. Soon, Liang Xiaobing returned after paying the money. Zhou Hao asked her to stay here with Mother Zhang and said to Zhang Daniu, Daniu, you come with me. Zhang Daniu didn't know why, but he did not hesitate to follow Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took Zhang Daniu to the corner of the parking lot behind the hospital. Most of the parking lot was bicycles, with only a few Santana cars. The 60-year-old guard was reading the newspaper there. Question, he can't see Zhou Hao's side. Zhou Hao, what's the matter? Zhang Daniu asked. Zhou Hao didn't answer, and suddenly shook his fist at Zhou Hao, bringing out a whistling sound. Zhang Daniu was shocked when he saw Zhou Hao attacking himself without warning. However, when Zhou Hao's fist came to his chest, he was already agile and avoided the side, and his steps actually contained profound tactics. Zhou Hao did not stop, resorting to a trick in the Wu Qin Shi, ape through arms, 2 arms stretched out to clamp Zhang Daniu. There was a wall behind Zhang Daniu, and Zhou Hao's fierce coming was already too late to avoid it. Seeing Zhang Daniu raised both hands violently, he used a form of Arhut embraces the moon, and steadily blocked Zhou Hao's offensive. Zhou Hao, what are you doing? Why are you fighting me? Zhang Daniu was still baffled by Zhou Hao's sudden behavior. Nonsense novels. Take me one more move. Zhou Hao's moves changed again, and the ape with arms suddenly changed to a fierce tiger out of the forest, taking Zhang Daniu's heart directly. In desperation, Zhang Daniu had no choice but to fight with all his might, and simply punched. Zhou Hao and Zhang Daniu made a dull physical collision when they struck each other. Zhou Hao didn't move, but Zhang Daniu was knocked back by the huge impact and hit the wall behind him. Immediately sink in. Zhang Daniu only felt that the right fist hit by Zhou Hao was numb and painful, and couldn't help but said, Zhou Hao, you have such a lot of strength. Have you also practiced the bull god fist? Fighting bull god boxing. Zhou Hao guessed that Zhang Daniu's envoy should be this martial arts, but the name of this martial arts is a bit funny. In fact, Zhou Hao knew that he had martial arts when he first saw Zhang Daniu, but he still did not rely on his martial arts to bully ordinary people even when he was insulted, so Zhou Hao moved to make friends. Heard of. And Zhang Daniu also saw that Zhou Hao's martial arts were no higher than his own, and he had no previous worries. I saw him hit Zhou Hao's front door with a raise from the bottom with his right hand. Zhou Hao didn't dare to look down upon Zhang Daniu's unpretentious attack. He took a step earlier and stood in front of him. Zhang Daniu's fist hit Zhou Hao's palm, and Zhou Hao felt that although he was blocking it, a condensed and magnificent, infuriating energy penetrated from Zhang Daniu's fist, spreading from Zhou Hao's palm to the entire article left arm. Zhou Hao's heart was slightly startled, and the Jinqi in his body also automatically circulated, dispelling the strength that Zhang Dainyu had penetrated. Come again. Following the words, Zhang Dainyu's other fist had reached Zhou Hao's abdomen. Under this huge force, Zhou Hao was completely knocked into the air, turned around in the air, and fell to the distance lightly, standing on the soft seat of that bicycle. Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't have any traces of injury under his 5-strength fists, he appeared calm and calm. The last trace of concern in Zhang Dainyu's heart disappeared, and his simple face also showed excitement and uncontrollable expression. Although Zhou Hao was not injured, he was very surprised by Zhang Dainyu's skill. If he had a deep inner strength and his physique became tougher than ordinary people after being reborn, he would not be able to cope with Zhang Dainyu's punch just now. And Zhou Hao discovered that Zhang Dainyu's qi gene has a very strong penetrating power, which can penetrate the skin muscles directly to the internal organs. It's another person. Even if the inner family's qigong practice reaches a deep level, they are afraid that Zhang Dainyu will be beaten to internal injuries. After thinking about it, Zhang Dainyu had already jumped high, and his right fist flew towards Zhou Hao like a meteor. Zhou Hao fell back to the ground from the bicycle, but Zhang Dainyu's right fist followed like a shadow. Seeing Zhou Hao picking his toes, he picked up a piece of blue brick floor and sucked it in his palm with his inner strength, blocking him and Zhang Dainyu. I saw Zhang Dainyu's fist suddenly hit the blue brick. However, with Zhang Dainyu's punch that was enough to dent the steel, the blue brick did not shatter, and even a crack did not appear, but his strength was ignoring the existence of the blue brick. It penetrated into Zhou Hao's palm again. With the previous experience, Zhou Hao's vitality in his body dispelled Zhang Dainyu's strength. However, Zhou Hao was shocked, because Zhang Dainyu's punch was not broken, the blue brick was not broken, but the strength could still penetrate into Zhou Hao's body, which reminded Zhou Hao of a very magical martial arts Gashan Fight the Cow. Fighting cattle in the mountains is a very advanced martial art in China. When you reach the top level, you can kill the enemy in the air. And Gashan De Ni is actually the use of Tu Jin in internal Qigong. As the name suggests, Tu Jin emphasizes penetrating power. For example, fighting between ordinary people and hitting the body with a fist usually causes trauma. However, a person who is proficient in Tu Jin, his fist hits a person and the strength will penetrate into the human body, causing great damage to the internal organs. Those who are hit by the Tu Jin will suffer from internal injuries. In severe cases, internal organs shattered and died. Zhang Dainyu didn't know what Zhou Hao was thinking about. He only knew that he hadn't met a person who could block his fist for so many years, and his heart became more and more excited. Two fists also thumped Zhou Hao one after another. Fist shadow swept away like a stormy sea. Zhou Hao was still very surprised by Zhang Dainyu, because according to his attack power, his power was no less than that of the Shinko Kaishiro, who was known as one of Japan's 3 great masters by Nanami Kuru. Moreover, Zhang Dainyu is only 19 years old this year, and there is still much room for development. It's just that, although Zhang Dainyu has cultivated such a high-strength martial arts at a young age, he is still far from the realm of translating meaning into form, let alone Mr. Han Mei, the leader of the First Army, or the patriarch of the Wind Demon Feng Imo Kotaro's kind of supermaster. Even if he was dissatisfied with Xia Ho, who had been abolished by Zhou Hao, Zhang Dainyu was quite different. So despite Zhang Dainyu's aggressive offensive, he still couldn't attack Zhou Hao's defense. Daluo King Kong Fist. In the end, Zhou Hao let out a soft drink, then fisted out, using the powerful move that Xia Ho refused to accept. Zhang Dainyu felt as though he was at the center of a hurricane, surrounded by gales. Before he could make a move, he was lifted up by a huge force and fell heavily to the ground. However, Zhou Hao never thought of hurting him, so he just knocked him down and stopped. I lost. Zhang Dainyu scratched his head and smiled, returning to that simple and honest manner. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to pull him up and listened to Zhang Dainyu saying, Zhou Hao, what martial arts do you use? It's so powerful, even more powerful than the old monk. Old monk? Zhou Hao asked in confusion. Zhang Dainyu nodded. The old monk is the one who taught me to fight the bulls boxing. As a result, Zhou Hao learned about his martial arts experience from Zhang Dainyu's mouth. It turned out that Zhang Dainiyu's father had a favor to a monk who passed by Zhang village in his early years. When the monk went to Zhang village for the second time and wanted to repay his father Zhang for his favor, he found that Father Zhang had died in a car accident, leaving only the orphans and widows Zhang Dainiyu and Zhang Mu. Thinking of Zhang's father's favor of a meal, the monk decided to pass on martial arts to Zhang Dainiyu. Originally, the monk just wanted to teach Zhang Dainiyu some ordinary martial arts for strengthening the body, but found that Zhang Dainiyu was a good talent for martial arts. The monk was moved by his love for talents, and he also said that Zhang Dainiyu was pure in character, so he taught Zhang Dainiyu his lifelong martial arts and regarded Zhang Dainiyu as his successor. Since the monk had never told Zhang Dainiyu of his name or law name, Zhang Dainiyu had always called him the old monk. The old monk said that after practicing this set of bullfighting fist, he can kill a bull with one punch. Zhang Dainiyu said to Zhou Hao, he said, this set of bullfighting fist is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a punch to the cow, and the cow is immediately killed. The second stage is a punch to the cow, and the cow will die after a few days. The third stage is no, if you encounter a cow, you will kill the cow 10 steps away. Zhou Hao was curious and asked, then which stage have you been in? Zhang Dainiyu scratched his head and smiled straightforwardly. I'm very stupid. After more than 10 years of practice, I only reached the second stage. Although Zhang Dainiyu is more straightforward, Zhou Hao, who has reached a high level in martial arts, understands that the set of fighting Niu Xinquan mentioned by Zhang Dainiyu is actually an extremely advanced martial arts. In the first stage, in fact, what you practice is strength, and what you pay attention to is strength. And the second stage is the dark power, which pays attention to the power of femininity. Zhang Dainiyu said that it hits the cow. It takes a few days for the cow to die. In fact, the power is hidden in the meridian of the cow. Only then did it explode violently, destroying all the meridians and organs of the cow. As for the third stage, it's the level of thoroughness, that is, the realm of hitting the bull over a mountain, and it can kill the bull in the air. In fact, Onjin is the entry point of Tuji. The principle is similar, but the penetration of Tuji is stronger. This martial arts can be both rigid and flexible, strong to rigid, and soft to soft. At the same time, judging from the fight between Zhou Hao and Zhang Dainiyu just now, the true energy of this martial arts is very condensed. Just like when Zhang Dainiyu attacked Zhou Hao just now, there was no true energy fluctuation in his body. That is, all the true energy was condensed. Fist to achieve maximum power. He asked Zhang Dainiyu, where is that old monk? What stage has he been in? The old monk said that he himself had practiced the bull boxing for more than 50 years, and he was just a glimpse into the third stage. Zhang Dainiyu said, however, the old monk can break the stone through a piece of tofu. But the tofu did not rot. After hearing Zhang Dainiyu's words, Zhou Hao took a breath, thinking that the old monk was too powerful. However, Zhang Dainiyu's face was sad at this time. However, the old monk died of illness more than 3 years ago, so I dug his grave. You can't come back from death, so don't be sad. Zhou Hao comforted. At the same time, he thought in his heart that the old monk's martial arts should have been learned from Shaolin, and Shaolin's martial arts, especially the internal Qigong. Although powerful, it often takes decades of hard work to achieve success. Just like that the old monk, after more than 50 years of practicing fighting bull god boxing, only got his first glimpse of the third stage, while Zhang Dainiyu became the second stage when he was 19. However, Zhou Hao thought again. This fighting Niu Xinquan gave people a simple and unpretentious feeling, without any fancy. Even Zhang Dainiyu's moves were straightforward. This is like Zhang Dainiyu's character, or Zhang Dainiyu is not really talented in learning martial arts, but his simple personality, he can concentrate on everything he does and finally learn something. This reminds Zhou Hao of Gui Jing in Jin Yang's works. Gui Jing is stupid in the eyes of many people, but it is because of his simple character that he can achieve success in martial arts. And there are some martial arts that only people like him can practice. For example, the clever Huang Rong can't learn how to stroke each other. Therefore, perhaps Zhang Dainiyu was born to practice fighting Niu Xinquan. Why didn't you resist when the fat boss insulted you just now? Zhou Hao asked Zhang Dainiyu. With your martial arts, he can't hold you a finger at all. I saw Zhang Dainiyu earnestly said. The old monk said before that the main purpose of my martial arts is to strengthen my body, protect myself and my family and friends, and help people in need. It must not be used to bully others. Zhou Hao was very satisfied with Zhang Daniu's answer and felt that his kindness was very rare. If other people had martial arts like his, under the persecution of life, they might have done evil a long time ago. The so-called ban on knights by martial arts. When a person possesses extraordinary force, the binding force of law and morality on him will be much reduced. If Zhou Hao hadn't been familiar with the stock market trend in the next 15 years and had his own way of making money, he had really thought about using his martial arts to rob the rich and help the poor and get rid of the embarrassment of life. Daniu, what do you plan to do in the future? Although you have martial arts, you don't know how to do those methods. Are you going to do coolies? Zhou Hao said to him. In this case, it's just it will waste your youth. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhang Daniu's face also showed sadness, and he heard Zhou Hao say, Or, you will follow me in the future. After all, it is better than your current situation. Follow you. Just to be my bodyguard. Zhou Hao said. Bodyguard? Zhang Daniu was puzzled. But your martial arts are more powerful than mine. Do you still need my protection? Zhou Hao smiled. Because I don't want others to know that I know martial arts, and I hope you can keep it secret for me. As for the salary, I will temporarily set it at 10,000 yuan a month, and there will be a bonus at the end of the year. 10,000. Zhang Daniu was completely stunned. To say that he didn't know the concept of money very well before in the village. He only felt that a few dozen yuan was already a large sum, until he came to Shanghai. Only here is the importance of money. Moreover, even here in Shanghai, 10,000 yuan is considered a very high salary. Zhang Daniu didn't know that Zhou Hao's 10,000 was calculated in US dollars, just like the employees of Xinghe Investment Company. Zhang Daniu was both pleasantly surprised and excited about Zhou Hao's suggestion, and Zhou Hao was still his mother's lifesaver. Even if Zhou Hao didn't give a penny, he would not mind. After a long time, Zhang Daniu said, Zhou Hao, I really want to follow you. But, I have to ask my mother first. She agrees to me before I can promise you. No problem. Zhou Hao didn't have any impatience, but admired Zhang Daniu's filial piety. When the two returned to the ward where Zhang's mother was, they found that Zhang's mother had woke up and was chatting with Liang Xiaobing. Because Zhang's mother spoke the authentic Shan Dongfang dialect, Liang Xiaobing sounded very strenuous. He was immediately relieved when he saw Zhou Hao and Zhang Daniu came back. Zhang Daniu was also very happy to see his mother awake and introduced her to Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing. When Zhang's mother learned that Zhou Hao and the two not only rescued Zhang Daniu, but also brought herself to the hospital for treatment, she got out of bed and gave Zhou Hao to their knees in gratitude, but Zhou Hao quickly stopped. When Zhang Daniu told Zhang's mother that Zhou Hao wanted to hire herself as a bodyguard and still had a salary of 10,000 yuan, Zhang's mother was even more grateful to Zhou Hao. And Zhang's mother could see that Zhou Hao was not an ordinary person, and that her son followed him, and the situation was better than the current situation, so she immediately agreed to Zhang Daniu to follow Zhou Hao. But Daniel, to be my bodyguard requires things to run around, so you can't be with your mother often. Zhou Hao reminded. This. Zhang Daniu hesitated when he heard this. Mother Zhang still reprimanded. Why are you still hesitating? Do you have to take care of you for the rest of your life? The old monk didn't say too much before. The man has such a good opportunity now. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You don't have to worry about mother here. Mother can take care of yourself. Zhou Hao also said. In fact, you don't have to worry. My mother is doing business in Guangdong. I can arrange for your mother to go there, so I can take care of it. Zhou Hao, thank you so much. Zhang Daniu said gratefully. The mother Zhang next to him gave him a sideways look. Why are you so rude to call someone by name? From now on, you have to call Mr. Zhou the boss. Zhang Daniu said oh, and seriously called Zhou Hao the boss. Zhou Hao originally wanted to be friends with Zhang Daniu, but he couldn't resist Zhang's insistence, so he didn't refuse. Anyway, it was just a different name, as long as he treated Zhang Daniu as a friend. After that, Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't let Zhang Daniu's mother and her son continue to stay in that small bungalow with a poor environment. Since Mother Zhang still needs to be hospitalized for recuperation, she stayed in the hospital first. And Zhou Hao still had to stay here in Shanghai for a while, so Zhang Daniu was also by his side. Zhou Hao deliberately opened a room for him in the hotel, set him there temporarily, and asked the employees of Neptune Records to buy Zhang Daniu several sets of clothes, including suits and casual clothes, but they were also very complete. And then, Liang Xiaobing began to rehearse the concert on the big stage in Shanghai, while Zhou Hao accompanied him in the auditorium below. Zhang Daniu was Zhou Hao's bodyguard, so he was beside Zhou Hao and chatted with him from time to time. "Boss, how many people can sit in this place?" Zhang Daniu raised his head and looked around the vast Shanghai stage. "It can accommodate 18,000 people." Zhou Hao smiled. "And for our concert, 16,000 tickets are sold externally, and another 2,000 tickets are reserved for internal use." Zhang Daniu couldn't help sighing. "There are 18,000 people. There are only more than 1,000 people in our village, which means that more than a dozen villages have come. Ms. Liang is very good. She can sing in front of so many people." At this time, Liang Xiaobing had been rehearsing for more than an hour, and she happened to be coming down to rest. Zhou Hao immediately greeted her, took out a tissue, wiped her fragrant sweat on her forehead distressfully, and said softly, "How can I handle it?" Liang Xiaobing nodded. "No problem, but I'm so nervous. There will be almost 20,000 people at that time. I used to sing in the studio before. I have never tried singing in front of so many people. Zhou Hao, what to do? If something goes wrong at that time, you will be really embarrassed, and you will lose the company and your face." Zhou Hao scratched her nose. "Why do you think about this? Don't be afraid. I will look at you then. You only need to treat those audiences as sound engineers outside the recording room." "Will you really look at me?" "Of course, when did I lie to you?" Zhou Hao smiled. Then, the director of the concert came over to discuss with Liang Xiaobing about the rehearsal, and Zhou Hao's mobile phone rang. As soon as Zhou Hao looked at the number, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "President Dai, hello." "Mr. Zhou." It was Dai Jiashuan on the phone. "We have prepared the contract for the purchase of the fruit orange formula. If it is convenient, you can send a legal representative to sign the contract. By the way, that 2.5 billion, we are also ready for RMB. "Thank you so much, President Dai," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "I'll pass now." So Zhou Hao went to the China branch of Coca-Cola with Zhang Daniu and the legal representative of Tianhe. The legal representative of Tianhe is a middle-aged man named Gu Zhongtu. In fact, this Gu Zhongtu has no background. He is just an ordinary person. He was a puppet that Zhao Yuqin found because Zhou Hao knew that the gun was shot. It makes sense, especially now that I have a close relationship with the Zhao family, and I can't put my name in business. Even in the column for the holder of Galaxy Investment Company, the name of Song Jiahao is written. Came to Coca-Cola's China headquarters in Shanghai. Dai Jiashuan had been waiting for him there long ago. After being polite, Zhou Hao looked at the contract to buy and sell the fruit orange formula. This transaction not only sold the fruit orange formula to the Coca-Cola company, but also sold the production rights of the fruit orange to them. In other words, from now on, only Coca-Cola can produce fruit orange. Orange, this drink is now. Knowing that there was no problem with the contract, Zhou Hao asked Gu Zhongtu to officially sign with Dai Jiashuan. "Mr. Zhou, the 2.5 billion yuan can be transferred to your company's account within this week." Dai Jiashuan laughed with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded. "Thank you, President Dai." Those related personnel were dealing with the contract, and Zhou Hao was dragged aside by Dai Jiashuan. "Mr. Zhou, now we are friends too," Dai Jiashuan said with a smile to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded immediately. "Of course, unless President Dai you think I am not worthy of being your friend." "Hee, what are these words?" Dai Jiashuan smiled affectionately. "Then I will call you Xiao Hao." "Hee, Xiao Hao. If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Then I will say thank you here first." Zhou Hao smiled. Then Dai Jiashuan said, "Xiao Hao, since we are all friends, it is the so-called fertile water does not flow into outsiders' fields. If you want to sell Tianhe in the future, you must first find me." Seeing Zhou Hao's face changed, and Dai Jiashuan saw his reaction, he was even more convinced of what the Black Widow had told him before. As expected, Zhou Hao had already approached Pepsi to talk about selling Tianhe. "President Dai, you are joking. How could I sell Tianhe?" Zhou Hao said with a straightened face. "I just said if it was." Dai Jiashuan smiled, but sneered in his heart. "If you are a little fox like a ghost, can you escape from my palm? Jiang, it's still hot." After Zhou Hao left the Coca-Cola company with a nervous look, Dai Jiaxuan's face still kept the confident smile that had just revealed Zhou Hao's mind. Recalling Zhou Hao's just now that he had guessed his mind and was a little lost in his soul, Dai Jiaxuan's previous depression caused by Zhou Hao's calculations was also wiped out, as if he had found the place. After returning to his spacious and comfortable office, the secretary's voice came from the landline on the desk. "Mr. Dai, a lady wants to find you." "Huh? Who is it?" Dai Jiaxuan asked in a good mood. The secretary said truthfully. "She didn't say, but she said you would like to listen to her phone." As soon as Dai Jiaxuan's thoughts turned, she thought of the Black Widow. These days, she has been investigating the specific circumstances of Zhou Hao's investment failure, as she said. Thinking of this, he said to the secretary, "Put the phone in." "Mr. Dai." It really was the voice of the Black Widow. Dai Jiaxuan knew that the Black Widow was looking for herself now. It must be the result of investigating Zhou Hao's affairs, so he immediately asked, "Did he find out about Zhou Hao's investment company? Did he really lose a lot?" "Money. We found that Zhou Hao registered an investment company called Xinghua in Hong Kong." The voice of the Black Widow came from the phone. "We stole this Xinghua account book. Judging from the situation on the account book, Xinghua lost more than 4.877 billion Hong Kong dollars. Even though Dai Jiaxuan had previously speculated that Zhou Hao's investment had lost a lot of money, but now he can't help but raise his eyebrows when he hears this amount, and asks the Black Widow, "What kind of business is Zhou Hao investing in?" "The money is buried in Hong Kong's spicy waste landfill. We have traced it down. Xinghua invested all the money in South Korea. Because the real estate and stock markets in South Korea had a big increase in the past, Zhou Hao may have taken a fancy to this point, so he invested all the money in it." South Korea. Unexpectedly, South Korea completely hit the rocks during the Asian financial turmoil. The stock market and exchange rate collapsed. Not only did Galaxy lose all its money, it also owed a large amount of debt. The Black Widow explained. "In fact, it is not just Zhou Hao. Many Japanese banks and investment companies that have invested in South Korea have hit the rocks. This has led to a considerable drop in Japan's stock market." Dai Jiaxuan sneered. That Zhou Hao was too unlucky. It happened to be in a financial storm. "By the way, Mr. Dai, we also found one thing," the Black Widow said. "The funds given to Xinghua by Sinian and the United British News Agency are not so simple. We suspect that they made Xinghua whitewash the amount of black money. Moreover, we estimate that the total amount of this black money will not only be more than 4 billion recorded on this account book, and there may be a larger amount." Dai Jiaxuan frowned when he heard it, and said to himself, "He actually helped the underworld to launder money? Humph! Who is the underworld? No wonder he is so eager to raise money." He slowly stroked the hard roots of his chin, and then said to the Black Widow, "You have done a good job this time. I will transfer 1 million to your account first. However, the new type developed by Tianhe Drinks, you have to continue to inquire. Also, I think Zhou Hao really talked with Zhu Huaxi of Pepsi about the sale of Tianhe. You can check their proposed purchase price." "Got it." After finishing the call, Dai Jiaxuan leaned back on the back of the chair and turned the chair to face the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the spectacular Shanghai scenery outside, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, "How can you not get Pepsi?" Tianhe. At the same time, Liang Fengshan was basking in the sun by the swimming pool of his villa. Next to him was a woman with a very attractive figure wearing a bikini swimsuit. There were also two beauties wearing swimsuits in the swimming pool, swimming in the water as much as two. Like a mermaid. "Young Master Liang, come and have a glass of juice." The girl beside him put a glass of orange juice to Liang Fengshan's mouth. Liang Fengshan opened his mouth and grabbed the straw, took a beautiful sip, and at the same time stretched out his hand and scrupulously grabbed the girl's breast and kneaded it vigorously and said with a frivolous smile, "How do things grow? Damn grows so big, so I wanted to seduce men." The woman was pinched in pain by Liang Fengshan, yet she still had to pretend to be enjoying herself and whispered, "If you don't seduce anyone, you will seduce young Master Liang." Liang Fengshan laughed and went straight into her swimsuit and played with her breasts. At this time, Ding Guangxiong hurriedly walked over from outside, with a few beads of sweat hanging on his forehead. "Hey Xiong, are you here?" Liang Fengshan saw Ding Guangxiong, but he still didn't take his hand from the girl's chest, but seemed even more dissolute. Ding Guangxiong stared at the happy girl, secretly swallowed his saliva, then quickly retracted his gaze, and said to Liang Fengshan, "Boss, the Zhou you asked me to check before, there has been news from Hong Kong." When Liang Fengshan saw Ding Guangxiong peeking at the girl next to him, he secretly smiled, and when he heard the news from Hong Kong, he immediately sat up again. "Is there any news?" "Hurry up." Ding Guangxiong nodded, and said, "Boss, Zhou in the picture you gave me is the same person I have heard of before. My friends in Hong Kong have already confirmed. The investment he opened the company, my friend also found it, called Galaxy Investment Company. Then his Galaxy Investment Company really lost a lot of money and owed a lot of debt to the gang." Yes, Biao Wang was right before. The Galaxy Investment Company really owed Xinyan and Dongxing a lot of money. Ding Guangxiong explained. And my friend in Hong Kong also said that, in fact, Galaxy Investment Company is the total number of people who helped Xinyan and Dongxing launder money is probably over tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. However, Galaxy Investment Company invested these in South Korea, and during this period, South Korea's stock market collapsed due to the financial turmoil, leaving Zhou Hao and the others lost. After listening to Ding Guangxiong's words, Liang Fengshan was astonished at first, then burst into laughter, slapped his thighs and laughed. Zhou Hao, I didn't expect you to have today." "Ah." Ding Guangxiong said again, "The boss of my friend is a hall master of Xian. He said that now Xian and Dongxing are urging Zhou Hao to pay back the money, so Zhou Hao dare not even go to Hong Kong." He. Liang Fengshan's laughter at this time seemed extremely gloomy, just listening to him. "I was still thinking that Zhou Hao is backed by the Zhao family. Even if he owes a few billions, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. He didn't expect that he was so courageous that he would help the underworld to launder money. In this case, he would definitely not let the Zhao family know." Liang Fengshan believes that even if Zhou Hao owes billions of huge debts, but with the support of the Zhao family, he will certainly be able to lend a huge amount of money to the domestic banks to ease it, and it will not be so embarrassed. Because he himself knows that if there is support from the top, it would be easy to devalue bank loans, and Fengshan Group was basically established by relying on bank loans. He squeezed his chin and smiled viciously. "Would you like to tell the Zhao family that he helped the underworld to launder money? Hey, isn't his biggest reliance on the Zhao family? If the Zhao family is gone support, I don't think he can bark." But I heard Ding Guangxiong say, "Boss, it's not so good. First, we have no evidence. Second, you said that the energy of the Zhao family is so great. If Zhou Hao refuses to admit it, it will be troublesome to bite us back." "Well, this also makes sense." Liang Fengshan smiled and glanced at Ding Guangxiong. "I didn't expect your mind to turn very fast." He got up from his chair, walked back and forth a few times by the pool, and constantly rubbed his chin, muttering, "Well, this is a good opportunity to completely defeat Zhou Hao. I must take it well." Suddenly, he saw Ding Guangxiong standing there quietly, but his eyes were always on the girl by the pool, and he smiled immediately. "Hey Xiong, you did a good job this time. I have always been like this. The rewards and punishments are clear. Do you like Ollie?" The girl who was applying sunscreen by the pool heard Liang Fengshan's words. Her face changed immediately. She was obviously Ollie. When Ding Guangxiong looked at Ollie, swallowed again, but did not speak, he acquiesced. Ha. "Man, who doesn't like beautiful women?" Liang Fengshan said with a smile. "Ollie, you can accompany He Xiong tonight. As long as you wait for He Xiong, this son will have many rewards." Thank you, boss." He Xiong's eyes glowed, and his throat was astringent. Ollie trembled slightly, but she did not dare to disobey Liang Fengshan, because she knew that these women were only Liang Fengshan's playthings, and she had no ability to resist. Liang Fengshan didn't feel the slightest reluctance, and a woman like Ollie was not worth his sincerity. Moreover, Ding Guangxiong's greed for money and makes Liang Fengshan feel more at ease in using him, because Liang Fengshan also knows that only those who have weaknesses can be controlled, and he can use it with peace of mind. At this moment, Liang Fengshan's mobile phone on the coffee table rang. When Liang Fengshan frowned, he picked it up and pressed it to his ear. He only heard Shangwan Zong's voice on the phone. "Mr. Liang, are you next to the TV?" "What happened?" Shangwan Zongzi said. "Go and see." Many domestic media are reporting that Coca-Cola is going to acquire Tianhe. The news that Shangguan Zonza brought to Liang Fengshan was very shocking, and he didn't care about Ding Guangxiong and the girl named Ollie next to him. So he hurried back to the villa and turned on the TV in the hall. A financial news program happened to be shown on TV, and the male announcer in a suit and leather shoes said, according to the latest news from this station, at about 10 o'clock this morning, a Chinese branch of the Coca-Cola Company did not want to be named. Employees revealed that the Coca-Cola Company is about to acquire the famous domestic private enterprise, Tianhe Beverage Group. There is also news that Mr. Dai Jiaxuan, president of Coca-Cola Company in China, has signed a preliminary acquisition contract with the chairman of Tianhe Beverage Group, Mr. Gu Zhongtu. Then, as soon as the picture on the TV changed, it appeared that Coca-Cola's branch in Shanghai was crowded with reporters from various TV stations and newspapers, and Dai Jiaxuan, who just came out of it, was blocked. The reporters immediately rushed up like wolves and surrounded Dai Jiaxuan. Mr. Dai, someone in your company revealed that you are about to acquire Tianhe Beverage Group. Is this true? Mr. Dai, it is reported that you have initially signed a contract with Tianhe Beverage Group. What is your purchase price? Mr. Dai, your Coca-Cola Company previously proposed to acquire Tianhe Beverage Group, but it was rejected by Tianhe. Are you determined to win this acquisition plan? Mr. Dai, you want to buy Tianhe Beverage Group. Is it because Tianhe Beverage Group has recently emerged in the Chinese beverage market and has seized many of Coca-Cola's markets? More than a dozen microphones came in front of Dai Jiaxuan, and the reporters asked questions one after another like waves. The security guards of Coca-Cola Company had already come out at this time, and they quickly protected Dai Jiaxuan, who was in the center of the storm. However, the news this time caused an uproar in the country. How could the reporters let Dai Jiaxuan so easily? Under the protection of several security guards, it was difficult for him to break through. In the end, Dai Jiaxuan, who was a little bit distressed, said to the reporters, "Everyone, regarding this matter, I can say that our Coca-Cola Company has no intention to acquire Tianhe Beverage Group for the time being. However, it is undeniable that Tianhe Beverage the Group is a strong and outstanding enterprise." One of the quick-minded reporters immediately asked, "Mr. Dai, you just said that the Coca-Cola Company has no intention to acquire Tianhe Beverage Group for the time being. Does that mean that you will have the possibility of acquiring Tianhe Beverage Group in the future?" This question immediately resonated with other reporters, and everyone raised questions. Dai Jiaxuan said, "I have nothing to say about this. After all, I can't completely take charge of the company's affairs. Whether it will acquire Tianhe Beverage Group or not will need to be decided by the company headquarters." Another reporter asked, "Mr. Dai, as your old rival, is Pepsi also interested in Tianhe Beverage Group?" Mr. Zhu Huaxi of Pepsi Company just revealed that Pepsi is not without the possibility of acquiring Tianhe Beverage Group. Then you will compete with PepsiCo again over the acquisition of Tianhe Beverage Group. Sorry everyone, I still have a meeting to host. I'll leave first. Dai Jiaxuan didn't answer the reporter's question just now, and quickly broke through the reporter's encirclement with the help of the security guard and returned to the company. The reporters wanted to chase in, but they were stopped by the security guards. The scene returned to the TV station again. The male broadcaster said to the camera, "Our reporter interviewed Dai Jiaxuan of Coca-Cola and Zhu Huaxi of Pepsi. Neither of them made it clear that they would not acquire Tianhe Beverage Group. According to this, although it is not clear that Coca-Cola and Pepsi will acquire Tianhe Beverage Group, the presidents of the two companies did not deny the possibility of this matter. Regarding this matter, our reporter contacted Mr. Gu Zhongtu, the chairman of Tianhe Beverage Group. The following is our telephone interview with Mr. Gu Zhongtu. As a result, there was a young male voice on the TV. He should be a reporter from the TV station. He only asked, "Mr. Gu, is this acquisition rumor true? What do you think?" Then there was the voice of a middle-aged man. "You also said, this is just a rumor. Of course it is not true. But neither Coca-Cola Company nor Pepsi-Cola Company stated that they would not acquire. Does that mean that this is also possible?" "Actually, I don't rule out this possibility," Gu Zhongtu said over the phone. The reporter of the TV station immediately asked, "Can you say that if the prices offered by Coca-Cola and Pepsi are right, you will agree to sell Tianhe Beverage Group?" "I didn't say that," Gu Zhongtu replied lightly. The TV reporter kept asking questions. But Gu Zhongte still did not make a statement, and finally hung up the phone on the grounds that he was busy on official business. The male broadcaster of the TV station said, "Dear viewers, this is the case of our interview. Tianhe Beverage Group is a large-scale beverage company in Guangdong. After launching the orange juice drink Fruit Orange, it is well known throughout the country. A domestic beverage company on the rise suddenly had such a storm this time. Many people in the industry speculated whether Tianhe Beverage Group was experiencing financial difficulties, but Mr. Gu Zhongte did not respond to this. After explaining the recent overview of Tianhe Beverage Group, the male announcer finally said, "For this incident, this station will continue to follow up and report to provide the audience with first-hand news." After the show ended, Liang Fengshan in front of the TV hadn't spoken for a long time, and Ding Guangxiong had also come in early and stood behind him. He picked up the phone and asked, "Shengwan Zongzi, what do you think about this? Is Zhou Hao really going to sell Tianhe?" Liang Fengshan naturally knew that Gu Zhongtu was just Zhou Hao's puppet because Zhou Hao was behind the Zhao family. They would not allow Zhou Hao to use the Zhao family's energy blatantly. Just like Liang Fengshan's own Fengshan Group, its legal representative would not write his own name, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to his father Liang Xuantong. Shengwan Zongzi said, "I think it is very possible. The attitudes of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Tianhe are very ambiguous. Although Dai Jiashuan and Zhu Huaxi did not admit to acquiring Tianhe when they did not say anything. Death. Besides, Coca-Cola originally tried to offer to buy Tianhe. They are very interested in Tianhe, so I think this should be true." After a long time, Liang Fengshan laughed, and even bent his body with laughter. It seems that Zhou Hao is really exhausted, and he wants to sell Tianhe. Suddenly, his laughter stopped, and the gloating look on his face gradually became ferocious. Just listen to him say, "Even if Zhou Hao is forced to betray Tianhe, I still don't get angry." Liang Fengshan turned and looked outside, clenching his fists tightly. "The reason why I want to establish the Fengshan Group is to reach Zhou Hao's bastard. Now, even though he is going to sell Tianhe, it is a complete failure. But the acquisition of Coca-Cola or Pepsi, in other words, I have not been able to defeat Zhou Hao." Ding Guangxiong, who was next to him, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it when he reached his lips. Liang Fengshan glanced at him. "Let's say anything. In front of me, there is no need to flinch. Boss, since you want to defeat Zhou Hao with your own hands, if our Fengshan Group acquired Tianhe, would it be considered as defeating Zhou Hao with your own hands?" Ding Guangxiong asked quietly. I saw Liang Fengshan stunned for a while, and then there was a flash of light in his eyes, and suddenly he vigorously grabbed Ding Guangxiong's shoulder and shouted, "Yes, hey Xiong, you are right." He walked around in circles in the hall, full of excitement, and muttered to himself, "Yes, that's right. If I bought Tianhe and snatched Tianhe over, you can say yes. Really defeated Zhou Hao's bastard. Yes, that's it, just do it." Shengwan Zongzi's voice came from the phone, "But young Master Liang, even if the entire payment for Xiancheng Duo is recovered, the company's funds are less than 1 billion yuan, and our company still owes the bank 30 more than billion. What? But do we have so much money to buy Tianhe?" He said, "I roughly estimated the total assets of Tianhe. If it is to be successfully acquired, it will need at least 8 billion yuan. This is not much pressure on Coca-Cola and Pepsi, but for us, we can't get it. So much money." When Liang Fengshan heard this, the excitement on his face immediately sank, and his heart was very angry. This Shengwan Zongzi would say something disappointing to pour cold water on himself. He said impatiently, "Don't worry about money. Can't I get the money yet? But, needless to say, are you the boss or am I the boss now?" Liang Fengshan shouted. "You can ask me whether Coca-Cola and Pepsi really want to buy Tianhe, and what are their purchase prices. How many?" He gritted his teeth and said, "This time I must. Zhou Hao's Tianhe, and Li Ruolin, it's best too. Li Ruolin back, and take revenge." Zhou Hao was also watching the TV news. When he saw Dai Jiashuan's embarrassed appearance surrounded by reporters, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. Old Dai is probably in a state of exhaustion now. I heard he still wants to find out the company staff who spread the rumors. How can I find it, right? Mr. Zhou, you are right. Behind Zhou Hao was a young man about 25 and 66. He was tall and well-shaped, and he was also wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He was gentle, so he looked like a literary youth. The man's name is Qi Shaoan. He graduated from Stanford University in the United States a few years ago, and then went to Wall Street in New York to work as a business manager of a securities company and followed that securities company to speculate stocks. However, due to the wrong decision of the securities company, he suffered heavy losses, and Qi Shaoan also lost all his savings and owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Qi Shaoan and Song Jiahao, the #1 trader of Galaxy Investment Company, Zhou Hao, were high school classmates. According to Song Jiahao, he and Qi Shaoan were the school's 2 top science leaders in high school. They are both competitors and friends who cherish each other. Later, Song Jiahao was admitted to Peking University, while Qi Shaoan from a better family went to Stanford University in the United States. Although Song Jiahao and Qi Shaoan are in different universities, they both majored in finance. After graduation, they joined the securities industry by coincidence. Although the 2 sides of the ocean are separated, the 2 people keep in touch because of the unabated friendship and the need for circulating information in the securities industry. After knowing that Song Jiahao worked for a young boss and made tens of millions of dollars in investment following the steps of his boss, Qi Shaoan was very envious and curious about the young boss Song Jiahao often praised. When Song Jiahao learned that Qi Shaoan had failed in stock trading and owed hundreds of thousands of debts, Song Jiahao didn't hesitate to transfer the money to him to repay the debt and suggested that he return to China to work for Zhou Hao with himself. Qi Shaoan is a very affectionate person, and he is very grateful to Song Jiahao for paying his debts, and he is also very curious about the genius boss in Song Jiahao's mouth, so he left the United States and returned to China. When Song Jiahao brought Qi Shaoan to Zhou Hao, Qi Shaoan was stunned at Zhou Hao's youth, thinking that this was the stock god boss in Song Jiahao, who was even more powerful than George Soros and Julian Robertson. What? Zhou Hao is also quite satisfied with this Qi Shaoan. On the one hand, the person who even Song Jiahao praised must have extraordinary talents. On the other hand, Zhou Hao has also read Qi Shaoan's resume and knew that he was on Wall Street. He had good results, and it was only when he was dragged down by his securities company that he failed. After that, Zhou Hao didn't arrange Qi Shaoan in the Galaxy Investment Company, but let him come to Shanghai by himself first to lay out his plan. Zhou Hao is going to test this Qi Shaoan. If he is really capable, then he will not hesitate to reuse him. At this time, Qi Shaoan handed a piece of information to Zhou Hao and said, "Mr. Zhou, this is the company that you asked me to investigate that has a loan relationship with China Construction Bank and Industrial and Commercial Bank." After Zhou Hao received the information, Qi Shaoan said, "There are 7 companies here, which have loaned a total of 30 billion yuan from the Construction Bank and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and they are all listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange." The company. Zhou Hao took a look at Qi Shaoan, and Qi Shaoan continued, "I have followed your instructions and have continuously absorbed the outstanding shares of these 7 companies. So far, among these 7 companies, we have a minimum holding of 100%. 25% of the shares, the highest reached 35%. Mr. Zhou, now we can build a position and take a position. I haven't been discovered by them." Zhou Hao asked lightly. Qi Shaoan shook his head quickly. "I used several handbag companies to carry out these in stages, and they didn't find it." Zhou Hao looked at the information that Qi Shaoan gave himself. These companies are considered to be large in scale, otherwise they would not be able to lend so much funds from China Construction Bank and ICBC. "How about I pay you back the funds?" "Enough, enough, enough," Qi Shaoan said hastily. Although the scale of these 7 companies is not small, their share prices are not high, and we don't need much money to build a position. "That's all right." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You told me before that the reason you suffered a heavy loss when you were on Wall Street was because you didn't have the strength to go to the bank, and you had to follow the company to invest. Although domestic finance the market is different from Wall Street, but it is profitable after all. This time I let you sit in the house, which can be regarded as satisfying your wish." Qi Shaoan said quickly, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your appreciation." This time, Zhou Hao allocated $2.5 billion to the 7 companies. That is equivalent to more than 20 billion yuan. Even on Wall Street, you can manipulate a small market, But in this chaotic and not deep domestic stock market, it is enough to upset the cloud. I heard Zhou Hao say, I want the share prices of these 7 companies to fall to liquidation within a month. Can you do it? In fact, as an elite talent proficient in financial operations, Qi Shaoan is very clear that it takes a year or even a few years for a market maker to make a stock, and it takes a long time for the stock's fundamentals and technical aspects before implementation. The detailed investigation, analysis, and then a careful plan, and finally step-by-step action. However, Zhou Hao had to put these 7 companies to death within a month. Even if the funds were abundant, it was still a big challenge. However, Qi Shaoan knows that he is a person who likes to challenge the difficulty very much, and this time can be said to be his only chance. If he can seize it, he can be reused by Zhou Hao like Song Jiahao in the future. Not only can he realize his dream, soaring in the financial market, you can also make a fortune and enjoy the exciting moment. Therefore, after hesitating for a few seconds, Qi Shaoan said to Zhou Hao very confidently, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely not let you down. Even though he was curious about why Zhou Hao had to deal with these 7 companies, he did not ask any questions, because he knew that as a subordinate, the most important duty is not to question the boss's instructions, but to fulfill the boss's instructions. Zhou Hao returned the information to Qi Shaoan, and then smiled at him. Then I will wait for your good news. After Qi Shaoan left the room, Zhou Hao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the magnificent scenery outside. This was the first time he didn't use his past life memory to invest in stocks, because those 7 companies didn't have much ups and downs in the stock market in the past life, and they didn't have much reputation, so Zhou Hao didn't know their trends. But this is not important. In fact, many of the stock market trends are created by powerful market makers and speculators. When the funds at your disposal expand to a certain extent, you can influence and even manipulate the stocks, especially in the domestic stock market, where the influence of the market maker is particularly huge. Suddenly, a soft and plump body hugged Zhou Hao from behind and pressed his face to Zhou Hao's broad back. Xiao Hao, are you really going to deal with China Construction Bank and ICBC? Zhou Hao has only heard this soft and gentle voice on the phone in the past few months, and it is now floating in his ears, as beautiful as a fairy sound. Zhou Hao grabbed the pair of Yinjiu hands holding on to his chest and whispered, Sister, why haven't I come to see my sister for so long? Don't you know that my sister is thinking of you? Although the voice behind him was a bit resentful, it was still so gentle that made Zhou Hao's whole heart melt. Zhou Hao grabbed her jade hand and pressed it to his face, rubbing it lightly, letting the jade finger that resembled a white onion go across his face, and finally put her index finger in his mouth and licked it with his tongue. With, little pervert, let go of sister, it's so itchy. Although she said that, she did not withdraw her hand, letting Zhou Hao be presumptuous, and even a kind of petting. Finally, Zhou Hao finally turned around and stared at the jade man in front of him. The eyebrows are like willow leaves, the eyes are like stars, the nose is like jade, and the lips are like cherry. This suffocatingly beautiful woman is indeed Zhou Haoqian's sister Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao held her waist tightly with both hands, making her cling to herself. Her eyes were tender. Sister, you also came to Shanghai. Zhao Yuqin stretched out her hand and nodded Zhou Hao's nose. If you wait for your sister and don't know how long you will be waiting for, it's better to let your sister come to you. She knocked on her mouth. Are you afraid that your sister's coming will prevent you from getting along with that singer girlfriend? When he was mature like Zhao Yuqin, showing this slightly jealous appearance, he would also reveal a charming look, which made Zhou Hao really uneasy. He lowered his head and leaned to Zhao Yuqin's ear. Sister, you are here at the right time. Xiao Hao has already made $10 billion and can fulfill his original promise. When Zhao Yuqin heard the words, there was a red tide on her face, and she sighed at the beginning. What promise? Didn't you allocate more than $2 billion to the stock market? Then there should be no more than $10 billion left in your hand. Zhou Hao immediately refused. Sister, you are a rascal. Zhao Yuqin pushed Zhou Hao. I'm just playing a rogue. What can you do with me? Seeing Zhao Yuqin's coquettish flattery, Zhou Hao couldn't help it anymore, lowered her head, and held her 2 fragrant lips. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, Make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.